Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to IT for Solutions. In this video tutorial series, we are going to start ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application tutorials. So let's get started. In this tutorial, we will discuss what is ASP.NET MVC, what is web application, what is MVC, why we need MVC, prerequisite for ASP.NET MVC5, prerequisites for database, and finally what you will learn in this complete tutorial series. So now understand what is ASP.NET MVC. ASP.NET MVC is a web application technology which provides a way for developer to build web applications. Now the question is, what are web applications? Web applications run in web browser. For example, we have Facebook, Google and MSN. Now come to the main point, MVC. What is actually MVC? MVC stands for Model View Controller. Now these are three different things. Now let's understand what are controllers. What is controller? C# classes. Controllers are C# classes that handle requests to the application by the user. Any request that comes from user will be handled by the controller. These controllers get data from database or objects. Objects means our models. Specify view that return a response to the client. Once a user requests to the controller, then the controller fetch data from database and then return that data or any view to the end user that does this request. Now the point number 2, what is model? As we discussed that MVC stands for Model View Controller. Now we have discussed our first part, the controllers. Now the second, model. Models are also C# classes that represents the data of the applications. That represents which type of data our application will be using. In model we are using validation logics to enforce business rules for that data. And the final thing is views. Views simply screens, web pages that the end user sees. Presentation file that our application uses to dynamically generate HTML, bootstrap, CSS files. Views are actually simple screens that the end user looks like. Models and user does not look, controllers and user does not look. The end user only look what views that we see in our web browser, that all are views. Now look at this diagram. This diagram shows that what is MVC actually, how it works. So let's understand from this user part. First, the user does any request from the user will go to the controller. Any controller that we specify in the application. Let's understand in simple words. The end user, look, you, me, and anyone who is using our website does any request like viewing a customer, updating a customer, adding a student, view the list of courses, something, any request the user does, that directly goes to the controller. The controller look for that request into that object, that object, that model or database, and if the record exists at this point, then it updates the view. View, as already discussed, that it is a simple HTML page that the end user sees. For example, I want to see the list of customers, so I request to controller, hey controller, please show me the list of customers. Then the controller look for the customer object, customer model in the database, and then if we have any customer, that customer will be returned to the view. and I'll get the list of customers. Simple as that. What if I haven't any customer in the database in the object, so then what will happen? The controller return the view, empty view. In this time, if we haven't any data, we haven't any model, so the customer will only return the view. The view could be any view, HTTP not found, or any content view, simple string view. It depends on requirements, that what view we are going to send to our customer if no data exists. Simple as that. Now, why we need MVC? Why we need MVC? To easily manage large or medium size applications, easily update or debug our application, to easily extend functionality of our application. MVC is actually used for medium or large size projects. So now we'll discuss what are the ASP.NET MVC5 prerequisites, which are requirements you have to be you have to start this course. You should know the basic C# language and basic HTML. You should have .NET Framework 4.5 or later in your Visual Studio in your computer. You should have Visual Studio 2013 or later. And note, we will use Visual Studio 2015, 17 and 19. All of these we will be using in this tutorial series. During this series, now what are the database requirements? Because we will be using SQL Server for developing our web applications, and in the database section you will learn a lot about database. So you should have SQL Server Management Studio in your computer. You should know basic SQL queries like select, start from table name, insert into table name, delete from table name. These are 4 or 5 basic queries. I'll teach you all of them in detail. Now, what you will learn in this tutorial series? In this tutorial series, we will learn all of ASP.NET MVC5 concepts like action results, routing, validation logics, client-side validation, server-side validations, custom validations, model mapping, data binding, and all of concepts that exist in MVC5 we'll be learning in this tutorial series. And next we'll learn SQL database, that all of core concept of SQL Server database, SQL queries as well. Then SQL store procedure, we will be writing SQL complex store procedures. We'll do all of these SQL queries and store procedures using ADU.NET, and we will also develop our custom database framework. And finally, we'll also learn entity framework, code first and database first approach. We will develop complete web application using ASP.NET MVC5 and SQL Server at the end of this series. So follow this series from start to end to become ASP.NET MVC5 web developer. Note down, the starting playlist is for beginners. So if you are a beginner, then you are welcome to learn all of concept from here. If you are a developer in ASP.NET MVC5, then you may look our future project after this tutorial series that will that I already told you that I will develop a complete web application that might be helpful for you. If you are a beginner and you want to learn all of core concepts of ASP.NET MVC5 and SQL Server, then you are strongly recommended, you are strongly warmly welcome to my channel. So let's start learning. We'll meet inshallah in the next video. In the next video, I'll show you how to set up your basic environment, and then further we'll go through the playlist. So if you're a new viewer to my channel, I am requesting you to please subscribe my channel and share these videos with your friends, family and social media accounts, so that other people are also learn from my channel. And if you are my regular subscriber, then thank you so much for watching. Please keep sharing. We'll meet again inshallah. Take care of yourself. Okay, Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to IT First Solution. This is the second tutorial of ASP.NET MVC5 applications. In this video, we are going to set up our development environment, and I'll show you which things are required for this tutorial series, and I'll show you some maybe some links from where you can download these Visual Studio and SQL Server, and I'll also show you if you have already installed your Visual Studio and SQL Server, then what to do next. So let's get started. So you should have installed Visual Studio for this purpose. In case you don't have, then go to Google and type download Visual Studio 2015, or you can download greater version, download Visual Studio 2015. What the From this link you can download older versions of Visual Studio like 2017 and 15, and you have also this link you can download from here or here. This is a simple click next setup process. So that was pretty simple. I'll show you something important related to this installation. You should select ASP.NET Web Application and .NET Framework 4.5. So in case you have already installed Visual Studio, then go to Control Panel, Programs and Features. Then let's suppose I have this Visual Studio Community 2017. Click on Change. You should select this option in case you are going to install new Visual Studio, or in case you already have Visual Studio, like in my case. You should select this option, ASP.NET and Web Development, this option. So in the future tutorials we will be learning mobile apps development. So if you are interested in mobile app development, then you are welcome to do this one right now. But make sure this is a large file and this require a good internet. I will not recommend at this time. At that time when we start the mobile app development, then I'll show you this one at that time. So which option? This option, ASP.NET and Web Development. Click OK, and then install while downloading, or download all and then install whatever you like. Okay. And now how to test you have web application installed in Visual Studio. Open up your Visual Studio, close this one. Now click on new project from here, or file, new project. Now in Visual C#, click on Web, and look, we have ASP.NET Web Application, and our target framework is .NET Framework 4.5.2. So you can also read a project template for creating ASP.NET applications. You can create ASP.NET Web Forms, MVC or Web API applications. So this is exactly what we want from Visual Studio. So this is the web application. So make sure your Visual Studio shows you this option, ASP.NET Web Applications, and when you click OK, this should bring this MVC templates. and this should also show these MVC options here like this. So this is the basic setup exactly we want to do, and you should also have SQL Server any variant, either SQL Server 2017 or 2012. I have both of that. I'll be using both of them and both of these Visual Studio like 2015 and 2017 for this series, and for the mobile applications I'll be using Visual Studio 2017 in the future. So this is the basic development environment. In the next video I will show you how to create a basic ASP.NET MVC5 web application from scratch. So thanks for watching. If you are a new viewer to my channel, so please subscribe to my channel and hit on like button, and keep sharing these videos with your friends, social media accounts. And if you're a regular viewer, then thanks for watching. We'll meet inshallah in the next video, so take care of yourself. Okay, Allah Hafiz, Assalamu Alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to IT First Solutions. This is the third video of ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application tutorial series. In this video, I will show you how to create a ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. So let's get started. Open up your Visual Studio, and then you can start from right here, New Project, or go to File, New, then Project. So in this Visual C#, click and then Web, and then select on ASP.NET Web Application. So write the name of your application, Web Application 1. Let's suppose for the timing we'll be later using the specific names. My first web application. Okay, and then you should specify the location. Make sure this location should be DE or F drive rather than the simple C drive. That might you might lose your projects in future in case of window. Any issues you have, your computer might have, then your projects should be stored in D or any drive which don't have Windows installation. So click OK. You have some templates from here. You can select web form. These are ASP.NET web forms that was used earlier, and you can select template of MVC, or you can choose web API, single page. We'll be learning all of these things in future. So this is the basic project of ASP.NET MVC5 application. So select empty, then MVC. Click OK. Cancel this one. All of this concept matches with ASP.NET MVC4 and 5. Some of the different concepts I'll show you later. So our Visual Studio has created the ASP.NET MVC5 web application. So click on this button to start our web application. Let's see what will be happen. Oops, we got an exception, HTTP 404. That's what I want to show, that how to set up an empty ASP.NET MVC5 web application. So stop this and go to app_start, and here we have route config. Click on this. So this is what our default route has defined, that the syntax of our URL is first the name of controller, then the name of action, and finally ID. That is optional URL parameter, as you see here. So this is the default route that is defined in ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. So any request, any URL that contains the name of controller, the name of action, and it might have any parameters or might not, is a valid request. So in our case, we haven't any controller because the ASP.NET MVC5 look for this for URL pattern, and here the name of controller is mentioned as home. In our case, we didn't have any controller, and the action index, as we didn't have any home controller, then where the action exists. So let's create our first controller of name home. So right click on controller, add, then controller, then select on MVC5 controller empty, add, and give its name home controller. We'll be learning different controller naming conventions, and we will set a different sort of controllers in future, but for the time being, now you understand that any controller you add to this should have this controller word after the name of your controller, otherwise it will not work. So click on add. So now you look at route config. We have controller name home, and we have home controller, and action name, that what action is going to be executed is index. So go to home controller. By default we have an index action. So let's start now. That's what it is. It is now asking that we haven't any index or its master page. That's simple as that. Let me explain you now why this will be happening. Let's understand that we have this controller, and this controller have this action result method. I'll explain all of these action results in future, but for the time being, let's understand what I am saying you, that any request from the user, as I told you in the first introduction video, that any request from the user will be goes to controller, and then controller looks for the relevant action, and then what will be returning, we will be returning view. In this case, we have not any view of name index, so this is giving a error. So I am going to add a view of name index. So right click on view, then add view, MVC5 view, click on add, and index, leave all of these things, I will teach you later. Click on add, so now we have our view. Let's see. Home controller, then we have same home folder here, and in this home folder we have the view with the same name of action, index.cshtml, as our action name is index, and we have same index action has the same name of view of index.cshtml. Now go to that view and replace this index page to this is the simple ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. So now click on Google Chrome or this one play button. Let's see, we have our working ASP.NET MVC5 application, and our application is now ready. We can now add different controllers, different models, and different views, and we will be adding all of these things in future inshallah. But now let's understand that how these things get ready. Let me explain that. First of all, we will go to the route config, and you should understand that our default route is configured with the controller of name home and action of name index, and then the third is optional parameter, either we specify or not, it is not necessary. So what we have at this stage, we have home, then index, and home of controller, and then index action that we have in this, and what it return, this action return the view. Then for sure we have the view of name index. So here is views folder, and here is home, and then we have index.cshtml view in this home folder. So this is the simple way to create ASP.NET MVC5 web application from scratch. If you are a new viewer to my video, please subscribe to my channel, and please like these videos and share with your friends, family, and your social media accounts. And if you are a regular subscriber, regular viewer, thank you so much for watching this video. So keep sharing with your friends and family. I'll be uploading more videos soon, inshallah. So follow this series. We'll meet again inshallah in the next video. So take care of yourself. Okay, Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to IT First Solutions. I am Rauf Yasin, and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application Development. In this video, we will learn that how to pass data from a controller to view. In the previous video, we have learned that how to create a simple ASP.NET MVC5 project from scratch, and we have set up the default controller and default action results with the views. In this specific video, we'll learn how to pass data from controller to view, and we'll use view bag. We'll also understand that what is view bag and why we use view bag. So open up your Visual Studio, and then go to file, then new, then project, and then from this web section click on web, and then select ASP.NET Web Application .NET Framework, and name this application like pass data from controller to view. Click on OK, and from here we will select empty and then MVC. We'll set up this project from scratch. In first 8 to 10 videos I'll set up this project from scratch, and then later on we will use this project and will not do it from scratch in the every video. So I am doing this by purpose that you guys can learn by watching 2 to 3 tutorials again and again how to set up this project from scratch. In the upcoming videos we'll create a simple project, and then we'll use one of our existing project for tutorial or for presentation purposes. So click on this empty and select this one. So our ASP.NET MVC5 project is created successfully, and as we know in the previous video we have discussed this route config file, that we need a controller of name home or any controller you want to specify. By default it is telling that browser that open up this home controller with the index section. So we don't have any controller here because we have created this project without any template. So we'll set up this project from scratch. So right click on this controller folder, click on add, and then controller, and then MVC5 empty controller, click on add, and we'll name this controller as home controller. Our controller have default action result which is index. Now we have to add that view for this action. So right click, add view, and MVC5 view, and then click on add, and this is the default view, empty view, because we don't have any models current. We will learn about models and classes later on in this video series, but for the time being set this as an index, same name as our control action results name, and then click on add. Now our basic setup for MVC5 project is completed. Look at this. It's adding these bootstrap references, bootstrap clause, bootstrap files, CSS files, and also JavaScript file. It automatically add these files for us. So we have currently one controller with one action result index and the same view for this index over here. I have already explained you this MVC, how MVC works. So if you are new, then you are recommended to watch the existing 2 to 3 videos of MVC so that you can understand that how this works. Look at this. We have controller over here, and at the same time we have the same name home in the views section, and in view we have index section, which is the same name as our action result have. Now I want to start this application, so click on this and then type localhost so this is our MVC5 web application, and in this video we will discuss that how to pass data from a controller to view. There are a lot of ways to pass data from controllers to view, but currently we are only understanding the one method, that is called viewback. We'll learn that what is viewback. The Microsoft Developer Notes writes that the viewback property allows you to share values dynamically to the view. As such, it is considered as a dynamic object without preset properties. It don't have any preset properties. It is a dynamic property. We can assign any dynamic property to this, and we can assign any values to that property. We can create any dynamic property with this, and we can assign any value to this dynamic property. In the view, we'll use the same name for same name of this property to display the value of that property. So let's say I am going to create the viewback properties over here. So we have to stop this application and then click on this viewback dot. So this is dynamic. It don't have preset properties. We will create dynamic properties. Like I am going to create first name equals to IT for solutions. Then I am going to create another dynamic property dot last name equals to YouTube channel, and then I am going to create viewback dot total or address equals to Mirpur Azad Kashmir. So now I have assigned 3 properties to this viewback dot first name, viewback dot last name, and viewback dot address. I can access these values in the view with the same name as I declared here. So I am going to use in a view. So here is our view. Like I am going to create p tag, and I write over here first name, and then I am going to write C# code. These are the razor views. They can render HTML and C# code combined. So whenever we want to write C# code, we'll use add symbol. View back. Look, IntelliSense shows me that it understands the razor view is smart enough that it understands that I am going to write C# code. So it shows me viewback that. Then I'll use the name of that properties like viewback dot first name, and then last name at viewback dot same name last name, and then last thing I am going to use the last property address at viewback dot address. So let's start our application. Refresh. Name of our controller and then action result index. start our application from here, and then look at this. We have first name and then the name which we have defined in our controller. First name IT First Solution, last name YouTube channel, and the address is specified over here. So this is the simple way how to pass data from a controller to view. I have defined these dynamic properties over here, and then I can access these properties in our HTML view. This is a razor view, and we can use HTML, JavaScript and C# code in this view at the same time. So this is the simple way to pass data from controller to view. We'll learn the more techniques that how to pass data from a controller to a view by using view bag, temp data, view data, stuff like that. So I hope you will like this video, and if you are new, you are requested to please subscribe and like my videos, share my videos to your social media accounts and your friends, so that they guys can also learn. We'll meet again inshallah in the next video. So take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to IT First Solutions. I am Rauf Yassin, and we are learning ASP .NET MVC5 Web Development. In the last video, I have discussed about how to pass data from controller to view using view bag. In this video, I'll discuss about how to create models in ASP .NET MVC Web Application. First, understand what the model is. Model represents domain-specific data and business logic in MVC architecture. It maintains the data of our application. Model objects retrieve and store model state in the persistent storage like a database. Model class holds data in a public properties. So these are the models which hold, which store the current state into the database, and any persistent storage we are using. Basically, we are not going to use the database currently, because we are learning the ASP.NET MVC5 basic concepts. In the future videos, we'll discuss the database, how to store model data into database, and how to get the list of records from database and display over here. In this video, I will only show you that how to create models in ASP. In the previous video, we have created our first controller, home controller, and the respective action method, and this action method has view accordingly. Right click and go to view, and this is our simple view. In this video, we are going to create the third important part of MVC. We have covered C and V, the controller and view, and model was missing in the last video, and now we'll create model. So how to create model? Right click on models folder and add and class. So I'll name this class as employee, add, and look at this class is a public class, and it holds, as we discussed in the definition section, that model class holds public properties, and it also holds the business logic if we have any logic. We'll discuss this in the later videos inshallah. So let's create some properties of this model. This model is basically represent an entity in the database. So create some properties like as we have columns in the database. So first of all, I will create public int employee ID get set. So this is the one way to create our property. Another way is to create the shortcut, type prop, then press tab twice, and it will create our property automatically, and it highlights the next section, next parameter. So our parameter is int. I want to create an employee name property, so this would be string, and name would be employee name. So then next prop string, and then address prop, and this time I'm going to create date time for date of joining, and then prop int Marshall status, and then prop bool, and this would be is merit. No, we have already created this property. I just want to show you that how to create model with different data types. So in this case, is eligible for loan, this is the property. And then next, another data type decimal, and this would be salary. And then the next, prop string created by, for storing the record of user who is going to create this employee, and then date time created date. So this is how we can create our model in ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. Look at this. This model represents an entity in our database, and it have, as the database column or entities have some properties, so or some, you can say some columns. So that columns in the database will be represented over here as the type of properties. Okay, I hope so you understand that how to create models in ASP.NET MVC. In the next video, I'll discuss about how to pass this object from controller to model. If you remember that in the previous video, we passed some dynamic data using view bag and some dynamic variables, but in the next video we'll discuss that how to pass this entire object from controller to view. So thank you so much for watching my video. I'll meet again in the next video, inshallah. So take care of yourself. Okay, Allah Hafiz, Assalamu Alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to IT First Solutions. I am Rauf Yassin, and you guys are watching ASP.NET MVC5 tutorial series. In the previous video, we have seen that how to create models in ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. In this video, I'll show you that how to pass data this object, the object of this model, from controller to our view. If you look at this, we have created earlier 3 variables, 3 dynamic properties of view bag, but now in this video I'm going to create the object of this class and then pass that entire object to our view. For this purpose, I'll create different action results so that you guys become familiar with action results. So public action result and get employee. So first of all, I'll create the object of our employee class. So look at this, employee, and then I have to import the namespace. So you can click on over here and then click on this using name of our project and dot models, the namespace of this class, or you can use shortcut control dot or control full stop and then press enter. And look at this, the reference of this namespace is imported in our top, at the top of our class. And then I'll create object employee is equal to new employee, and then I'll create this one, and then I'll specify the values for the properties of this object. Employee ID is equal to 1, then employee name is equal to Mark Smith, then address is equal to London, then so I can drag over here so that I can easily assign the values to this class. And then date of joining is equal to system.datetime.now, and then Marshall status is equal to 1 for married, for example, and then is eligible for loan is equal to true, and then salary equals to 15,000.00 m for decimal, and then created by, let's say this is admin, and then created date is equal to system dot date time dot now. Simple as that. So we have created the object of our class, our model, and then I'm going to pass this object to our view. So we'll use view back dot the dynamic property employee is equal to this employee. This employee is a dynamic property of view back, and I'm going to assign this entire object to this property, and then I'm going to return what view, and then I have to add view. So right click here and then add view, and then MVC5 view, and then you can create empty view, or you can create the list of employees from here, but currently we have only one employee and we are not using any database over here, so I will create empty view from here. Okay, so let's say rename this employee details, and then I will use HTML table class is equal to table bootstrap classes table dash bordered, and then table dash hover. Then I'll create tr, then I'll create th. I'm creating this table because in the next video I'll display the list of objects, so I need this table, and you guys also become familiar with the table. So let's say I'm going to assign class background color bg dash so I forget about this one, btn dash primary. Let's say if it works first, then the heading section employee ID, then employee name, and then address, and then date of joining, and then what's the status, and then is eligible for loan, and then salary, and then created by, and finally created date. Then I'll create the data row. This is the heading of our table, and then the row for data tr, and then td, and then I'll call the dynamic property of view back. Look at this view back dot employee. I can access all of properties of this object by using this property view back dot employee, the dynamic object, and then I'll paste it over here, and then type dot. You can select vertically by using alt and shift and then arrow key. Look at this, this is selecting vertically, and then I want to place the dot for getting the properties of this object. Press dot, and then sorry, I forget about to type add symbol. In the previous section, previous video, I've told you about this. This indicates to this our razor view that I'm going to write the code of C# in this HTML. So first property is employee ID, then employee name, and then address, and then date of joining. Let me copy paste from here to there, copy, done. So let's start our application. Look at this. Home is the controller and get employee action by default because I was in the view of the this action. Look at this. We have this employee details, and we have the name of our employee, Mark Smith, then London, then this and this. We can use if statement over here. Let's say how, because look at this. If remove this add symbol because it knows that I'm going to write C# code in the if section, and then I can use if is equals to 1, then write married, else single. I can use this C# language in this HTML view, and I can write any logic, any kind of C# code in this razor view. It is smart enough that it knows that this code is of C# language and this code is of simple HTML. We will use for loops and different conditions over here in the upcoming videos, so don't worry. Now click on this and click on refresh. Look at this. We have got the master status is married. So this is simple, that how we can pass the entire object from our controller to our view. Look at this. This is not working properly, so I can remove this one. Simple, and then refresh. Look at this. This is a simple table, and in the next video I'll discuss about how to pass the list of objects from controller to view. In this video we have learned that how to pass single object. In the next video I'll discuss about how to pass the list of object from controller to our view. So keep watching and stay tuned. We'll meet again in the next video. Okay, take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to IT First Solutions. I am Rauf Yassin and you guys are watching ASP .NET MVC5 Web Application tutorial. In the previous video we have discussed that how to pass the object from controller to view. In this video we'll discuss that how to pass the list of objects from controller to view and how to iterate over that list using for each or for loop. So let's start. Open up your Visual Studio and go to our controller. Over here I have created only a simple object of employee, but in this video we'll create the list of employees and then pass that list into our view, and then iterate over that list and display that list into HTML table. So we have already discussed displayed a simple single object like this. We will use for each loop to iterate over this one and display the list of entire objects from controller to view. So let's create. First I am going to create the list of employees. So list of employee, and then employees is equal to new list of employees, and then this. Put the semicolon over here, and then I'm going to create the list of employees like this. This is our simple single employee. So remove this one for the time being, and remove this one also. I'm going to create all of employees in this list. So new employee, and this one, this is our one employee, and then new employee, and this one our second employee, and this one our third employee. So I am going to pass these object of properties of employees in this section, and then this section, and finally in this section Control C, and in this section tab over here, and I am going to replace to copy paste this employee 2 to 3 times. So this is basically the list of our employees. I'm going to change the name of employees so that we can easily differentiate that the code is working or not. John Smith, then Brian Laura, then Ben Dunk, and you can change the values because I'm changing only the name to differentiate. So this is our entire list of employees which hold one employee, then another employee, and then third employee, then fourth employee, and then finally fifth employee. So our list contains 5 employees. Remove this comma because we don't have any more employee. Then tap to this by identate this one, and then I'll simply assign this list of employees to our viewback dynamic variable, paste, and then this would be list of employees. So we have created our list of employees, and then I'm going to iterate over this list of employees of viewback and display their records in our database. If you remember, in the last video I have created this HTML table for displaying single record, but currently we have more than one row, so obviously we are going to use for each loop in our you can say list of employees. So how to create for each loop? As we already know that we can write C# code by using @ symbol. Then I'll write employee in the list of employees. So cut it here and paste it here, and the variable name is employees. Simple as that. And then I'm going to write the parentheses of this, curly braces of this if for each loop set block, and then paste it over here. And then I'm going to replace this by using this variable of for each. This is a single row in our list of employees, and it represents all of our records. So I am going to replace rest of all of our viewback dot employees by simple employee, and then this one also, and then these one. Look at this. So we are iterating our viewback dot list of employees. As we assigned, first we have created the list of employees, and then we have assigned this list of employees to our viewback dot employees dynamic property, and then I'm iterating over this list of employees over here. So for each, then was simple employee, single employee in the list of employees, and then display the properties of this single employee, and this process goes on. So let's start and look at the result. So sorry guys, I forget to remove this section because we don't need this employee. We have only one employee object over here of for each block, and then start again. Oh, done, it's working. So we should replace this employee ID because they could have this thing same, but as we have assigned different names to our employees, then we should assign the different employee IDs and replace this Mark Smith. So go to our code and go to our controller, and then replace this Mark Smith with someone else, John Dunk, and then replace this employee ID to from 1, then 2, and then 3, 4, 5. Done. Let's start again. and then go to our home action, then get employee home controller, and then get employee action result. So look at this, we have list of employees and we are successfully getting our desired output by using for each loop. And then I'm going to add the two buttons over here for editing and deletion purposes. So we are going to change in our view, then we don't need to stop our solution. So I'm going to add another th over here for action. Look at this, refresh, we have another heading action. And then I'm going to create the two tables for here, one td, and then in this td I'm going to create simple buttons for the time being. Button type is equal to button, then class is equal to btn, then btn dash primary, and then edit, and then I use this symbol over here, and then button type is equal to button, and then class is equal to btn dash danger, and then I'll write delete over here, and then click on this and refresh. Look at this, we have two buttons over here. So then type btn dash sm for small button, then btn dash sm, and then refresh. So because our table is big and containing very large amount of data, I can use another class table dash responsive. So it's not working, I think there might be, if we remove this column this would be better. Remove this one, created date from here, and then remove this one, created date. We can assign, we can set the design of these buttons in the CSS of this table, but look at this, we got our desired output because the size of our table is very big and it was unable to align this one. So I have removed a single column from here, so it's our desired output. So this is how we can create the list of our this is how we can iterate over the list of objects and display the records in our view. And we have also learned that how to add these buttons for editing and deletion purposes. In the next video we'll discuss something more about ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. So thanks for watching. I hope you like this video. If you like this video, please subscribe my channel and please share these videos with your friends and family. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video, we have successfully transferred this data from controller to our view. We are getting this data from our controller to view and displaying also in the view. In this video, we will create action links. We will learn how to create new action links and how to navigate between these pages. Okay, so go to Visual Studio, stop this again, let me close all of these one and go to Solution Explorer. Navigate to shared folder, and in shared folder you will find underscore layout.cs HTML file. This is the layout file which contains our header and our footer element. And if you navigate, look at this, we are rendering all of our new pages inside this div of class body content. Rest of our all template, look at this, we have footer in this template and we have also header and body and stuff like that. So first understand where is we are getting this application name. So if you start again, close this one, refresh this one. Look at this, this is our web application. So over here you are getting application name and you are getting footer. So this is the part of our shared layout, and rest we are getting this employee details by calling simply this render body. Okay, so we can see application name written at the top left corner, and you can verify that this is written at this line, at html.action links. Okay, so if you change this to IT for Solutions Academy, okay, and refresh this one, look at this IT for Solutions Academy, and if I click on here, I am navigating to my index page we have which we have created in our previous videos. So I wanna display a list of employees through this, rather than navigating to /home/get employee. Rather than writing at URL, I wanna get these employees on by clicking on this menu item. So I will create a menu item. So I will create at html.action link, and then I will specify text employee list, and then I will specify the action result, get employee, which is the name of my action result. You can verify this by going to home controller, and look at this, get employee is the name of our action result, and this resides inside our home controller. And next I will specify my controller name as home. Okay, so if I start this application, refresh this one at this stage, look at this, our link is at the top of IT for Solutions, and if I click on this link, if I click on this, we're getting navigating to index page. If I click on this, we're perfectly getting our employees. But let me apply the bootstrap styles as defined in the bootstrap. So new, and then you can simply copy this one, and after this one paste it over here. So we are simply setting the area is equal to null, and we are also applying the class which is the navbar-brand bootstrap predefined class. Save and refresh. Look at this, perfect. Now if I click on employee list, I am navigating to employees, and if I click on this, I am navigating to our index page. Let me create another one, so that copy this one and paste it one more time. And now I will, instead of displaying employee, I will simply call it student list, and I will set it get students. And if I go to browser, refresh, look at this, we have this student list. If I click on this one, server error, because we don't have any action result called get student inside our home controller. But I do this deliberately because I wanna create a new controller, rather than navigating to single controller to remove any you can say complications. I will create a new controller called student controller MVC5 empty controller, add, and then student controller, add, and inside we have this action result. Right click and create a view, MVC empty view, and then I will simply set it as empty, add, and over here I will write student list, and I'll simply specify p tag. This is the list of our students. Okay, and go to home controller. Inside our student controller I have this index section. Okay, so go to underscore layout. I wanna set text as student list. I wanna set action as get students. Let me verify the name of action inside our controller. Name of action is index, so let me set it as index, and it resides inside student controller. Start again, close this one, and back, navigate to click on employee list. We are getting our employees list. Click on student list. we're getting our student list. Here we can easily specify the student list. So this is how you can use action links in your ASP.NET MVC5 application. You can also pass parameters, you can also pass values to these action links. We'll discuss that one in our upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we'll learn more about these SQL concepts. Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are learning ASP.NET MVC5 and I am Rauf Yassin. In the previous video we have displayed these action links at the top of our web application, and these action links are perfectly navigating to their relevant pages. In this video we will learn how to pass data using a model to our view. So for this purpose I will create in a new model, because we have created our student controller in our previous video. So right click on models folder, add a new class and name this class as student. Okay, so I will create three properties for this model: prop int id, and then prop string. You can simply write name and then prop string address. Okay, so now I will show you how to pass this model to our view. So I will create an action result, public action result get students. So over here I will pass a view where we will display the list of our students. So return view, and if I right click on this view and add view, and over here I will select MVC5 view, add, and this time with instead of selecting empty template I will select a list, because I want to pass list of my model, and I will also specify model class as student class. Add, and look at this ASP.NET MVC5 scaffolding mechanism automatically create a view page for us. And if I start my application at this stage, oops, we got an exception: object reference not set to an instance of an object, because we are passing the list of students to our view, but we don't have any student currently. So first make sure to handle this exception. Instead of directly iterating our model, first I will make sure by using if statement. At if, then I will select model not equals to null, and then I will use this one. If our model is not null, then I will use this for each loop. Otherwise I will simply create an else statement and I will display let's add at sign and then no records found. Save and refresh again. Start our application again. Now I am getting no records found. Okay, so you can also specify if you want to validate a header. Look at this, we are getting this header. If you want to validate this one, then you can use this if statement above this table tag. Okay, so now I will pass this model data from our controller to our view. So let's say I want to create a list of students. So where students equals to new list of student, control dot to bring the model's namespace, and then I will specify my list of students. Okay, so inside I will specify new student, and I will specify ID as 1, then name as, and then I will specify address as this. Okay, let me copy this one for 3 records. I wanna display 3 records. Specify comma over here and we're good to go. So 1, then 2, then 3, and first is you can say John Smith, and you can specify London, and then you can specify second student as Mark Smith and London, and the third one you can specify as Laura from London. Okay, so look at this. In the previous video we are passing data, we were passing data using view back property, but currently I am not specifying any view back property. I am simply selecting the list of students, and then I need to pass that student inside our view. So students, because our view is now strongly binded with this student model, now I can easily pass the list of students inside our view, and our view get mapped according to that list. If I refresh, start again application, refresh, instead of going next page, look at this, our new list of model students is successfully mapped to a view. So this is how you can pass your model to view. In the next video we will discuss about view models. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to my channel. I am Rof Yassin, and in the previous video we have learned how to pass model data into view, how to bind our view with the model. In this video we will discuss about view models, what are view models, why we need view models, and where we have need to use these view models. Okay, so first understand what are view models. Let's say in the previous video we have displayed student and we have added this student controller, and if you go to views, then student, then get student, we have binded this view with the student. I'm not sure, I might be deleted, but if you watch this previous video, every view is binded with the model. Now in this video we will discuss about view models. What are view models and why we need? Let's understand. View models are custom view where we wanna display 2, 3 or more models inside a single view, or every view is binded with the model. But in case where we need to display multiple models within a single view, at that case we need a view model. So for this purpose, let's say I am giving you a use case for this tutorial. I want to display student with the list of subjects. Okay, so that's why I have created this class, subject class. You can easily right click and create this class. I'll be not doing or wasting your time again and again. If you are following these video tutorials from very first video, then you will be familiar with these models. Okay, so I have created this class subjects, and now I want to create a view where I will display the student with the list of subjects. Okay, one student have many enrolled subject, for example. So I will create, right click and add a new folder. I have already added this view model. I will right click and add a class, and I will rename this class as student view model. Okay, so understand, in this view model we have one student with the list of subjects. So for one student I will create property of student, import the namespace, and then student. We have one student with the list of subjects, so I will create I enumerable of subjects because we want to display the list of subjects. Okay, so this is our view model. Now in the controller I will create another action for displaying list of students. Just get rid of all of this code and all of this code. First I wanna display a single student, okay, with the list of subjects. So first I will create var student equals to new student, and over here I will specify id as 1 and then name as Rauf and then address as Islamabad. Okay, so this is our single student and I wanna display the list of subjects with this student. So I will create var subjects equals to new list of subject. So over here I will specify the list of my subjects. So I'll create first subject id equals to 1 and name equals to computer programming. Okay, and next I will create another list of subject id equals to 2 and name equals to. We will create all of this stuff dynamic in our upcoming videos, where we will learn about ASP.NET with database. We can use SQL Server or SQLite. Okay, we will learn that stuff in our upcoming videos. Next I will create database analysis and one more subject. I will create id as equals to and then name equals to, you can say algorithm. So this is our list of student. Now I will create view model, where view model equals to new student view model. Remember, we have recently created this student view model. So over here I will specify, if you go to view model, you can see we have one student inside view model and list of subjects. So I can create student equals to this student and subjects equals to, you can say subjects. Okay, so this is our view model. Next I will pass this view model into our view, but we don't have any view for this. I will right click on view and add view, and this time I will add a empty view. I don't want to map this view model with any one of our existing classes, because I know I can select list, but I don't need to specify any model class from here. I can specify view models, but I will create my own. Okay, so I don't need to specify this one. Right click, add view and empty. Okay, add, replace the existing one. So this is our view which doesn't have any using namespace, and this is the empty view. So let me change student with subjects list. Okay, so if I start my application at this stage, so we are getting a empty view. Now I will map that view model inside this view. So first of all I need to bring the namespace. So I will add using my project name. Let me stop this one so that IntelliSense might work. And it is not using, it might be model. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are learning ASP.NET MVC and I am Rauf Yassin. In the previous video we have discussed about view models. In this video we will discuss about default routes in our ASP.NET MVC5 application. So if you go to app_start folder and you'll find route config file. So in earlier at the introductory lecture of MVC ASP.NET MVC, I have discussed these default routes. So in this video I will specifically discuss this default route, and in our upcoming videos we will discuss about convention based routing and attribute routing. Okay, so first understand what's going on this default route. When our request goes to our application, the MVC route pattern will look up for name, which is the default, currently the default name for home for the controller. Basically the route map method contains three parameters: name, URL and defaults. There are other overloads for this function, but the default which contains three parameters. So first one is the name of route, which is default, then URL, which will be controller, then action, and then ID. ID is an optional parameter. Look at this, we are passing ID as an optional parameter. So if you start your application again and navigate to student, get student, so match this pattern. We are passing controller name as student and action name as get student, but we are not passing any parameters to this route. So if you refresh this one, look at this, we are getting our students page. Okay, so I have designed something extra in this form for my personal practice, but ignore that, just understand we are getting an empty student. Okay, so if you click on employee list, we are getting list of our employees but without parameter. So we will create another action where we'll pass this parameter. So inside our student controller, I will create another action, public action result, and then edit student. Over here I will pass an ID as an parameter. So here I will write return, instead of view I will simply return content. Okay, so if you start your application again, edit, let's make sure the name of edit student and click OK. Look at this, the parameter dictionary returns null, contains null for the parameter ID. Because we are using this parameter over here, we need to specify that parameter. So I will specify as 2 as the value of ID. So look at this, we are getting student ID is equals to true. Let's say I want to specify 10 over here. Look at this, student ID is 10. So this is how you can pass parameters to your default route. So this is enough for your default routes. If you go to route config again, you will find that we have this route map method, and we now understand the basic way of passing data to URL parameters and the default routes, how works. In the next video we will discuss about convention routing and how to add multiple routes in your application which contain multiple parameters. Look at this, we have only one parameter. Let's say I wanna display list of students with the multiple parameters. So how we can achieve that requirement? We cannot achieve with this default route, because over here we are passing only ID as a parameter. But this default route works for the most scenarios, but there are some chances where you need to create your own custom routes. So we will discuss about in the next video. Take care of yourself. We'll meet again in the next video. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are learning ASP.NET MVC5 and I'm Rauf Yassin. In the previous video we have discussed about this default route. In this video we will discuss about custom routes, how we can create custom routes and why we need. This default route will work for most of the scenarios, but there are some situations where you need custom route, because in this default route we are accepting only one parameter, and let's say in our scenario we have currently added student. Let's say I want to display the list of students with their status, or I want to select a list of students, you can say by their date of birth or anything, any multiple parameters, or sort. I want to sort by records, by some actions. So these scenarios will not be covered with this default route, so we need to define custom route. So in order to define custom route, you will define custom route before this default route, because the order matters over here, because we should create our you can say custom routes by most specific to the most generic. Otherwise more generic route will be applied, and this is not we want. So I will create custom route over here. So you can simply call routes dot map route. Okay, so this is our default. This is how you can create your custom routes. So it contains 3 parameters. If you type double quote over here and look at this, we are getting these parameters: string name and string URL, then string name, URL and defaults, and then we can also specify constraints and objects and stuff like that. But we should use this one for the time being. Okay, so over here I will specify the name of our controller or default. So I will write student by passing year. Let's say I want to display the list of student by passing year. So this is the name, and then the second parameter will be URL. So over here we have student controller and then by passing year, and then I will specify month parameter over here, and I will specify year parameter. Okay, so this is how you can pass multiple parameters. Over here we are passing only one parameter. Now we have a controller, and within that controller we must have this action result by passing year, and then we have this month and this year. You can create multiple parameters as you want, and you can write your own scenario over here. And next I will write the defaults as, you can say, so the defaults will be an anonymous object. So we'll define new anonymous object, and over here I will write controller equals to student and then we'll specify action equals to, you can say, by passing year. Okay, and semicolon. We don't need semicolon because we have already written that one in the below line. So this is how you can create your custom route. We are setting the default name for this route, and we are setting the URL pattern for this route, and we are setting controller name student and action name by passing year. So I will create this action over here in the student controller, public action result, and this one. This will contain 2 parameters because we are passing year and month. So I will write int month and int year. Okay, and then I will simply return content year year, and I need to specify month as well, so I will write month month. Okay, so if you start your application again, and if you go to your action by passing year and hit OK, look at this, the dictionary contains null, because we are supposing two parameters, month, and we have another parameter year, so we need to specify that parameters as well. So let's say I wanna display for March and for June 2020. Look at this, we are getting month 3 and year 20. So let's say I wanna put 2020. So this is how you can create your custom routes. Now we have this student action controller with the bypassing year and March month, and then we can pass year. So this is how you can pass multiple parameters inside your URL. So understand, this is the action result, bypassing year. So if you go to your route, we have defined this action here over here. You can change your URL pattern over here, passing year. Instead of bypassing year, we can simply create our URL like this by passing year. So if you start your application again, if you click on this, look at this HTTP error not found. We don't have any URL for this, so I'll simply write passing year and hit OK. Look at this, we're getting our desired output. So this pattern will must match with this pattern, and this will contain that when this URL hit, which controller and which action will be called. So you can call this action. You can also write constraints for your URL pattern, like how to validate them, their values, their minimum length, their maximum length, and stuff like that. You can validate them, because I don't want to waste your time, because I will show you another approach, the good approach for using these routes in our next video. So that's why I am not wasting your time by writing this pattern. So if you wanna learn how to validate these custom routes, you can Google and learn more about this one. Okay, thank you so much. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video, we have discussed how to create custom routes in ASP.NET MVC5 application. So in this video, we will discuss about attribute routing. In ASP.NET MVC5, Microsoft introduced a cleaner and better way to create custom routes. Instead of writing custom route over here, we will use attribute routing for writing custom routes. So in our application, we have only one or two controller right now, but when our application grows, and this file will contain a lot of attribute routing. So rather than creating all of controllers routing over here, we will use attribute routing as a cleaner and better way for custom routes. So instead of writing this code over here, we will cut it from here. Stop your application, and we'll cut it from here. And in case of using attribute routing, we need to enable them before. So I will write comment enable attribute routing. Okay, so we write routes dot this route object routes dot map MVC attribute routing. So this is how you can enable attribute routing. Now we can write attribute routing on each action where we want. So let's say I wanna validate this route, so I will write like this. route square brackets, and over here I will write route, and in here I will specify, look at this, there are two overloads, template and then properties and order. I will write, let's say I will write or student controller, then by passing or simply passing year, and then I will use these parentheses for month and these parentheses for year. So this is how you can write your custom routes. Look at this. If you compare this with your existing code, let me paste that over here. This is the messy and 1 2 3 4 5 or 6 lines of code, because we don't have any constants in that code, and it's of 5 or 6 lines. So this is a cleaner and better way to achieve this custom routes by writing only single line. Okay, so if you cut it from here and save and start your application again, refresh, look at this, we are getting our desired output. So pause this one, 6, look at this, month is 6 and year is 2020. So this is how you can use attribute routing. If you wanna validate or restrict your routes, you can use that one as well. Okay, in order to validate your attribute routing or apply constraints, you will go to your URL. Let's say first understand the problem. We are accepting month, and we know months are from 1st Jan to first month is a January and 12th month is a December. We only accept values from 1 to 12. And if I navigate to my URL, and you can see I am passing month as 4 5 6, and it is successfully accepting this month. And obviously if we are accepting this value, we need to pass this value to our database. So rather than posting wrong values into database, we can apply constraints to our parameters. So in order to apply constraints, I will simply place a colon over here. Let me stop this one, and I will apply colon, and then I will apply let's say I wanna apply this as int. I wanna accept only integer parameters. I can directly apply range. There are a lot of functions. Let me write some of them over here. We can apply range, min, max, and regex for regular expressions. And I can also apply data types, as I showed you here. I can also apply data types. So it's good practice to apply data types as well. There are a lot of other attribute functions, or you can say constants, available in this framework. You can navigate to Google and you can search how to apply constants in ASP.NET MVC5, and you will find a bundle of different operations. So let's say I want to validate my month, and the range of my month should be 1 to 12. This URL should accept only 1 or between 1 to 12. Okay, so I will apply another constant, colon, and then I will write range, and over here I will specify 1 to 12. Okay, so if you start your application again, close this one and refresh this one, look at this HTTP error 404, standard 404 error. We are not getting any URL because this value doesn't match with our attribute or parameters. So if I supply 1, we're getting month 1, and if I supply 6, we're getting 6, and if I apply 12, we're getting our desired output. But if I apply 13 over here, HTTP not found. So this is how you can apply constants in your attribute routes, and you can specify as many constants you wanna. You can also specify with this one, let's say year, and then you can directly specify min value for this year 1990, and you are not supposed to accept a parameter before 1990, you can apply that one. So this is a very best and easiest way of applying parameters to your routes. I hope you like this video. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We're learning ASP.NET MVC5 and I am Rauf Yassin. So far we have learned the basic fundamentals of ASP.NET MVC5. In this video I will discuss the best way to pass data from our controller to view. So first, I will not write any code in this video. I will simply explain you what we have done so far and what is the best way to pass data from controller to view. So if you go to your home controller, in the previous video, in our learning video, we are using this property to pass data from our controller to view. ViewBag.firstName, viewBag.dynamic property. I have already explained viewBag. So this is the one way to pass data into your view from your controller. And over here we're passing list of employees by using viewBag.employee property. Okay, so this is the first way of passing data. Another way of passing data, instead of passing data like this viewBag.employees, you can also use temp data. Temp data, and it's a data dictionary, so you can write your object over here, employee, and then you can specify its value as Rauf Yassin. You can pass any value into this temp data. You can pass strings, you can pass arrays, you can pass models, you can pass anything. So this is the another way of passing data from controller to our view. So first way is passing data using viewBag. Another way is passing data using temp data, and we have learned how to pass data from our models to view and view models to view. So in the previous video we have learned how to pass data from models to view. So let's say I wanna display the list of students. I will create an action result, public action result, list students, or you can simply write create student, and over here you will write var student equals to new student. This student is the model of our student, so you can also set its values like id equals to 1, name equals to Rauf, and address equals to London, let's say. So this is our model. So let's say you want to pass this value to your view, so you can simply write return view and you will pass this model to your view. So this is the third way of passing data. First we've learned viewBag, then temp data, and this is the way I have already shown this way in my existing video, how to pass models into view. So this is the another way, and the last way is creating your view model. In the previous video I have already explained about view models. Create view models and then pass that view model in the view. So we have 4 methods right now for passing data. Might be another one exists in the previous version of ASP.NET MVC5, and viewBag is the very temp data is the very sort of version of ASP.NET MVC. Microsoft introduced temp data, and then later and they have decided to improve that one and they called it viewBag, and that has also a problem. Let's say I want to go here and let's say I change this magic property over here, like instead of first name, full name. It will not show any compile time error that we're using first name inside our view. So if you go to view, right click and go to view, look at this first name is not changed, and this will not show any compile time error. When I start application it will throw an exception. So every time I change my view viewBag property over here, I need to change that one in the controller, and if I change inside controller I need to change inside our view, and it will not show any compile time error or compile time warning, and this is a serious thing. So make a note, don't use viewBag and temp data for passing data from controllers to view. There are only one recommended way or you can say two recommended way for passing data from our controller to view, and that are I have explained over here. If you are passing single model, then you can use simply this approach. You can create your object of your model and you can pass that model object into your view. And if you want to pass multiple models inside a single view, then you need to create a view models. I have already explained about view models. Always create view models and then pass that view models into your view like this. So remember this one, always pass data using model to view or view model to view. These are the recommended way. Don't use view bag, temp data, but I have all explained you about view bag and temp data. If you are working on your existing project that are built on earlier version of ASP.NET MVC, then you might see their view bag or temp data are used. Work with them, but don't use that approach in your new project or currently in your working project. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are learning ASP.NET MVC5 and I'm Rauf Yassin. In the previous video, we have learned the best way to pass data from controller to view. In this video, we will discuss or we will play more with Razor View. What is Razor View and what is Razor Engine and how it works in ASP.NET MVC5. So if you go to your any one view, look at this. This is a simple view. Okay, so if you look at this view, we are writing our C# code over here, we're writing HTML over here, and we're writing HTML and you can say your ASP.NET or C# code inside the simple same view. So Razor View is responsible for rendering your server side code into your client side. If you start your application at this stage, so if you look at this, we are getting IT for solutions, YouTube channel and my address. So after first time I have write viewbag.fullname and it is displaying, instead of viewbag.fullname, it is displaying IT for solutions because I have defined this viewbag.fullname inside our home controller. And look at this, I have defined this over here. So this is the server side code and it is rendered at client side. So if I right click and inspect and click on this, look at this, we don't have any view bag or any server side code at the client side, but we're getting our desired output or we're getting our value. So this is how HTML or you can say our Razor View works. So Razor View is responsible for your rendering your server side code on client side. And if you go to your view again, and we will not stop application because I will play more with this Razor View so that you can understand everything. So let's say you wanna write any logic, you can write anything inside this view. You can write C# code, you can write HTML, you can write CSS, you can write JavaScript. This is the Razor View and you can write anything over here, and it is smart enough to understand that what's going on here. So if you look at this code block, this is the multiple line of server side code block. You can write any or you can write HTML within this, but if you write this code block, you can write your server side code in multiple lines, and you can also write your client side code. And if you want to write simple single line code, then you will need only this @ symbol. So I will play more with this one. Let's say I wanna create some variables where first number equals to 10, where second number equals to 20, and where sum is equals to first number plus second number. So this is our server side code. Let's say I want to display it somewhere, so I will simply write p tag over here, the sum of two numbers is sum. Look at this, I cannot write this sum as it is within this p tag. I need to specify @ over here to represent that this sum is a C# variable. So if you save this view and if you refresh this view, Look at this, sum of two number is 30. You can also create for each block. Let's say I wanna create for each, so simply write for, let's say I wanna create for, so simply write and press tab. Look at this, this is our for. So let's say I wanna display a table, simple mathematics table 1 to 10, and I will write over here, let's say I wanna display table of 2, so I will write 2x, and over here if you remember the table style 2x1 equals to 2, then 2x2 equals to 4. So let's understand, this 2 and x will remain same, that's why I have write 2x over here, but this 1 2 3 4 5 will be increasing, and this is would be the value of I, so I will write at I over here. So this is what value of I, this value will be replaced like 1, like 2, and go on. And after that we have this equal will also remain same, and over here we need multiply of this 2, and this will be multiplied with this I variable, and we can fetch our output. So I will write at, and I can only write any expression within these parentheses. So I will multiply 2 multiply by I. Okay, so if you start your application again, refresh and go to here, and let me get rid of all of this static values from here and refresh again. Look at this, we're getting our desired output. 2 1s are 2 and 2 9s are 18. Let's say I want to display it to 20, I can simply write equal over here and refresh again. Look at this, we're getting our table. So this is how you can use for each block. Let's say I want to display the greater number, so I will write another code block, and over here I will write for first number. Instead of first number I will write underscore, because I have already defined this first number. So I will write number 1 equals to 50, and then number 2 equals to, let's say I want 60. Okay, so over here I want to display the greater number, so get rid of these underscores because number 1 and number 2 will be fine. So I will write if first number greater than second number, then you can write this, and make sure that if you are writing server side code inside your Razor view, either your statement is a single line or multiple line, you need to write this code block, you need to write these curly braces. Okay, and you can write P and first number is greater than second number. Okay, and over here I will write else, and you can simply write text. Second number is greater than first number. This text is not defined in the standard HTML, but this text is understandable by Razor view of ASP.NET MVC5. So if you save this one and refresh this one, look at this, second number is greater than first number. So this is how you can use inside your Razor view. So let's say you wanna over here we are writing this if else block inside this code block. Let's say you wanna write this if block somewhere out of this code block, you can also write this one. So over here you can write this one here, but make sure to specify @ sign over here because we are out of code block, and over here as well. Okay, and tab, we don't need this one over here, and paste it over here. The Razor view will be smart enough, and it will understand that this is the code of C# and this is the code of simple HTML. Okay, so if you save this one and refresh this one, and look at this, we're getting second number is greater than first number. You can write any server side code, you can write any logic, you can write anything inside this Razor view, and it will be rendered accordingly onto your client side view. So this is all about razor view. We have learned this razor view in our previous video as well. If you go to getstudents.cs HTML page, look at this. We are rendering using for block, and we have also written this code. We're rendering, we're creating this table, and inside we're row inside we're passing these values from server side, and we're also iterating using this for each loop. And we have also write something like this. We can create variables, is married, if statements, else statements. You can create list of objects, you can write variables, you can write for block, for each block, while loop. You can write anything inside your razor view, and it is smart enough, and it will be rendering your server side code into your client side code. So this is all about MVC, ASP.NET MVC5. We have learned all the basic fundamentals of ASP.NET MVC5, and I don't want to go to in detail of each and every step, because you need to learn more about. You need to learn .NET, ASP.NET Core, you need to learn .NET Core Web API and stuff like that. And then obviously you need to learn SPA like React or Angular, and I have to cover that one as well in our upcoming courses. So this is all about ASP.NET MVC5 in the basic fundamentals. In the next video I will start working with databases. I will create database, and in the first section of database we will create CRUD operations like create, read, update and delete, and we will create CRUD operations with a model using ADO.NET. I will write connections, commands, data readers, data tables one by one in our upcoming videos. And after that we will perform that CRUD operations using entity framework database first approach, and then I will perform CRUD operations using entity framework code first approach. After learning all of this stuff, after this I will create a complete e-commerce application using ASP.NET MVC5. In that application we have admin panel, separate admin panel, and we have a website for client side as well. So we have to learn more about ASP.NET MVC5. Keep practicing and stay tuned and watching regular videos and doing practice at regular basis. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin, and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. So far we have learned a lot about ASP.NET MVC5 fundamentals. Now this is time to move further and create some databases and store these records into database, and display these records from the database dynamically. So I have already told you in the previous video we will learn all about database concept using ASP.NET MVC5. First we will use ADO.NET for performing our CRUD operations. Then we will learn about entity framework, and we will perform CRUD operations using entity framework database first. And at the end, and the most important, I will perform CRUD operations, and I will not specifically CRUD operations, I will deep dive into entity framework code first, because code first is the best approach for the developers. I will explain each and everything, and with reasons and with practical reasons that how entity framework code first is better than ADO.NET. And you can't say ADO.NET, but it is better than database first. Okay, so let's start. In this video we will create a database, and we will set up the connection string with our ASP.NET MVC5 application. So open your SQL Server. So this is our SQL Server. If you want to learn SQL Server, you can go to YouTube and search Inspire Programmer, my YouTube channel, and you can also watch 5 hours of complete SQL Server and SQL Concepts course on Inspire Programmer and IT for Solutions YouTube channel. That's a free course, and you can watch complete. So expand this database tab, and I will right click and new database. We will create a new database, and I will rename this database as, let's say, eStore DB. So this is our database name, eStore DB. Okay, click OK. And before creating any tables inside here, I will show you how to set up connection string for this eStore DB. We will create, basically this is the e-commerce type database, and where we'll write store products, categories, orders, order details and stuff like that. Now I will show you how to set up connection string. So stop application, go to Solution Explorer, and you can see we have web.config file. In this web.config file we have to create our connection string, but if you go to views you will find another web.config file inside this views folder. But this web.config file contains settings related to views, but we wanna set connection string. So let me close all of this one. We need to define connection string inside this web.config file. So open this one, and in the configuration section type so let me figure out this one. What is telling me the configuration element is not declared. So if you ever see this error in your ASP.NET MVC5 development, directly go to XML, then schemes, and you will find .NET config.xsd. So click on and set it use this schema. Okay, so and your error will be gone through. Next we will create our connection string. So I will simply write connection string, and over here I will write add, then name, and over here I need to specify the name of my connection string. Okay, so let's say I wanna create ECS as in connection string, and then I need to specify connection string, and over here I need to specify data source equals to, over here I need to specify my SQL Server name. So go to SQL Server, click on here and copy this name from here. Okay, so paste it over here. So after this write semicolon, and then I will specify initial catalog as the database name. Initial catalog equals to the name of my database eStoreDB. So write eStoreDB. This is my database name. Okay, and next thing I wanna set the security. I am using Windows authentication. So let's say I connect. Look at this Windows authentication, I can easily connect. So simply I will write integrated security equals to true. Okay, if you are using SQL Server authentication or any authentication, you need to specify your user ID equals to this and password equals to this. You need to specify that values as well. So after this I need to specify provider name, and provider name would be system.data.sql client. Okay, so this is how you can set up your connection string inside ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. Okay, so this is all about connection string. In the next video we will create tables, and we will perform the first you can say the first operation from our database. We will fetch some records from database and will display that records inside our view. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are learning ASP.NET MVC5 and I am Rauf Yassin. In the previous video we have created this eStoreDB database in this SQL Server, and we have also defined our connection string in this web.config file, and we have set the name of this connection string as ECS. So make sure this is our connection string. In this video we will start our first operation related to database. We will insert values into our database. So before proceeding, let's go to SQL Server, and we don't have any tables in this database, so we have to create a table where we will store our entries or upon which we will perform CRUD operations. So right click on table section and new table. So we will create our first table. Let's say we are dealing with employees and students, so that's why I need to create a table. Like let's say I want to create table for products. Forget about employees, do something different. Int, and instead of product ID simply set it ID, and then name and voucher 50. And then for new viewers, let me tell you that we are performing CRUD operations using ADO.NET and plain text SQL queries. In the next upcoming videos, we will perform CRUD operations using ADO.NET with store procedures, and then we will perform CRUD operations with ADO.NET Entity Framework database first, and after that we will go through Entity Framework code first. Okay, so that you can understand each and every step related to C# and ASP.NET MVC5 and SQL Server. So this is the name of product, and then price would be decimal 18.2, set and voucher and set it to 18 with 2 decimals. Okay, and then let's say you wanna set supplier and voucher 50. Simple as that. So this is our primary key. So right click, set primary key, and navigate to top, identity specification, set it to true, so it will be automatically incremented by each entry. Click on this icon and set it as products. Okay, so this is our table. We have 4 columns: ID, name, price and supplier. Before doing anything, because we are using ASP.NET MVC5 and I have to create the model for this product. So right click on models folder. We well familiar with models, so I will create model product, and in this model I have to create 4 properties: int ID, then prop string, and this would be name, then decimal, price, and after that we have string supplier. Okay, so this is our model. Now we have to create our controller. So I will right click on controllers and add new controller, and I will set it as MVC5 empty controller, and I will set it as product controller. Okay, click on add. So this is our add. We don't have any action result like index. I will get rid of this common action result. I will create my own action result like public action result, and let me make sure the name of this would be create, and instead of get rid of these parentheses. So this is the action result where we will create our products. So basically we should have these 2 action result, because one action will return the simply view and one action will perform CRUD operations. So before proceeding, let me get rid of this. I'll explain you next, and next we will simply return view. Okay, so whenever user hits our product controller with default action create, it will return the product entry form. So we have created our database, we have created table, we have created model, we have created controller. Now the only remaining thing is called view. So we have to create view for this create action. So I will right click on view, add view, MVC5, and this time I will not select empty view, because I wanna create a form, and MVC framework automatically give us these templates: create, delete, details, edit. We will use some of these default templates. So let's say I wanna create a form. I will select this create icon button, and I will specify my model, for which model I wanna create form. So I will select products model and click add. So MVC scaffolding mechanism automatically creates our view, and if you have watched our previous video, we have done with this stuff, and we also understand what is this namespace model directive at the top of this view. because our view is now binded with our model. Okay, so before doing anything, let's start our application. At this stage, look at this, we are inside a view and our URL is now product/create and done. Our form is ready. Without doing anything, our form is ready, and then we can easily modify this form. Rather than writing everything from scratch, we can easily modify this form and we can customize this one. So let's say I wanna set up these two things. So I will go through create and I will write product information. Okay, and next I don't wanna this default product over here, and if I refresh, product information, great. Okay, so let's understand what is this view. We are starting our begin form, and then we are specifying an anti-forgery token. I'll explain this in our upcoming videos. And next we have a div of form horizontal, and in this I have validation summary for displaying our errors, and then I am setting a label for model, which is our model is product model, and setting for label for model.name, and then editor or text box for model.name, and then validation summary. We will discuss about validations in our upcoming videos. Okay, and same for price and same for supplier. And after this I have this form group where we have this submit button over here, and I have this action link. Okay, so get rid of this, I don't need this action link. At this time refresh. Okay, so I wanna change the style of this button over here, and I will also want to increase some sizes. So this is our create button. So instead of create I will say save product, and instead of using btn default, these are bootstrap classes. You can learn more about bootstrap from their default website getbootstrap.com. so I will set it as primary. Okay, so by using this class, if you refresh, look at this, our create is changed to save product because we have specified different value, and by using this btn primary, its color changed to this color. Let's say I wanna change the size of these text boxes, and if you go look at this, in the bootstrap every row has 12 columns. So let's say we are specifying our label with 2 columns and text boxes with 10 columns. It's fine, and 2, and it's also fine, 2, and it's also fine. So I think we're good to go. Rather than specifying separate column size, we can specify with these control boxes, but we'll discuss that one later in our upcoming videos. Okay, so this is our form. When a user will click on this save button over here, this will goes to our controller, and the default action it will look for create, because we don't have specified any action result inside our begin form. We can specify if we wanna, we can specify like this. Look at this, string controller name and string action name. We can specify save product, and we have controller name like you can say product controller. Okay, so if I create this one inside here, and don't forget to use http post, because this is the post action. User is going to send data to our server. So public action result save product, and let's say I wanna simply call content, and I will set it save action is called. Okay, or executed, and control F5. Let's say I want to click over here. Look at this, save action is executed. So this is how you can specify your own action result. If you don't specify this action result over here, the default action it will look for the same with the name of our view. So we have create, and we can specify create with HTTP post, and this HTTP post will differentiate this one, and we will also specify a parameter as product control dot bring the namespace and product. This product is what is the model of our product. Okay, so let's say I wanna control F5, start without debugging, and go back, refresh. Look at this, save action is executed. Click on this, save action is executed. So in this code block we will write our code to insert this model into our database. If you remember, in the previous video we have created the connection string, and now we have successfully created our database table. So let's say I wanna connect with my SQL Server. So I will right click on my solution project and add a new folder, and I will write config. Okay, so inside config I will create a class where I will be using for my upcoming videos, which I will be using, and I will set e connection, or you can simply write store connection. Okay, and over here I will simply return, I will create a method, static method, and I will return a string get connection, and this method will be responsible for fetching connection string from our web.config file and will return to the calling function. So I will simply return configuration control dot bring the namespace dot configuration manager dot connection string, and over here I will specify the name of my connection string. If you go to your web.config file, we have set this ECS as the name of our connection string. So I need to specify this one over here, and then I will simply call connection string. Okay, so understand, this store connection clause is responsible for fetching our connection string from this configuration file and will return to the calling function. Okay, now we are ready to connect with our database. Okay, so let's say using SQL, we don't have SQL connection control dot bring the namespace using system dot data dot SQL client connection is equal to new SQL connection, and over here I have to pass our connection string. So our connection string is now store connection control dot bring namespace dot get connection. Okay, next I will specify using SQL command cmd is equal to new SQL command, and over here I will pass my SQL command, and over here I will pass my connection. Object. Okay, so what is our insert command? We wanna insert this data, so I will write insert into, I can insert into products, and let's make sure what we have inside here, name, price, and supplier, because ID is auto increment and we don't need to specify that one. And I will set column name, price, supplier. I will specify values, and over here I will write single quote, then double quote, and then double plus. So this is our first value. Okay, so copy this one and paste it for price and paste it for supplier. Okay, and we have our product over here. I will set product dot name, and then I have product dot price, and finally I have product dot supplier. Okay, so this is our simple insert statement. Next thing, I will check for connection. If con dot state not equals to connection state dot open, if our connection is not already open, so go ahead and open my connection. Okay, next I will simply call cmd dot execute non query, and our insert process is completed right now. So after this SQL connection, I'll simply return a content, and over here I will specify record is saved in the database. Okay, so go to your view and control F5. Okay, so our first product, laptop, price 35,000, and supplier Muhammadiyah supplier. Click on save product. Look at this, record is saved in the database. Let's say add one more record, mobile 15,000 and Moin mobile shop. Click on save product. Record is saved in the database. So if you go to your SQL Server and right click on products table, select top 1000 rows, done. Our two records are now saved in our database. So this is how you can perform your first insert operation and store your values from ASP.NET MVC Web Application into your database. In the next video we will fetch these values and we will display these values in our HTML table, and then we will perform edit and update operation. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video I have inserted these values into our database, and we have also verified that our values are inserted into our database. In this video I will display these values into our HTML table. Okay, so if I start my application again and let's say I want to insert some records, and I will continue. Okay, so if I verify right now, we have these 5 values into our database. So I will go to my controller, product controller, and we have these 2 actions right now. Now I will create another action, public action result, and I will set list all. Okay, so I will display, or simply I can call get all. Okay, so this is our action result, which we will fetch values from database and will display into this list or HTML table. So first of all I will create a list of product. Because I want to display a list of product, I will use list, and I will simply call products is equals to new list of products. Okay, and next thing I will simply create my SQL connection. So I will write using SQL connection con is equals to new SQL connection, and over here I will write store connection dot get connection. Okay, and next I think I will write using SQL command cmd equals to new SQL command, and over here I will write simple SQL command, and I want to display select all from products. I want to display list of all my products. You can also specify order by and lot of more stuff if you wanna. And next I will check for my connection. If con.state not equals to connection.open, if my connection is not already open, then go ahead and please open my connection. Okay, so now we want to fetch data from database. We can use SQL data adapter or SQL data reader for this purpose. I will use SQL data reader because its performance is much better than SQL data adapter. cmd.execute reader. So this is how you can fetch data from your database. Next thing, I will create a data table. Control dot and bring the namespace using system.data, and I will simply call dt control dot okay dt products equals to new data table. Okay, so I have created my data table. Over here I have record in this data reader, and I need to create a data table where I will pass these records. So I will simply call dt products dot load sdr. Simply load all the records which are available with this data reader. Please load all of them into this data table. So now we have data table, but we want to display a list of products. So I need to convert this data table into this list, or I can simply store the value which are stored in this data table. I can easily store into this list. So I can do simply this by using for loop or while loop or for each loop. I will use for each for this purpose. So I will write for each, and I will write simply data row because I wanna fetch one by one row in dt products. Okay, and next I will call this my products list, products dot add, and over here I can simply pass list of products. Okay, so I will simply call new product. Okay, so this is a single product where I need to specify all of these values. Okay, so let's add some space over here. Okay, so over here I can simply fetch values from this row. This row represents a single row, dot rows inside a single row inside this data table. Now I can iterating over here, and by using this for each I can simply fetch one row from data table and then store that row into our list object, and after this for each or all of data table items will be added to that list. Okay, so I can simply write id equals to convert dot to int 32 because id is of type int and row of what id. Okay, and next I have name, and I will simply call row and then name dot to string. This row is the variable which we are fetching. Like we have 10 rows, and first we will fetch first row and store all of columns of our database table into this list. Okay, next I have price, and we know our price data type is convert dot to decimal, and I will specify a row of what price. And finally I have supplier, and I will specify a row of supplier, and I will simply convert it to string. Okay, so our process is completed. So we have successfully created object of this product and fetch data from database, and we have successfully added all of our upcoming records from our database. I have successfully added with this list. Okay, so finally I can simply pass this list to my view. So after the SQL connection I will simply return a view and over here I can simply pass my products. Okay, so this is how you can fetch data from your database and you can pass this data into your view. Okay, so next we don't have any view for this get all. I will right click on this view and I will add view, and this time MVC5 view, and I will simply call add. And in the previous video we have used this template create because at that time we want to create a form. In this video I want to display a list of products, so I will select list and I will specify a model as products model, and I will add, click on add. So look at this, our view is ready. So if I start my application at this stage with Control F5, done. So our view is ready. Now we are fetching these values from our database. Look at this, we have 1 2 3 4 5 values. Let's say I wanna create some more, so I will simply go to my action create, and let's say I wanna create like microphone, price is 2500 and supplier is, let's say, mock supplier. Click on save. Look at this, record is saved in the database, and I can simply call my get all, and done, or microphone is added over here. So this is how you can create your, you can fetch data from database and you can display that data inside here. So if you go to this view and instead of get all, I will simply set it product records. Okay, and this is our new action, so I will set it create new, which is the text of action, it's good, and we have this create action, it's also good. And I will also I don't want to specify any root value, I will simply set it as at class equals to, I want to specify HTML attribute btn dash primary. So instead of this action link, it will be converted into button. So look at this, create new. Okay, so if I click over here, I can easily navigate, and I need that another action which will go back to, instead of using this like get all, I have a button over here that will display. So I think you can create, we will also create in our upcoming videos. Okay, so this is how you can create your tables, and let's understand what is happening over here in the view. We have simply call table, and we can also specify table dash bordered, and we can specify table dash hover. So these are 2 or 3 bootstrap classes, and we have HTML dot model name, model price, and model supplier, and after that we are iterating over the model because we are passing the list of my model, and we have used this I enumerable. We can also use list over here because we are passing list. I can also use that one. Okay, so next we are displaying iterating over that model, and we're simply displaying, and we have these 3 action links, one for edit, one for details, and one for delete. We'll discuss that one in our upcoming videos. If you refresh over here, look at this, this is our view, and let's say I wanna add action over here, so I will simply look at this, we have this empty th over here, refresh action. Okay, so in the next video we will perform this delete operation, and after that we will perform edit, or you can say update operation using simple plain queries. Okay, thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin, and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have displayed these records from SQL into this HTML table. In this video we will perform this delete action over here. So if I go to my view, get all, and basically I don't need this details action over here. I don't only need these two action like edit and delete. So save. Okay, we have these two actions over here. So I can also convert these into these action links into buttons or icons, and I can use that one. Font awesome icons or glyph icons I can easily use, but that's not a purpose of designing. And I will discuss more about designing in our upcoming project, where we will perform e-commerce application. Will create a complete e-commerce application using ASP.NET MVC5. Okay, so let's say if I hover over here, you have to notice over here what is the URL. So we have http localhost, then 60658/products, which is the name of our controller, /delete, which is the name of our action, and /id, because if you go to your view and look at this with delete action, delete text, delete action, which is the name of action result, and by default the controller is product controller, and we're passing this id as an parameter, the id of our item or product. So I need to create an action inside our controller. So I will create action public action result, then I will specify delete, and over here I know we are receiving one value. Okay, so if id equals to null, and I will simply set http not found. Okay, and then I will use my SQL connection equals to new SQL connection. This is a simple example. We'll discuss more about these validations and how to validate URL parameters and stuff like that. Okay, and I will simply call store connection dot get connection. Okay, and I will simply create a using SQL command cmd equals to new SQL command, and over here I will write my query. So delete statement, so delete from table name products, where I want to delete on the basis of this id, where id equals to, and again single quote, then within this single quote I will create double quote and double plus, and I will pass this id. Okay, and after this I will pass my connection object over here. So again I will check for my connection. If con.state not equals to connection state.open, then go ahead and please open my connection. Okay, so after this I will simply call execute non query. Okay, so in the insert operation we have simply returned this content record is successfully saved in the database. So instead of that simple content I will simply write, or you can simply say over here, this is telling me null. So if 1, because we know we 0, if id is less than 0, then return http not found, or you can return a bad status over here. We'll discuss more about that one. Okay, so this will complete our delete operation. So after this I want to display a list of products. So instead of this content I will not display list of products, so I will simply copy get all this action result, and I will use, after my connection object I will simply call return redirect to action, and over here I will write that action name get all. Okay, so control F5, okay, let's say I want to delete this USB. Click on here, look at this, delete it. Click on here, here. So this is how you can perform delete operation. We have successfully performed 3 major operations. Let's say we have inserted records, we have displayed records, and we have performed delete operation in this video. In the upcoming video I will simply create a view for edit, and I will not create basically a view, I will reuse this view. I will use this view for both edit and update process. Okay, so I will perform edit operation in my upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have successfully performed this delete operation. In this video we will perform our edit operation. So if you click over here, look at this, we are navigating to products controller and edit action, and we are passing ID over here. There are two options for performing edit operation. One and easiest way is that you can simply create a new view for your edit action and you create a new form like this for editing. So this is not a good practice because we only need this default form, and this is a bad practice for creating the views for edit and update or save or update different views. You can simply write your basic logic to do this stuff. So I'll show you how. So let's say we are navigating to edit action. So I will simply create an action result over here, action result edit, and we are accepting an ID as an parameter. So first thing we need to fetch values from our database. So I'll simply check if ID less than 0, less than or equally, because we don't, and I'll simply return HTTP not found. Okay, let's say. And next I will simply use, you can say, next I will fetch values from my database. So I will simply call var product equals to new product. Okay, so I have created this products. I can simply pass underscore over here. So this is my variable and I am creating object from products class. Okay, so now I can simply create my SQL connection, CUN equals to new SQL connection, and over here I will specify my connection string like store connection dot get connection, and then I will using SQL command cmd is equal to new SQL command, and my command is this select all from products where ID equals to single quote. Within that single quote I have this double quote and then this double quote, and I will specify simply ID over here. Okay, so after this connection I'll pass my connection, and I'll check if my connection dot state not equals to connection dot open, and go ahead and please open my connection. Okay, so after this I'll simply create a data reader, SQL data reader str equals to cmd dot execute reader. Okay, next I will create data table dt record, or simply set it dt is equal to new data table, and I'll call dt dot load this data reader. Okay, so now we have record inside this data table, and we can also check over here if this ID value exists or not. I can simply set it over here. If str dot has rows, then go ahead and do this stuff. Okay, so otherwise simply return HTTP not found. Okay, so understand, now we have our product inside this data table, and I want to fetch that from and assign to this product. So I can simply if you remember into our previous video, we are creating for each and we are creating row. We are fetching one by one row because we have only one row over here. So I can simply create data row equals to dt dot rows of what 0, because we know we have only one row inside here. Okay, and now I can specify values to assign values to this variable. So I can specify product dot id equals to convert dot to int 32, and I can specify a row of what id. Okay, so if you go to here, I can simply copy all of these values and paste it over here, and it will save my time. Okay, so I will write all of that here. So let me format little bit, and underscore product dot this product name, price and supplier, and get rid of these commas over here, semicolon and semicolon. Okay, so now we have record inside our products variable. We need to specify this product dynamically, and we want to use the same view, this create view, for both of our operations. Okay, so I can simply write over here, like I can simply write return view, and over here I will specify a view name. I wanna return to my create view. Okay, and I can also specify model, because we are using that our view. If you go to your view, go to view, you can see our view is binded with this product model. If we pass product model to this, that values will be automatically populated into this form. Okay, so products model, I will pass my products over here, products. Okay, done. So if I start my application at this stage, control F5, and let's say I don't want to navigate over here, I wanna refresh, and let's say I wanna edit this microphone. Click on edit, done. Look at this, we are getting our values for update operation but in the same view. So this is how you can create your dynamic view. Now we will have to do more stuff with this one, because we are passing our ID within that view. So if I go to my create view, I can see we don't have any ID attribute inside this view, so I need to hide that ID. So best place to hide that values is a little bit above with this save button. So I write HTML dot hidden for, and I can simply write m goes to m dot id. Simple as that. This form will contain this id value, because this id value is required for editing process. But what about this create view? No, we cannot create this. We can create, but we will use this create action for both insert and update process, and we need to specify id value for create view as well. So I will simply write new product, and I will specify id as in 0. Okay, so if user click for create action, this id will be 0, and if user click for edit operation, this id will be that value. So if you go to here, refresh, click on new, right click, inspect, and click this cursor and click on this button over here. Look at this, we have this id value now, and its id field, hidden field, and its value is 0, because we are only creating the record. So if I go to back and click on somewhere, look at this id value 8. So we have now this id. By default, at the time of saving, this id will be 0, and otherwise this id will be will have some values. So now I can come to my save action. Over here I am saving record. I can simply set some I can simply modify this one little bit over here, because I have now values inside here. I can change this one little bit. So I will simply write string insert SQL equals to this, and string update SQL equals to this. So I will fetch this insert statement from here. Okay, and I will paste that one over here. So this is our insert statement. Now I will have to write update statement as well. So I'll write update products set, and I will specify my column names over here. Okay, and I'll cut it from here. Set name is equals to this, and I will also specify price, copy price, and then I will specify supplier as this supplier. Okay, and I will also specify where class, where id equals to simply product.id. This is the story of id, because this id is required for update query, and this id also required because we are using same action for both insert and update process. I should have this id value. So over here, instead of passing values, I can simply write, and I can simply check product.id less than equals to 0, or simply write greater than 0. If id is greater than 0, then use update SQL otherwise use insert SQL. So this is the short form of if statement. I have already told about this in ternary operator inside my C# course. So this is how you can perform insert and update process inside our same view. So if my id value will be greater than 0, then this SQL statement will be used, otherwise this SQL statement will be used. Now start, control F5 and get rid of this, go to back, refresh over here. So let's say I wanna create a new item over here, and I wanna create, let's say I wanna set it as speaker, and let's say I wanna create fan 4500, and then fans corporation. Okay, click on save. Look at this, record is saved in database. So rather than again and again displaying record is saved, we can simply return to our view. So return redirect to an action, and I will specify get all. Okay, so control F5, refresh. Okay, this is our fan because I have specified 2 times delete. And let's say I want to edit this microphone, edit, and instead of microphone I can simply write like table updated, and instead of 2500 I can specify 3500 and updated supplier. Okay, click on save, and what's happening over here? Okay, go to your edit view, save, and let's say what is going on over here. Okay, if you remember in the starting videos I have told you that if I using the same action, like I am using create, and this save button will hit that create action, because if I click over here and I will click over here, this will look up for this action inside our controller. And now I am using this edit action for saving, and I need to specify, because I am using this create action result for both edit and update, and I have to pass that action result inside my form. I have told you already about this. So create, and I will specify controller name as product. Okay, so control F5 and get rid of this, go to back, refresh, and change this time this microphone as updated group, let's say, and 3500, and updated supplier. Okay, click on save product, done. Look at this update group. If I click on new, let's say I want to set a table 35 and furnitures, click on save. Look at this, our insert operation is working fine. And let's say I want to modify this laptop, click on edit, and I will use as updated laptop 5000, and let's say Muhammad supplier is fine, click on save. Look at this, updated laptop value is updated. So this is how you can use a single form for both of your insert and update operation, rather than creating a separate form and making a duplication of your code. You can easily create this one. Okay, so I hope you like this video. If you like this video, please share with your friends. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP .NET MVC5. Till previous video we have successfully performed CRUD operations on this table products, and we can now insert product, we can view product, we can edit product, and we can also delete product. So we have achieved this functionality by using simple plain SQL statements. Like if we go to our controller, we are using this simple plain SQL statement. So this is not recommended way of doing this thing. You might ask, hey Rauf, why you teach me this stuff that is not being used or not recommended? But it is important to teach you that might be you are working in a project, might be in a company which is using old edu.net plain text statements in their project, and it might help you to how to figure out problems or how to improve that project by using this way. So that's why I teach you how to perform CRUD operations using insert statements. Okay, from this video to next 4 videos we will perform same stuff using store procedures. So in this video we will load data from database, and we will use store procedure for this purpose. Okay, so I will go to my database. So this is our database eStore.db. So over here in the programmability tab, I will right click on store procedures, new store procedure, and I will write my store procedure. If you want to learn SQL concepts, store procedures and stuff like that, you can find 4 to 5 hours of my complete SQL Server course in my channel. You can learn from there. So I will simply create procedure, then name of my table is products, and then get all products. Okay, and next I will specify as then begin and end. So over here simply I write select all from products. Okay, so if you select all of this and click on execute button over here, look at this, we are getting our values. So I'll simply set execute it, and I'll copy the name of my store procedure, and instead of this plain SQL statement I will write name of my store procedure. And because we are using store procedure, so we have to explicitly define the command type. So I'll set cmd.command type equals to command type dot store procedure. Okay, so if you start your application by pressing Ctrl F5, get rid of this, refresh. Look at this, we are getting our record successfully. If I click over here and define, look at this, our records are successfully coming from our database. So this is how you can use store procedure. In this video we have performed select operation using select store procedure. In our upcoming 3 videos we will perform the remaining 3 part of CRUD term in our upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have displayed these records from our SQL Server database. In this video we are going to perform another operation, this delete operation using store procedure. Already we have done this delete operation using simple plain SQL statement like this. In this video we will convert this existing plain SQL into store procedure. So first thing, we'll have to go store procedure, right click new store procedure, and I will create a store procedure. Create procedure, then name of my table, you can write any name over here, delete by ID. Okay, so obviously we need one parameter over here, so I write ID as a type of int, and then as, then begin and end. Over here I will write delete from products where ID equals to at ID. Okay, so this is a simple store procedure for performing delete operation. Click on execute button over here and copy this one, and instead of writing TSQL simple SQL statement, I'll remove this one and I'll paste it over here. And because we are using store procedure and we have to explicitly tell that we are using store procedure, so I will write cmd dot command type is equals to command type dot store procedure. Okay, and next, as we know, we are accepting one parameter inside this store procedure, so I need to pass that one as well. So I'll simply write cmd dot parameters dot add with value, and over here I will specify at ID, and next I will specify this ID parameter. Okay, ID, and I think we are good to go. Let's make sure by starting this application that we are working or not. Get rid of this, refresh this one and click on delete button over here. Boom, our other next operation, delete operation, is successfully converted from plain SQL statement to store procedure. In the next video we will perform we will do this stuff for edit and save. Both of operation will cover in a single video. So make sure and stay tuned for the next video and our more courses. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin. We are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have performed delete operation using store procedures. In this video we will perform save and update operation using store procedure. As we are already we have performed these operations using plain SQL statements, we will convert that one into store procedure. And make sure we are using one view for editing or for creating new records. So we will create store procedure. First of all, I will go to store procedure, right click new and procedure. Okay, so create procedure, then products and save or update. Okay, and over here I will specify my parameters and then begin and then end. Okay, as we know what we have in our table, if you remember, we have ID, name, price and supplier. So I will create parameters over here, ID, int, and then I will specify name and watch of 50, and then I will specify price decimal 18.2, and then final we have supplier. Okay, so data type would be in watch of 50. Okay, so if you understand, we are using performing two operations in a same store procedure, and we have done same thing in our front end. We are using one view for both save or update process. So I have created this id parameter over here. So first of all, I will check if id greater than 0. It means that our id is greater than 0 and we're passing id value greater than 0. That means that we are going to perform update operation. So I will write begin and end, and over here let's say specify update statement. Okay, and next let's add something more, and next I have else statement over here, and over here I will write begin and end, and inside here I will write insert statement. Okay, so first of all I will write insert into products, and then I will specify column names. What we have, first column we have id, because we don't want to pass id. Id is an auto increment field. Then I will use name and price, and finally we have supplier. Okay, and get rid of this one, and over here I will write values, and the first value would be this name parameter. Let's copy all of this by shift alt and down arrow, and then move a little bit right and copy, and we are using these three values. And over here get rid of this one, okay, and place comma over here. Let's change language to this one, comma over here. Okay, so this is a reserve field. You can reserve word, you can write square brackets. Okay, so this is our insert store procedure, and over here I will write update store procedure. So I will write update products, and then set name, again reserve word equals to add name, and then I will pass price equals to add price, and then I will pass supplier equals to add supplier. Okay, so because this is an update statement, I need to specify some condition. So I will set where id equals to @id. Okay, so click on execute button over here. Our store procedure is executed. Okay, so copy this one and go to your save or update. So this is our statement. So come on, get rid of these two plain SQL statements, and over here I will simply pass my store procedure name. Okay, and next I will specify my command type. cmd.command type is equals to command type dot store procedure, and then I will write cmd.parameters dot add with value, and over here I will write my first parameter, and boom. Okay, so we have id, then name, then price, and supplier. Okay, I will write id, then name, then price, and then supplier. Okay, so over here I will write product.id, and let's change this to id dot name, product dot price, and finally we have product dot supplier. Okay, done. So next thing, if you go to your edit action, look at this, we are fetching values from, when user click on edit button, we are fetching values from our database. So we need to create this store procedure as well. So I will also create this store procedure. So I will right click on store procedure, new, and store procedure, and I will create procedure product get by id. I wanna get all of details of this product by passing an id as an parameter. So I will write as, then begin, and then end, and over here I will simply select all from products where id equals to at id. Okay, and click on execute button over here, copy this store procedure name and paste it over here. And next I will specify my command type, cmd.command type equals to command type dot store procedure, and then I will specify cmd.parameters.add with value, and we have parameter as id and its value will be simple id. Okay, we are good to go. If we start our application, control F5, get rid of this one and refresh this one. Okay, so if I click on create new, and let's say I wanna use something like board 250 and awesome supplier, save. Look at this, board is added. Now click on edit. Look at this, we're fetching values. These values are coming from this store procedure we have recently created, get by id. Okay, so if I set board updated, save, done, board updated. So congratulations, we are now performing our 4 major CRUD operations. Instead of plain SQL, we are using store procedure. And the purpose of these video tutorials, let's say in my previous 4 videos I have taught you how to perform CRUD operations using plain SQL. Now I am teaching you about store procedure. In my upcoming session I will teach you entity framework database first, and then we'll go through code first, and at the end we will create a complete e-commerce web application using ASP .NET MVC5, entity framework code first, and SQL Server. The purpose of these video tutorials is that might be you are working in a existing project, or you are working in a old project where these technologies is being used. So you should understand these technologies, these tools, how to use queries, how to use store procedures. Might be you got existing project for improvements, and you should understand what is going there, how to use store procedure and stuff like that. I hope you understand. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we will perform search operation on this grid. But now you are familiar with store procedure, I will use store procedure for this task. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In this video we are going to perform search functionality in our products table. So first of all I will create a store procedure, and I have created this store procedure. You need to write create over here procedure and then name of your store procedure, and after this write add filter as a parameter, and then select all from products where name is equal to filter, because we are going to perform search operation for this name field. Later on we'll extend this one and also use some wildcards like operators, so we'll do that later. So next thing, I have to create a form over here so that user can write something and press search button so that our action is called somewhere. Okay, so over here after this product record I will add HR, and then I will write div, and instead of div, first of all let me start html.begin form, and over here I will specify search as an action, and controller name would be product, and this time form method dot get, because we want to get some values from our server. Okay, so inside I will write div class is equals to row, and inside this row I will create div class is equal to call dash md dash 12. Okay, so after this I will create div class is equal to form dash group, and then I will create div class is equals to input dash group. Okay, so we have now group. In this group we can use span, and we can specify labels and text boxes and buttons in the same div. So I will write span, and I'll add another class input group dash btn. Okay, so after this I will write label, and I will write search over here, and after this label I need input, and I will write type is equals to text, and class is equals to form dash control. After this I will specify my id, so I will specify as search, and I will specify name as search. Okay, after this I will create an button, so I will write input type is equals to submit, and value would be search, and after this I will specify bootstrap classes btn dash success. Okay, and after this let's see what we have implemented in our front end. So control F5. Okay, so now we have this search record, and we should also set this button at the right side of this button. So I'll cut it from here and paste it after this button, and get rid of this HR. Click on this, refresh. Fine, let me add some more classes mr-2. Sorry, I don't want to specify, I want to set margin to this one, so I will write mr-2. I have created this class in my own bootstrap because I am using bootstrap 3, but this is the default class or predefined class in bootstrap 4. So refresh. Okay, we got some space over here. So let's say I want to write something like lorem, and click on search. Look at this, we are going to the action search inside our product controller, and we are passing search as a query string with the value of lorem. Okay, so we need to create this search action in our products controller. So let's say I wanna create over here public action result and get by id. Oh sorry, search, and over here I will write string filter. Okay, or you can simply write search for the simplicity, because we are passing this search parameter as a query string. Okay, now we need to search these values from our databases, because we are already getting these values from our database inside our get all method, and I'll create another method public list of product get products. Okay, so I'll copy all of this code from here and paste it over here. So get product is returning a list of products. So we're using a store procedure, so I will write string store procedure and string search. Okay, so get rid of this and I'll simply call store procedure. Okay, so if you go to your get all code, you can directly cut it from here. Okay, and you can simply call, instead of creating this one, you can simply call search, and over here I will specify my store procedure and with the parameter of null. Okay, so get products, sorry, it's get products. Okay, I am passing this null as parameter. So after this, add this curly braces over here. Okay, so our get method is simplified. Now I need to modify a little bit this. I have set this store procedure, and over here I will check if search not equals to, or I can simply or you can search if search not equals to string dot empty, then you will have to cmd dot parameters dot add with value, and over here I will specify my parameter. So name of my parameter is filter, and I'll specify search. Okay, so if we pass this search value, it will be passed to the store procedure. Otherwise, if this is a null, it will not be passed in the case of this get all, because we are passing null value. Okay, so we have created this list, and after this for each loop, or after this connection, basically we'll have to return this list. So I will return products. Okay, now our search method is ready, so I will create list of product, then products equals to new list of products. Instead of list of, I can directly call get products, and over here I will specify my search store procedure, and I will pass something like search. Okay, and this time this search will not be null, and this parameter value will be passed. Okay, so I'll have to use this search over here. Okay, after this I'll have to return view, and because we have already defined this view get all, I can simply call get all view, and I can pass this list of my products. Okay, so if you start your application at this stage, refresh, we got an exception. At line number product get all product has no parameters and arguments were supplied. So go to this store procedure, get all products. So I added this breakpoint and I'm getting this one, that search not equals to string dot empty, and this condition is true but this condition is false. So I think we can use for null for this purpose. Instead of string dot empty I can use null. So let's start again to make sure everything is working or not. Refresh. Okay, we are getting our desired output. So let's say I wanna search mouse. Look at this, our search functionality is working fine. If I go back to get all, and this time I wanna search desktop, done, our search functionality is perfectly working. Okay, so next thing I wanna implement like I only write desk instead of complete desktop. If I click on search, look at this, we're getting nothing. So for this purpose we can use wildcards, and I will use like operator over here where name like, and then I can simply write percent over here and then plus, and then I can also specify percent over here and click on execute, set it alter, execute, and go to browser, refresh and get all, and this time only write desk. Click on search, look at this, we're getting our desired output. Instead of complete mobile, let's say I wanna write mob, click on search, we're getting nothing. So let's make sure get all, and what we have, we don't have any mob inside, we have this laptop, lap, click on search, look at this, we're getting laptop. So this is how you can perform search operation in your ASP.NET MVC5 web applications. This video might be difficult for you if you are a new viewer, but if you are a regular viewer and following me from the very first video, then you will understand what we are going to do and what we have done in this video. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. So far we have performed CRUD operations with two different ways, like plain SQL statements and store procedure, and we have created these forms, we have displayed this list, but we don't have discussed about validations. In this video I will discuss about server side validations, how to perform server side validations, and how we can achieve different types of validations in ASP.NET MVC5. Okay, so let's say I wanna save these values into our database, and I click on save product. Look at this, product save and update accepts parameters at name which was not supplied. Actually I am using store procedure and these are the required parameters, I need to specify that one. So for this purpose, instead of displaying this error, our application should display a useful message to the user that this field is required or something else. Okay, so for this purpose, if you go close all of this and open up your create form, you will look at this html.validation summary. Over here the MVC framework will automatically display all of my validations, and if I doesn't have enable this validation summary, it is also assigned this validation message for individual labels. So our front end work is complete. So first thing I'll have to do, I'll have to go to my model, and over here I'll have to use data annotations. So let's say I wanna validate my name property, so I will write simply required and control dot bring the namespace using system.componentModel.data annotations. So this means that this field is required. We'll discuss more about data annotations in this video, but let's say I set this one, and with control F5 go back and refresh, click on save product. Look at this, we're getting again that message. We have implemented validation in our model. Our view is already using validation message for, but our controller also need this one. So before performing, go to our products controller. This is a create action. So before doing anything, first thing we need to check if model state. So I write if model state dot is valid. If our form is valid, then do this thing. Okay, cut it from here and set it this one. And if our model is not valid, then I'll simply return the same view. Over here I will specify create and I will specify my model as product, because I wanna, let's say user entered 2 values and one validation is missing. So if I refresh this one, let's say user entered this one value and doesn't enter this value, it will display validation message and also it will contain these values. So let's say now this time we have validated this name field. Click on save product. Look at this, the name field is required. Done. So we have implemented validation. Now I can discuss about data annotation. So let's say I wanna pass a custom error into this required message. So I will simply set error message is equals to product name is required. Okay, and let's say I wanna use this one for all of my product price is required and product supplier is required. Okay, control save and refresh. Click on this one, the name field is required. Let's say I enter something over here and I'm getting these errors again. So let's say save your model, control F5, and refresh this one. Click on this one. Look at this, product name is required and product supplier is required, because this form is this value is already populated. So let's say I wanna write something like microphone and click on save. Look at this, this microphone is still exists in the text box just because of this view, because we are returning the view with the existing model. Because if you look at this, we are passing microphone to this view, this model, and this text box is populated with this microphone. So let's say I want to enter something over here and I want to enter something over here and click on save product. Done. So this is how you can perform validations. Now I'll tell you more about data annotations. So let's say you wanna set this column name to be displayed as product name instead of simply name. You wanna set it product name. You can also use display data annotation property, and over here you will specify name equals to product name. Okay, so if you refresh this one, look at this, product name is updated. You can also set your custom names to your model values. And let's say you wanna set data type for specific field. Let's say in this case we have data type, so I can also specify data type, and then I can specify data type dot, we don't have any decimal, we don't have any double, but this is a currency, so we can specify currency over here. Okay, we can also specify minimum value and maximum value. We can also specify text length. Let's say I wanna validate this length and I can use string length, and over here I will specify 50 as the name of product, and I can specify error message equals to this product name should be 50, should be less than or 50 characters long. Okay, so this is how you can perform. Let's say you have a text box where you want to display multi-line values. You can also specify like data type, and over here you can specify data type dot multi-line text. Okay, you can also use date time, you can also specify date formats, and you can also specify stuff like that. You can also set up minimum length, you can also set minimum value and maximum value. You can do anything. And if you wanna learn more about data annotations, you can Google and learn more about which type of data annotations we can perform. These data annotations are very powerful, and make sure we are getting this validation from server. So right click on inspect and click on go to network tab, click on save product, clear all and click on save product. Look at this, our request goes to server. Okay, so this is a server side validation. Click again, look at this, our server is, click on all and clear and click on save product. Look at this, our request goes to server. So this is server side validation, but these data and annotations are more powerful. By using some of JavaScript libraries, we can also perform client side validation as well. So I'll discuss about client side validations in my next video. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are learning ASP .NET MVC5 and I am Rauf Yassin. In the previous video, we have implemented form validations using data annotations, and we have seen that this validation is working on the server side. Server side validation is much important, and you should use server side validation, but you should also use client side validation for the improvement of performance. You should use client side validation as well. Let's say a user wanna enter some values, and if they don't meet the required validations and click on submit, the request goes to the server, and then server look up for validation and will return that form, and this is a extra round trip. First of all, we should tell user at the client side, so our form is validated, then this request should go to the server. But make sure server side validation is very important, and you should use server side validations. So these data annotations, earlier we have used these data annotations. These data annotations are very popular and very much understandable by the jQuery validations libraries. We can use jQuery validate or unobtrusive JavaScript jQuery validations that are very popular, and they understand this data annotation validations as well. Most of the cases these validations will work, and in order to create your custom, you can also create that one. We will discuss about custom validations in our upcoming videos. So how to use client side validation? First thing you will have to do, right click on your project and go to manage NuGet packages. This is first time I think we're using manage NuGet packages, and we will be using this manage NuGet packages again and again in our upcoming videos. So over here in this manage NuGet packages, you will search for unobtrusive. So after searching, you'll find this microsoft.jQuery.unobtrusive.validations. So you can click on here and click on install. So it will gather some dependency information, and it will download microsoft.jQuery.unobtrusive.validations, and currently loss table variant is 3.2.11. so look at this, are successfully installed jQuery validations. Okay, so if you go to your scripts folder, you will find these files: jQuery.validate.js, jQuery.validate.min.js, and jQuery.validate.unobtrusive.js. These files, so these are our validation files. So now you will have to go to your shared folder and inside layout folder, and after this jQuery file you will have to use one from them. So I'll use jQuery.validate.unobtrusive.js. So copy this from here and paste it over here. And next thing you will have to do, go to your web.config file. Remember web.config file where we have defined our connection string. So after this, inside this app settings section, you will have to use this line, add unobtrusive JavaScript enabled value is equals to true and client validations enabled value is equals to true. So I think we're good to go. If you start your application now and refresh this page and go to network tab, clear all of these requests and click on this. Look at this, no request goes to the server. So this will definitely improve the performance of your web application. Now our client side validation is perfectly working. So let's say I want to type something over here and I click again. Look at this, no request goes to the network or server. So this validation is done on client side. So this is how you can perform client side validations. Now the performance of web application will definitely be improved because we are getting our validation error without going to the server round trip. So this is how you can use client side validations, and this is a very popular and famous library for client side validations, ASP.NET MVC5 Web Applications, and it works fine with data annotation. We don't need to do anything else, and this will definitely work for both client side and server side. Our server side validation is already done with the unobtrusive, or client side validation is also done. So we have learned a lot about ASP.NET MVC5 and we have covered our edu.net section as well. In the next video we will install entity framework into our ASP.NET MVC5 web application, and then we will use database first approach for performing CRUD operations, and after that we will use entity framework code first approach. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have implemented this search functionality using edu.net and store procedure. In this video we are going to install Microsoft Entity Framework into our web application, and then we'll proceed further with Entity Framework database first and code first, and we'll discuss stuff like that. Okay, so first go to Visual Studio and right click on project, then manage NuGet packages, and over here search for Entity Framework. Okay, and over here we have Microsoft.Entity Framework Core, but we are not dealing with core. We'll have to use this entity framework, Entity Framework EF6, and it is the latest version of Microsoft.NET Entity Framework, and click on install. It will showing us attempting to gather dependencies information for package. Click on I accept. Entity Framework 6.4.4. so this is the latest stable version at the time of recording, June of 2020. So we'll discuss about .NET Core framework, and we'll discuss about Entity Framework .NET Core, and it is our next course. So till that you will understand the basic of Microsoft.NET Entity Framework, and these are similar. The code and concepts are similar, but the framework is completely rewritten for cross-platform purposes. So it is resolving actions to install package Entity Framework 6.4.4 and adding file web.config, and successfully installed Entity Framework 6.4 to our project. So go to references and over here search for Entity Framework. Look at this, Entity Framework, Entity Framework.SQL Server. These two files are installed within that package. We'll discuss more about Entity Framework, and our upcoming videos are totally concerned with Entity Framework. as like I have told you about my edu.net tutorials, I have directly implemented edu.net, and I believe that you are familiar with edu.net classes like SQL connection, objects, stuff like that. But in this case, entity framework, I'll discuss more detailed about entity framework, and I'll show you different ways of doing things, differences between database first approach, code first approach, and a lot of more, how to see data, easy loading, lazy loading, eager loading, and a lot of more concepts are available in entity framework. We'll discuss all of them in very detail so that you become familiar, because all of these concepts are similar in Microsoft Entity Framework Core, which is the future of entity framework. So concepts are similar and code is also similar. So if you can work with entity framework, you can definitely work with Entity Framework Core. So this is how you can install entity framework into your ASP.NET MVC5 web application. In the next video, we'll start learning more about entity framework. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In previous video, we have installed entity framework into our application. From this video, I will start a brief introduction of entity framework, and then we'll discuss about code first, database first, model first, and pros and cons, stuff like that. We'll discuss more in our upcoming 2 to 3 or 4 videos related to entity framework, and then we'll go further. So let's start for introduction of entity framework. Okay guys, introduction of entity framework and ORM concepts. So first of all, we'll understand what is ORM technologies. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapping, is a programming technique for automatic mapping data and schema between the relational database tables and object oriented classes and objects, like in our case models and classes. ORM creates a virtual objects database, can be used from within the programming languages like C# or Java. ORM frameworks automate the ORM process. Okay. Now, ORM frameworks typically provide the following functionality, like we can use ORM frameworks for creating object model by database schema, that is called database first model. Creating database schema by object model called code first model. Querying data by object oriented API like link queries, language integrated queries, and then data manipulation operations like CRUD, create, retrieve, update, and delete. ORM frameworks automatically generates SQL to perform the requested data operations. If you have learned in our previous videos, we were using edu.net classes, like we have created our database by ourselves, and then we have created models by ourselves, and we are creating connections, commands, and open connection, close connection, and stuff like that you have learned very detailed about edu.net in our previous videos. So ORM does this stuff automatically. We can create our model classes from existing database, that is called database first approach, and then we'll discuss more about all of these approaches, but just let's understand that what we can do. We can create our model classes from database, or we can create our database from our model classes, and we can use link queries for performing a CRUD operation, that we don't need to open connection, close connection, create object of connection, write commands, store procedures, and stuff like that. We don't need. ORM framework automatically do this for all. ORM advantages and disadvantages. Advantages: developer productivity, writing less code, abstract from differences between object and relational world, complexity hidden within the ORM. It will definitely increase the productivity, and you can achieve as many goals you wanna, as many outputs you wanna, but within the writing less code. You don't need to write connections, commands, store procedures, open connection, and close connection, stuff like that. And the disadvantage are obviously reduced performance due to overhead or incorrect ORM use. We can wrongly use the given functions of ORM, and it will it can reduce the performance of our application. We can get fast performance and better performance by using ADO.NET and store procedures, but the disadvantage for that one is a developer productivity. Okay, the another disadvantage is reduces flexibility. Some operations are hard for implementing because if ORM is available for general purposes, but if we want to write something more and more complex, and flexibility might be compromises. Okay, ORM frameworks available in .NET. Built-in ORM tools in .NET frameworks and Visual Studio are Entity Framework, Link to Entities, and Link to SQL. But Link to SQL is not used. Entity Framework is very popular and a lot of developer community is using Entity Framework. Both combine entity classes mapping and code generation. SQL is generated at runtime. Obviously, we don't need to write anything related to ADO.NET classes. They will be automatically generated at runtime. Third-party ORM tools also available in Hibernate, Telerik, Open Access ORM. You can build your own. We'll discuss more about custom ORM in our upcoming tutorials. This is all about ORM, object relational mapping, and we'll discuss more about entity framework in our upcoming 2 to 3 or 4 videos. We'll discuss code first, differences, and stuff like that. We have already learned how to install entity framework into our web application, and we'll discuss more about entity framework in our upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching, and please do subscribe to my channel, and let's start entity framework in details from our next video. Thank you so much. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In previous video we have discussed a brief introduction of ORM, object relational mapping. In this video we'll discuss something about entity framework. Okay, so first understand overview of entity framework. Entity framework is the standard ORM framework for .NET. It provides a runtime infrastructure for managing SQL based database data as .NET objects like R models or C# classes. The relational database schema is mapped to an object model. Visual Studio provides built-in tools for generating entity framework data models. Data mapping consists of C# classes, XML, and attributes. Entity framework provides a powerful data manipulation API, CRUD operations, and complex queries with link. We can write any complex queries, and we can join multiple tables by built-in extension methods of C#, and we can also use link queries for complex queries as a you can say exchange for store procedure. We can write any query. So entity framework is a standard ORM for .NET operations. We can do a CRUD operations as we did with our ADO.NET, and store procedures we can do that CRUD operations by writing only 2 to 4 lines or 2 to 3 lines. We don't need to write first create a store procedure and then go and create connections, open connections, close connection, and stuff like that. Entity framework will automatically care all of that stuff. Okay. Entity framework features: it maps data tables, views, store procedures, and functions as .NET objects. I have already told about .NET objects like our model classes in our ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. And it provides link-based data queries executed as SQL selects on the database server. Parameterized queries, we can also pass that one. Built-in CRUD operations like create, retrieve, or read, update, and delete. Creating, deleting, upgrading the database schema, and it will automatically tracks changes into the memory objects like our models, and then it will implement that changes into our database. Entity framework components: the DB context class. It is a very important class. DB context is all entity framework is all about DB context. As a programmer, you will only need this DB context to perform your all of operations like create, read, update, link based queries. You only need this DB context class. DB context class holds the database connection, and entity classes provides link based data access, implements identity tracking, change tracking, and API for CRUD operations. Okay, and next, entity classes. that are of model classes. Hold entities objects with their attributes. Attributes means like our properties. We have created properties for our employee model or student model or product model. All of that are entities and their properties are attributes. Each database table is typically mapped to a single C# class, as we did with our previous videos. Within our previous videos we have created a table inside our database, products table, and then that products table will be mapped to a product class in our models folder. But the stuff we were doing is using edu.net and store procedures. This will be automatically done using entity framework. Associations in entity framework. Relational mappings. As association is the primary and foreign key based relationship between two entity classes, and it allows navigation from one entity to another. We can use navigation properties for navigating from one entity to another entity, and for getting reference data. Let's say we have two tables and they have a relationship on the basis of primary and foreign keys. We can use navigation properties for this purpose, and we can retrieve data from two to more tables, and we can insert data into multiple tables. Concurrency control. Entity framework uses optimistic concurrency control. No locking by default. Automatically concurrency conflicts detection. It will automatically detect concurrency control in our database. So this is all about entity framework. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we'll discuss about approaches used in entity framework, and we'll discuss more about entity framework in our upcoming videos. We'll do practical implementation in our upcoming videos, but you should understand the basic purpose of entity framework, and you should be familiar with the brief introduction of entity frameworks. That's why I'm creating these slide based tutorials. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin, and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5, and within that ASP.NET MVC5 we are learning right now about entity framework. In this video we'll discuss about approaches used in entity framework. So there are three types of approaches which are being used within entity framework. So first one is database first approach, then model first approach, and code first approach. We'll discuss a brief introduction about these three approaches and which one is better. So first of all, we have database first approach. The database first approach provides an alternative to code first and model first approaches to entity data model. It creates model code, classes, properties, DB context, etc. from the existing database in the project, and those classes become the link between the database and the controller. The database first approach creates the entity framework from an existing database. Will use all other functionalities such as model, database sync, and the code generation in the same way we used them in a model first approach. So first of all, in the database first approach we should have an existing database, or we have to create our database first. Then entity framework database first approach will use this entity data model to generate our domain classes and DB context classes. So we'll have a database, and then the entity framework will and entity data model will be responsible for creating our domain classes. Then we have model first approach. Model first approach is great for when you are starting a new project where the database doesn't even exist yet. The model is stored inside a EDMX file and can be viewed and edited in the entity framework designer. In model first, you define your models in an entity framework designer that generates SQL, which will create database schema to match your model, and then you execute the SQL to create schema in your database. The class that you interact with your application are automatically generated from that EDMX files. So this is about model first approach. And my favorite approach, code first approach in entity framework, the best approach used a lot of developers, and it is the best approach in entity framework. Entity framework introduces code first approach with entity framework 4.1 version. Code first is mainly used in the domain driven design. In code first approach, you focus on domain of your application and start creating classes for your domain entity rather than designing your database first and then create classes which matches your database design. The following figures illustrate the code first approach. Like if you, before discussing about this figure, let's navigate back to database first approach. In database first approach, we should have our existing database, and then entity framework and entity data model is responsible for creating your domain classes from this database. Okay, with code first approach, you will totally focus to your domain classes, like our model, student model, product model, employee model will create our domain classes, and entity framework is responsible for generating our database using these domain classes. So this is the third approach used in entity framework. So these are the basically three approaches used in our entity framework, and we'll discuss more about which one is better and how to use all of them. I'll not be discussing about model first approach because that is not being used by a lot of community. A lot of developers are using database first, and majority and I have personal preference with code first, and it is best. I'll prove that it is a best approach in our upcoming videos. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin, and you guys are learning ASP .NET MVC5 and entity framework. In this video, we'll discuss about code first or database first approach, which approach should be used and which is the best approach and better to use. So first of all, we'll discuss about the common misconceptions between the database first and code first. So some developer says database first gives you more control over the database. This is totally false. Using code first, you have full control over the database. Even you want to make changes, nothing to do with your code. You want to create triggers, changing the query behind view, changing the store procedure, all of this you can do with your code first. Code first is good for new projects, and if you have existing database, you should use database first. Totally false. You can do reverse engineering and you can use code first within the existing database, and I'll show you how to use code first with existing databases. So code first or database first, you can use either of these. You can do all using any of this, but code first have some advantages. So by using code first, you will have full versioning of your database, and in terms of migration history, you have all version history of your databases. In database first, all versioning will be done manually, or there are tools, but tools are much expensive, and manual work will be a lot of time wasting activity. So by code first, we don't need to do anything, but our database versions are fully in our control. By using code first, you can control your database versions free of cost. It will definitely increase your productivity rather than wasting times on table design, primary keys, foreign keys, and playing with database controls. You don't need to navigate to your SQL Server or your desired database. You will totally concern about your domain classes, and you will do all of your time with your domain classes, and entity framework will automatically do your database stuff. Code first save times, no clicks, no designs. I will teach you both of these approaches, and it is up to you to select any of them, but I'll strongly recommend you to use code first and stay up to date, because if you know, in entity framework core, which is the latest version you can say working with .NET Core, you'll need entity framework core. They didn't introduce till now entity framework database first approach. Till now, at the time of recording, only code first approach is available within the .NET Core. So I'll strongly recommend to use code first approach with entity framework. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video, where we will be working practically on all of this stuff. I think this is enough as a theoretical lecture. I don't like theoretical lectures and theories, but a little bit or brief introduction. You should be familiar with entity framework and its approaches, and which is better, and why we are working with entity framework. You should be familiar that what is this stuff. So that's why I have created these slides to tell you about theoretical concepts behind the ORMs and entity framework. Thank you so much for watching. We will meet again in the next video, where we will perform or we'll create our model using database first approach, and we'll discuss practically about database first, and then we'll discuss about code first in our upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rof Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have discussed about the differences between code first and database first and which approach is better. In this video we'll create our model using database first. First we'll create a database and then we'll create that model inside our project. But if you remember, we have already a model and we are using edu.net inside our SAM project. I'll recommend you to create a new project for this purpose. Okay, so first of all I will create a database. So go to database and right click new database, and over here I will write db first tutorial and click OK. And inside here I will create a table, new table, and this time I'll create a table like I will use id, integer, then name and voucher, and then I will use category and voucher, then price, decimal 18,2, and then I will create supplier and voucher 50. Okay, and then I'll set it as primary key, and I will set it as auto incremented field. Okay, and save, and I'll rename this product table as product. Okay, now we have our database db first tutorial, and in this we have this table, products table. Okay, so I will create our domain model using our existing database because we are discussing about database first approach. So I will right click on my project, add new item, and over here I will search edu.net entity data model, and I'll set it as db first model, add, and then we'll use entity framework designer from our database. Next, and I'll create a new connection, copy your server name from here and paste that one over here, and we'll select our database like db first tutorial, test connection is succeeded, then OK. And remember, db first tutorial entities is the name of our db context class. Remember db context, I have told you about db context class in my previous videos about entity framework. Then next, and select tables because I wanna add tables. You can also select views and store procedures, but we don't have any views and store procedures, and click on finish. Look at this, we have this products model inside our db first model.edmx file, and we have all of our tables inside this edmx file. As many tables we have over here inside our database will be displayed into this edmx model. If you close this model and if you go to your edmx file, db first model.edmx file, you will find over here db first model, and inside you will find this products model. And if you expand this one, look at this, your model is automatically created by using database first approach. And if you expand this one, context, and this will be your connection string. And if you go to your web.config file and Look at this. This is our existing connection string which we were using with the, you can say, with our existing edu.net tutorials, and this connection string is automatically created by Entity Framework Database First Approach, and this is the name of our connection string. And if you look at this, these are the extra things, but it is required for database first. And okay, so database first approach automatically creates our connection string, and it automatically creates our model classes from our database. You can see over here, and let's say I wanna use this inside somewhere. So if you hover over here, let's say open up this dbFirst.context, and the name of your context class is dbFirst tutorial entities, and it is inherited from db context, which I have already explained you in my previous videos. And this db set, virtual db set, represents a table inside our database. Okay, so I can do everything by using this class. Okay, so let's say I add a new controller, and over here I will set MVC5 empty controller, and let's say I wanna say db first controller. Add, let's say I wanna display a list of products somewhere in my table. So the first thing I'll have to use is to create a context. So I will write underscore context, and inside a constructor I can initialize this underscore context is equals to new entities. Okay, so this is our context class, and by using this I can do anything, and I can fetch data from my context, I can display, I can do anything. So let's say I want to display a list of products. So I have our products equals to underscore context dot, look at this, we are getting our products by using this context class. So I'll use where products dot to list. Simple as that. We get our product list by writing only single line. So this is the power of entity framework. If you look at this, and if you open up your home controller and set it over here, and come on, minimize this one, and you go to your get products function. Look at this, we are creating a list of products, then we are creating connection, then we create a command, and over here we are using store procedure, and we have also created a store procedure inside our existing database. Then we are passing parameters, then we are opening for connection string, then we are creating data reader, then data table, then reading data from data reader, and iterating over the data table to store all of my products into my product list. So all of this stuff is automatically done by entity framework by writing only single line. Now I can simply pass this product into my view. So this is the power of entity framework. This is how you can create your model classes by using your existing database, and we'll discuss about CRUD operations and how to fetch data from entity framework and display on view, and how to insert employee products, how to update, how to do all of this stuff in our upcoming videos. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yasin, and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In previous video we have created our domain model from our existing database. This one EDMX, this model we have created from our existing database, and we have created this db first controller, and we have created object of our context class, and we have discussed this stuff. We don't need discuss little bit, but I have only show the power of entity framework. In this video we'll fetch data from our database, and we'll display data into a HTML table. So first of all, let's go to your products table and edit, and let me add some records inside here so that I'll be able to display there in on the front end. So please wait a while. So I have populated my table. Now I'll fetch this data and will display into my view. So I have write this line in my previous video. First of all, I have created context object and initialize this one in a default constructor, and then I have created our products, and I use context.products.toList, and I have passed this products inside our view. So I don't have any view, so I will write add view, MVC5 view, add, and over here I will select list, and I will select a context class db first tutorial, and I will select this product, because we have two products which we will be using for edu.net, this one models, but now this time we'll be using edu.net entity model. Okay, and add entity framework, Microsoft ASP.NET MVC5 scaffolding mechanism will automatically generate a view for us. There was an error selecting code generation, and let's say I don't want to specify anything, cancel this one. Right click, add view, MVC5 view, and over here I will select a model list, and then I will select product and click add. Done. Sorry, I forgot to add a model class, that's why there is error in that model class, but forget that one. Okay, this is our view, so I'll only do add another class table dash bordered and table dash hover. Okay, and I will start my application by pressing Ctrl F5. Look at this, db first controller and the index action. Look, boom, our complete table is populated with records, and we have successfully fetched records from our table and displayed over here in our HTML table. So this is the power of entity framework. We have write only one line, and by writing one line we have displayed a list of our products. But if you are following my playlist from existing tutorials, and if you learned about edu.net, you will understand the difference between this line and the difference between this line. This all line of code is done by using only this single line. So this is the power of entity framework, and this is how you can fetch data from database and display into your web application. In the next video we'll discuss about how to implement this delete operation, and then we'll discuss about create new, and in my upcoming videos about all of the remaining operations. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yasin, and we're learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video I have loaded this data from my SQL database and displayed inside this HTML table using entity framework database first approach. In this video I'll implement this delete functionality. Okay, so I'm doing this delete functionality because this is simple, and we'll go from simple things to complex things. So first of all I'll implement this delete functionality. So if you go to your view and look at this, we are calling first get rid of this details action because I don't need this one, and we are calling delete action inside our controller, and it is accepting this ID as a parameter. Okay, so I will go to my controller, db first controller, and over here I will write my action result. So I will write public action result, and I will write delete, and we are accepting ID as an parameter. So I'll set it as optional null, and over here I will first of all I will check for ID. So if ID equals to null, then I will return new HTTP status code result, and inside here I will pass HTTP status code result, HTTP status code dot result we are not getting that much. HTTP status code and control dot bring this namespace using system.net, and then we can use bad request. If our ID is null, then we'll simply return a bad request. If our ID is not null, then we'll search further. So I will create a product equals to underscore context dot products dot find, and over here I'll pass my ID as an parameter. And next I will check if product is equals to null, then I'll simply return HTTP not found. Okay, otherwise I'll call my context dot products dot context dot products dot remove, and inside here I'll pass this product object. Okay, and after this I'll call context dot save changes, and after this I'll return redirect to an action, and over here I will pass my action name as index, where we are getting our list of products. Okay, so this is how you can implement delete operation, and we're using entity framework database first. Code will be remain same, either we're using code first or database first, but it's better to perform CRUD operations with both of these. Okay, so if you start your application, get rid of this, refresh, look at this, we don't have any details section. If I delete this electric board is deleted, and click on Vivo, look at this, our delete operation is perfectly working. So this is how you can perform delete operation. And the only thing I'll add, because we are using a default constructor over here and we're creating object of our context class inside this default constructor, so that's why I have to create a destructor, or you can say we have to create a dispose method for disposing all of our existing object. So I will write override, then dispose, this one bold disposing, and over here this is that we are overriding the default dispose method, and over here I will search if disposing, and then I will write context dot dispose, and after this I will simply write base dot dispose method, and inside this base dot dispose method I will pass this disposing object over here. So this will definitely remove our objects from memory, so I will write this after all of my code. So over here this will be at this place. So we have learned about delete operation, and we have also implemented this dispose method. Okay, so in the next video we'll discuss about how to create new view and how to store records using entity framework database first approach. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rof Yasin and we are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In previous video I have implemented this delete functionality, and I have also created this dispose method for disposing of our objects. In this video I will create a insert view and I will create my new products using entity framework database first approach. So if you click over here, we are navigating to create action. So first of all I will create an action. So I will create public action result, and that will be create, and over here this is the default get request where we will display our form. So I will create view, and I will right click and add view, and over here MVC5 view add, and then select create and select product add. I have already discussed all of this stuff in our previous videos by using edu.net. and I will set it as save product, and I will set btn primary, and instead of this create I will set as product information, and I will remove this from here. Okay, control F5. So this is our default view for creation of product. If you navigate to index section and look at this is our product form. If I click over here, we are navigating to our create action. If I click right now, we don't have any functionality for this because we have to create our HTTP post request inside our DB first controller. So I will create another HTTP post request, HTTP post, and over here I will create an action result, public action result, and then create, and over here I will pass my model product, and then I can access this product model inside my controller. So I have already explained all of this stuff and because our view is binded with this product model, and by default when user clicks on this submit button, and we are not passing any action over here, and it will directly hit to our create action within this this product model. So I will simply write context dot products dot add, and I will set underscore product, and I will simply write context dot save changes, and then I will return redirect to an action, and over here I will pass my index section for displaying the list of products. Okay, so if I start my application at this stage by pressing Ctrl F5, and let's say I wanna add a new product like microphone, category electronics as electronics, and I will set price as 350 and supplier Muhammadiyya supplier, and I will click on save product. Look at this, our new product is inserted successfully. If I create one more product like mouse, then category computers, and 550 and mark supplier, and click on save, look at this, our new product is successfully inserted inside our database. So this is how you can insert data into your database using entity framework database first approach. Code will be same for code first approach, and we have created our domain model or model schema using database first approach. So in the next video we'll discuss about edit or save operation, because we have successfully implemented add operation. We are retrieving data from database and displaying that data inside here, and we are successfully implemented this delete operation. So the only operation is remaining is the edit operation, and that we will discuss in the next. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. We are learning ASP .NET MVC5, and I am Rauf Yassin. In the previous video we have implemented this insert operation, and we have also retrieving data from our database, and we can also delete data using this table. In this video we'll discuss this edit operation and how to reload this data into this form, and how to do update operation. I'll be using this same form for this operation. Okay, so first of all I'll change this index as well. So go to index view, and over here instead of this index I will write product listing. Okay, and refresh. Done. Now if I click over here, look at this, we are going to edit action, and with the parameter of 6. So I'll go to my DB first controller, and over here after this delete action I will create another action and I will set public action result, and I will set it as edit, and I will set optional ID. Okay, first I will check for ID. If ID equals to null, then I'll return new HTTP status code result, and over here I will pass HTTP status code dot bad request. Okay, and remember HTTP status code for using, we'll have to use this using system.net namespace. Okay, after this I'll create a variable where product is equal to underscore context dot products dot find, and we'll get this ID. We can use find, we can use single or default, we can use where clause find. So after this I'll simply check if product is equals to null, if our requested product is not found inside our database, so I'll return HTTP not found, as we did with the delete operation. So after this we have this product, and we want to reload this product inside our create view. Okay, so I'll simply return view, and over here I will pass my view name as create, and I will pass product as model, because our create view is binded with the product model. Look at this, pass data dot models folder, products model, and our form will be populated with the values. So if you start your application at this stage, come on, get rid of this and go back, refresh, delete this one. Look at this, I wanna reload this microphone, electronics 350 and Mohammedia supplier. Click on edit. Look at this, microphone, electronics 350 and Mohammedia supplier. If you go back at this stage and create your new product and click on save, our new product is being saved. So I'll click on this. Let's say I wanna update this, Microsoft update it, and click on this save product. Look at this, nothing is happening over here because we are using same view, and we are now inside edit action, and this will look up for edit view. So I need to specify form of method options over here, as we did with our edu.net lectures. So I'll go to create action, and I'll pass my controller name as product. Controller name is db first. Now control S, control F5, it's working fine. Click on edit and set it as updated. Click on save. Look at this, Microsoft updated, but microphone updated. But this time what is happening over here, we have already a microphone, and I have tried to update this one, and we have found this Microsoft updated. Why this is happening? Because we are using same action result inside our controller. So this is our action result. So we need to modify this action result a little bit. But you have learned about validations in ASP.NET MVC, and if you find that if you want to validate on the basis of product ID, you need to use that product ID inside your view. So as we did in our ASP.NET edu.net classes, I'll create over here. So I'll create html.hidden for, and over here I will write m goes to m.id. Okay, so now our product ID is stored inside our form, but this ID is hidden. Now we can write our logic inside here. So first of all, I will check if underscore product dot id greater than 0, then it means that we are updating. So I'll simply write underscore contexts dot entry, which entry, product dot state equals to system dot data dot entity state dot modified. Okay, else I'll add product, and after this either we are adding our product or updating our product, I am saving record over here. So if you start your application at this stage, click on this microphone, update it, delete, and try to update microphone again. So I'll set microphone updated, click on save. Look at this, microphone updated. Our update operation is perfectly working. Let's say I wanna change this computer. I will set it as desktop computer, and I will set it as desktop computers, and I'll change price to 15,000, and let's say Islamia computers. Click on save. Look at this, desktop computer 15,000 and Islamia computers. So if I create my product right now, and let's say I wanna create my product with the vegetables, and let's copy and set it price 350 and paste it over here. Click on here. Look at this, our new product is successfully created. So now we are using a same view for both editing and update purposes, and this is best approach. I have seen beginner students are creating different pages for edit and update, and that is not recommended way. You will have to use this approach for editing record, or for creating a new record. You should use this same form, and you can simply validate. If you are using validation over here, let's say if you wanna use validate over here, so let's say if model state.isValid, and over here I will simply pass all of this stuff. Okay, and this cut it from here, and over here I will return a view with create view and with my model. Let's see what is happening. Start and Control F5, get rid of this, refresh one more time, and let's say you want to add something like this, and with this, click on save product. Look at this, nothing is happening over here. Why? Because we are using model state property, and we have learned about validations in our previous videos more, but I wanna tell you that this ID is a required field by default, and we are not setting this ID inside here. So I need to set this ID over here, new product, and over here I will set ID as 0. So this logic is we are writing over here. So when a user click on default view, the ID will become 0 and our model state will become valid. If you start your application right now, get rid of this, refresh, fill your form with some dummy details, and click on save product. Look at this, our new product is successfully saved. Let's say you want to update this one and set it simply updated, and click on save product, done. So this is how you can use same view for edit and update operation in ASP.NET MVC5 Web Application. We'll meet again in the next video where we will be discussing more about ASP.NET MVC concepts. Thank you so much for watching. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rufi Haseen and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In previous video we have implemented this save and edit operation inside a same view. In this video we will be creating a search functionality in our application. So if you remember, in a product controller, get all instead of this, get product. We don't have any action over here. So let's say I'll go to my view, product, get all, and over here I have this search form. Basically I wanna use this search form, so copy this form from here, and at the top of index I want to use this form, so I will search to this action result search inside my controller like db first controller, and form method is by default get, and I have this button over here for create new and create action, and I think we are good to go. If you start your application at this stage, I have already explained this form code in my previous video edu.net. I am simply creating this view. Basically the purpose of this video is to implement search functionality. So let's say I write something over here and click on search. Look at this, we don't have any search method. We'll create this one right now, and it is accepting this search parameter. Okay, so I will go to my db first controller, and over here I will create a action result, public action result search, and inside I will create a parameter search. Okay, so first of all I will create var products equals to underscore context dot products dot where. I can use now where, and over here I will simply pass lambda expression p goes to p dot name equals to search. Okay, and now I will return a view, and I want to return an index view with the list of this products, and finally I'll have to convert this to list. So if you start your application at this stage, control F5, and let's say write something laptop, click on search. Look at this, our search functionality is successfully working. Let's say you wanna search lorem, click on search. We have nothing inside here, and by clicking we'll have to write a code for, instead of refresh you can directly call action link. What we have inside our db first controller, we have index action, so I can easily call this action inside, get rid of this index view, and I can set it as index. Okay, control F5, let's search laptop, refresh, create new. Perfect, so our application is now perfectly working. But let's say you wanna search or use like operator inside this entity framework. Like let's say I wanna simply like this lap and click on search. Look at this, we're getting nothing. But if you remember inside our previous edu.net classes, we have used this like operator. If you go to your store database eStoreDB and go to programmability, store procedure, and get all products, get by ID, let's say modify this one, sorry this one, we have this store procedure search, modify. Look at this, we're using this like operator for displaying matching products or matching records. We can also use by we can also fetch or display matching products by using link query. Instead of directly writing this one, we can write link query. Okay, let's say I wanna fetch products, and I will, sorry, not over here, I want to search over here. So let's say I don't want to use this one, I wanna also display the matching. So I will write from p in underscore context dot products, and I will specify where p dot name dot contains, and I can pass search over here, and finally I will select p. Okay, so this is how you can write a link query by implementing like operators. Same we have done with this store procedure in our edu.net classes. I can use this link query and I can easily pass this one. Okay, so if you save this one and Control F5, refresh this one, look at this, refresh, and over here let's say I wanna search lab. Look at this, we're getting laptop. Let's say I wanna search for desk, I'm getting desktop computer. If I refresh again, and let's say we have this desktop computer, and let's say copy this one, and let's say you want to create a new record over here and paste it over here, and instead of desktop computer you write desktop mobile and write anything else in over here, save, and we have two records, desktop computer and desktop mobile. If I write this over here and click on search, look at this, I am getting desktop computer. If I write desk and search, look at this, I am getting desktop computer and desktop mobile. So this is how you can achieve matching functionality inside our entity framework using this link query. This was the purpose of explaining how to use link query for retrieving data using this like operator. You can also use direct lambda expression for this purpose. Let's say you wanna say matching products equals to underscore context dot products dot where, and over here you can specify lambda expression like p dot name dot contains, and you can specify search, simple as that, and you can pass that search object over here. And we are not using this code for this, so instead of removing I will comment out this code. So I'll copy and select and comment. Okay, Control F5 and get rid of this, refresh. Instead of searching for this, search all, and now this time I'll search for lab and click on search. Done, we're getting desk, search, we're getting. Okay, and refresh. So this is how you can implement search functionality, and in this video we have learned two different syntaxes. This is the lambda expression syntax and this is the link syntax. Obviously we can we can use link and lambda expressions, and we can implement major functionality using this lambda expression and link as well, but link is very popular and very powerful for writing complex queries. Okay, so I hope you like this video. Please do subscribe to my channel. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rof Yasin and you guys are learning ASP .NET MVC5. Till previous video we have successfully implemented our all of CRUD operations and search functionality using database first approach. From this video I will introduce how to use entity framework for your ASP.NET MVC5 web applications. So for demonstration purposes I have removed all of my existing controllers, my models, my views, and I have also removed my existing connection strings from here. Okay, so in this video we will start entity framework code first, and we will generate our database using entity framework code first approach. So first thing, I'll create a model class. So I will right click on model and add a model class, and I will rename this model as product. Add, and I will add properties, prop int id, and then prop string name, and let's say I want to add string category, prop string price, and not string, this will be decimal, and I will also specify string as description. Okay, this is our model class. Understand, entity framework is convention based, and this id property will be automatically considered as primary key of the table, because we are using id will be automatically considered as primary key of the table. Okay, so entity framework is convention based. So now how to create this product model into your SQL Server database, because we are using code first and we are only totally concerned with these domain models, and we don't need to touch this SQL Server or creation of database and tables or stuff like that. This will be automatically done by entity framework. If you remember in our existing classes, I have told you about DB context class, and we'll use that DB context over here. So I will right click, add a new class, and let's say I will set it as store context class name, add. And because this is a entity framework related class which will be responsible for performing CRUD operations and manipulation for our database, so I will inherit this class from DB context. Press control dot and import this namespace using system.data.entity. Okay, so inside here I will create my tables. So if you write pop dbset represent your tables inside your database, so I will write products. Okay, so this product is a model class inside our models folder, and this product will be a will become the table inside our database. So the third and only required step is to create a connection string. So I will go to my web.config file. So after this config section I will create my connection string. So I will write another section connection string, and over here I will write add name, and this is important, the name should match with the name of your DB context class. So we have store context, so we can copy this name over here and we can paste this over here. Let's say you want to change this store context to something else, and you want to use your custom name for your connection string. And let's say if you have multiple connection string, then how to change this name? By default, entity framework will be looking for the connection string inside this connection string section according to the name of this context class. So let's say you want to change your default name, so you can change by using a default constructor, and let's say default constructor, and you can pass name of your connection string to base constructor class. Look at this, we have a base constructor DB string name or connection string. You can pass your desired connection string. Let's say you want to use my connection, this is the name of connection string. Now you can use this name inside your connection string. Okay, so this is how you can use your custom name, but I am happy with the existing one, so I don't need to write this constructor for this purpose, and I will simply write this store context inside here. Okay, so after this I will create my connection string, and inside this connection string I will write data source equals to my server name. So I'll copy my server name from here, paste it over here, and then I will write initial catalog. Now this time we don't have any database inside our SQL Server, so I'll create my own database. So let's say I wanna create store DB. Okay, and after this I will specify integrated security because I am using Windows authentication equals to true, and after this I will use provider name, let's say change this to true, and after this I will specify provider name equals to system.data.sql client, as we did in our previous video. So this is how you can use connection string. Now the remaining step is to create database using our entity framework code first approach. So remember this DB set represents a database table inside our server. So when we create database, this table will be automatically created inside our database. So in order to create your database using code first approach, you will have to go tools, then NuGet package manager, and then package manager console. we'll use migrations for this purpose. So first of all, in order to use migration, you will have to enable them. So I'll write enable migrations and hit enter. Keyword not supported initial catalog. So let's make sure what is happening inside our connection string. I am missing I over here. Okay, so go ahead and CLS for clearing this one, and again try to enable migrations. Hit enter. Migrations have been already enabled in the project. In my project, migrations already enabled, and in your case it might display a success message that migrations are enabled. So if you go to your solution explorer and go look at this, we have new folder migrations inside our solution, and if you open this, we have the simple configuration class for the configuration of migrations. Automatic migrations enabled is equal to false. Automatic are not enabled, but we have enabled this one manually from this package manager console. So next thing, now we have DB context class. Inside that DB context, we have a single class that represents our model, or you can say our entity. This is a model class product, and inside DB context we have this product class. Now we can go ahead and create our database. So in order to create database, I will create first migration, and I will rename this initial model. Okay, and this is the name of my migration, and this is the command in order to create migration, and this is not case sensitive. And if I click enter, and it will go ahead and generate our SQL statement for creation of database and creation of tables and stuff like that. Scaffolding migration initialized, and look at this, we are creating this products table, a simple SQL statement create table and then products, and we are passing these values. And if you look at this ID, it's an integer, nullable equals to false, and identity equals to true. If you remember, I have told you this ID because entity framework is convention based, and it will consider this ID as default primary key, and because this is an integer column, and it will be automatically set as identity column. It means that it will be auto incremented column. And over here, look at this, we are setting primary key, not we are, basically the entity framework scaffolding mechanism generate this statement for us, and it is setting that ID is the primary key, and it generates this up statement for us and down statement for us. So it will go ahead, and if our products table exists, it will remove that one and it will create a new one for us. So till now we have created enabled migrations, and we have created migrations, but the last command we need to use is update database, and it will go ahead and execute this command into our SQL Server, and it will know our SQL Server by using this connection string. So go ahead, and after this update database, hit enter. Look at this, you can also specify this verbose flag to view SQL statements applying to the target database or not. So look at this, applying explicit migrations. So this is how entity framework code first will take care of your database versioning. If you go to our migrations folder, you can see we have this migrations initial create. We can anytime recreate, or we can anytime we can change the version of our database. So if you go to your SQL Server and refresh these databases, and you can find this store DB or database is created successfully inside our SQL Server. And if you expand this one, go to tables, and you can see we have this products table which is automatically created by entity framework code first, and we have another table, migrations history. If you right click and select top 1000 rows, you can see it contains migration ID, context key and model, and product variant. It will automatically take care of your SQL Server versioning, but we will not touch this migrations history for table. It will automatically take care of our database variants. And if you click your model product and select, look at this, our ID, name, category, price and description, our columns are successfully created. If you right click and design this one, look at this, nvarchar max, and by default decimal is 18,2 and description nvarchar max. But we don't want to specify nvarchar max, and let's say we want to change these data types, but we cannot change these data types inside here in the database design, because we are using code first, and every time we'll apply code first migrations, any change inside, manual change inside this server will be replaced by the entity framework and will be overridden. So I'll discuss about custom data types in my next video, where we will specify the custom data types and custom sizes for our tables, and we'll discuss more about migrations in our upcoming video. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rofi, and you guys are learning ASP NET MVC5. In the previous video we have created this products table using code first migration, and we have discussed that this is the problem. Our name field is nvarchar and its length is maximum character, okay, and it is allow null is equals to true. Null values can be stored, and same for the category and same for the description. So this is just because of conventions. I have already told you that C entity framework is convention based, and it is totally working according to conventions. So in this particular video we will discuss how to override that existing or default conventions. Let's say I wanna set this as not null, okay. So how can I achieve? I have already told you in my previous videos about data annotation. I'll simply write required control dot and using system dot component model dot data annotations. By setting this property, this field, this required will work for client side and server side validations at the runtime, and it will automatically set our table design, okay. And let's say I wanna set over here error message, and I wanna set this one, and over here I will specify like product name is required, okay. And next thing I wanna change string length, so I will write string length, and over here I will pass 50, okay. And let's say I wanna copy this one and set string length for category, and I want to set string length for description. So this is how you can modify your default conventions. Now go to package manager console, and every time you change to your domain model or add new domain model or modify your existing one, you will have to create migrations, okay. I have already told you about migrations in my previous videos. So first of all I will add migration and rename this migration adding data annotations to products, okay. Every time make sure to do small change and run these migrations, because if you do small changes into your domain models and run migrations, everything will work fine and you will not get any errors, okay. So click on this and add migration, okay. Our migration is now created. Alter column, look at this, we are altering this name column, and we are setting null label equals to false and max length is equals to 50, and for category we are setting max length 50 and for description max length 50, okay. And now go back to package manager console, and over here I'll simply call update database, hit enter, and applying explicit migrations, okay. Look at this, where if you go to migrations folder, here is our next migration, and by using this code first migrations we can control, and we have automatically the complete version history of our SQL Server. Okay, so close this one and refresh this one and right click, design, done. Look at this, name nvoucher 50 and it is not nullable, and then category nvoucher 50 and description nvoucher 50. So I have already explained about these data annotations for validation purposes for our running web application, but this time I am telling you how to overwrite existing conventions that are being used for the tables creation, and how to set some fields not nullable, how to set their length, and you can also set primary and foreign keys by using these data annotations. Okay, so this is how you can modify or you can override existing conventions. We'll discuss more about entity framework in our upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP .NET MVC5. In the previous video we have discussed about overriding existing conventions. In this video we will discuss how to create foreign keys using entity framework code first, and how to use navigation properties for this purpose. So in our scenario, let's say we have this products model and we also have this category column. Let's say I wanna populate this category in an extra new table, and I will display these categories as a drop down list when we add a product. So if you remember, okay, if you go to your controller, we don't have any products controller right now, but we'll create that one. So first understand how to create foreign keys, but for that purpose what we'll have to do, first we'll have to remove this category because we don't want this category right now over here. And remember, don't forget to use migration. So I will write I add migration remove category column from product. This is the name of my migration. Every time useful name, every time use useful name for your migrations. Okay, so I will click add and look at this, drop column category will be dropped from the products table, and I will write update migration, update database, sorry, and this column will be removed from our database. Okay, and next I will go to my models folder and I will add a new model, add class, and I will write is category, and in this table this is our next table or next model. So I will create prop int and id, which is the primary key, and I will write prop string as name, which is the category name. You can also define entity framework is convention based. This id will be automatically considered as primary key, or you can also write category id. This will be also considered as primary key, but I am fine with this id. And next thing, I will have to go to my context class and I will add another db set of category, and I will set it as categories and then get set. Okay, so we have now a new class and we wanna set this category id as a foreign key inside this products table. Okay, so what I will have to do, okay, over here, let's say I wanna set foreign key. So how you can set, you can simply write prop int category id. This id column is the primary key of your category class, okay, or category table, and by prefixing this id with the category, because entity framework is convention based and it will understand that this category is the prefix of id column, and id is the primary key of this class, and it will be considered as the foreign key inside your table. So let's say we we'll call it foreign key. Okay, so this will become automatically your foreign key because entity framework is convention based and it follows conventions. And next we'll discuss about navigation properties. Sometime you will have to load products with their categories. Okay, so for this purpose you will have to create navigation properties like we did in our radio.net classes. We have when we want to load related objects, we'll use joins like inner join, left join inside our store procedure. But if you use navigation properties, you don't need to write any join. You can directly fetch related objects inside a SAM view. Let's say you want to load products with their categories, you can load directly without using any join. So this is what we need. This is what we call navigation properties. So how to create navigation property? Prop category and category. Okay, so this is how you can create navigation properties. Okay, and I'll go to package manager console, and over here I will write add migration and adding category class and navigation to product. Hit enter, and this will first create a category column table for us, and it will also add a column in category ID as a nullable false, and it will be foreign key. If you look at this add foreign key, we have products table, and over here we're creating foreign key category ID, and it belongs to ID column of categories table. Okay, and next thing I'll have to do update database. Hit enter, and it will go ahead and apply that migrations into our SQL Server. So if you go to your table and right click on tables and refresh, look at this, we have two tables. If you expand this one and go to keys, look at this, we have category ID as a foreign key, primary key, sorry, inside this categories table. But if you go to products table and columns and look at this, this category ID is foreign key. And where is this navigation property? We have defined navigation property inside our products model. This will help us for loading relative objects at runtime inside this project. We don't need this category navigation property inside our database. So this is how you can define foreign keys and navigation properties in entity framework code first migrations and code first workflow. We'll discuss more about in our upcoming videos, and we'll use this navigation property to load relative objects inside our view. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have defined these foreign keys and these navigation properties using code first migrations, and we have created this foreign key inside our products table, and we have set this we have added this another entity inside our database. Okay, in this video we will perform CRUD operations on our first class, that is categories class. Okay, and we will use code first for this purpose, and close all of this, and I will add a controller, add controller, and over here MVC5 empty controller, I will set it as category controller. Okay, so first of all I wanna display the list of categories inside this index section. Okay, so for this purpose, for retrieving data from database, we'll definitely need our context class. So I will set private store context control dot bring the namespace underscore context. Okay, and I will create a constructor for this, and over here I will initialize this one new store context, and obviously we need a dispose method for this, so I will create override dispose. Okay, so over here I will first search if disposing, then underscore context dot dispose will dispose. I have already explained all of this stuff in my previous videos. So over here I wanna select list of my categories. So I will select categories equals to underscore context dot categories dot to list, and I'll pass this categories to my view. So I will right click on this and add view, MVC5 view, and this time I will select a list for our category class. Click add, and I will also apply another bootstrap classes like table dash bordered, then table dash hover, and you can also use, I think it's enough. Okay, so now start your application at this stage by pressing Ctrl F5. Okay, this is our categories table and it is empty right now. So first we don't need to populate our table over here because we are using code first, and we don't need to touch that database. We will create this action for creating our categories. Okay, so go to controller and I will add another action, public action result create for returning the view. So I will return view, and I will right click add view, and this time MVC5 view I'll select as create template and I'll select category and add. So this is our create view. I'll change this value to save category, and I'll change this default to btn primary. Okay, and I'll also remove this category from here, and I'll set, instead of create, I'll set category information. Okay, I'll explain, I have explained all of this stuff in my previous videos. So if I refresh right now, Control F5, okay, this is our category view. If I click over here, we don't have any index. This is our index section where we are displaying records, but we don't have any records inside our index view. So I'll click on here, let's say write something here. It's not working because we need this create action by HTTP post request. So I'll create that one also. I'll set public action result and I'll set it as create, and over here I will call my context dot categories dot add, and I will create a category over here. Category, and after this I'll select context. Instead of context it is category, then context dot save changes, and after this I will return to my listing page. So I will call return redirect to action, and over here I will pass index as action for displaying the list of my products. Okay, and one more thing, set it as HTTP post because we want to post our data to our server. So Control F5, get rid of this, refresh. Look at this, our first category is created. So create one more category, and this time set it as computers, save, and set it as mobiles, save, create one more time laptops, save, create another electronics, save. So our insert operation is working. Next we'll start working on delete. So go to your index view and get rid of this delete action because we don't need this one, and we are calling delete action and we are passing ID of our product. Okay, so I'll go to my category controller and I'll create another action, public action result, and I will set it as delete, and over here I will set as nullable ID. And first of all I'll check for ID. If ID equals to null, then I will return new http status code result, and over here I will set http status code control dot bring the namespace using system.net dot bad request. Okay, and next I will create where category equals to underscore context dot categories dot find. We have seen find in our previous video. In this video I will use single or default, and over here I will pass lambda expression c goes to c dot id equals to id. Okay, so we'll fetch category from database, and then I will check if category is equals to null, then I'll return http not found. So after this we have category, then I will simply call context dot categories dot remove, and over here I'll pass my category, and after this I'll call context dot save changes, and I'll return redirect to action, and this time I'll return to my listing action. Okay, so control F5, refresh. Let's say I wanna delete this FSTF. I will click on delete. Perfect, our delete operation is working. Now I'll start working on edit. So if you click this one, look at this, we're going to edit action and we're passing our ID as an parameter. So I'll create another action over here. So I will create action result, public action result, edit, and over here I will pass nullable ID, and I will check ID equals to null, then I will return new http status code result, and over here I will pass http status code dot bad request. Okay, and after this I'll create var category equals to underscore context dot categories dot single. You can also use single or default, you can use first or default, you can use find, or you can also specify where condition over here. Okay, so I'll use single or default, and over here I'll pass a lambda expression again. You can learn about differences of all of this from Google in detail. So we have category over here. Again I'll check for category is equals to null, then I'll return http not found. We don't have any result. Otherwise I'll return view, and this time I will return a create view because I wanna reload this inside a SAM view. So I'll call this create view. So I'll set create, and I'll pass my category over here. Okay, so at this stage run your application, get rid of this, go back, refresh, and click on computers. Perfect, our form is populated. Now if I click on this, because we don't have any ID inside our view, and we have not defined the default action for save and update process, and we need to modify this process as well, save process. So first of all, go to your create method, and I have already explained you how to use this ID. So I will write HTML dot hidden for, and over here I will write m goes to m dot id, because this ID is required for editing process, and this ID is also required for validating writing logic inside or create action for both index, both you can say update and insert process. So first of all I'll select if model state dot is valid, or you can write not, then you can simply return view, and you can return create view with this model if our form is not valid. Okay, otherwise I'll check if underscore category dot id greater than 0, then you can write underscore context dot entry, which entry, underscore category dot state is equals to system.data.entitystate.modified. Otherwise you can write context.add new category. If id is less than 0, you add new category, then save changes and then redirect to action. Okay, the last thing we'll have to pass this action result inside our begin form method. So I'll pass create as an action result and controller name is product. Okay, control F5. Let's add a new product over here category. So this time I'll add home items, save, and look at this HTTP. We got an exception over here. So let's make sure what is happening. We have this create, we are navigating to product controller, we should navigate to category controller. Okay, so control F5 and set it as home items and click on save. Look at this, we're getting this exception. I have already explained about this because we are using this ID over here and we are using model state.isValid. So this model will be valid at the time of editing because we are passing that ID as the time of edit. We are passing this ID, but inside our create view we are not passing any ID. So over here I will pass new category and I'll pass ID as 0 because I wanna set it ID 0 for my create action. So go to your view, control F5 and one more try. I write as home items and save. Perfect, our new item is saved. Now if I click on electronics and I will set it as best electronics and click on save category. Perfect, look at this, our update operation is perfectly working. So this is how you can create CRUD operations using code first, and you have this category table upon which we have created this CRUD operations, and we have used this same view for both add and edit operations. In the next video we will create CRUD operations for products class, and we will load these categories into drop down list, and we'll learn how to create these drop downs inside our products form. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have successfully implemented CRUD operations on our category table, and you can see our categories are loaded and we can delete that categories, we can edit that categories, we can create new categories. In this video we will create our product form and where we will load these categories into a drop down. Okay, so if you remember, inside our models folder we have this products model, and over here this category ID is foreign key. And if you have seen my Windows Forms tutorials or web based tutorials, you understand, or if you are working in your project, you understand this foreign key should be populated inside a drop down so that customer or end user can select category for each product. Okay, so we will load this category into drop down. So I have already shown how to load data, how to transfer data from controllers to view. You can use view bag, you can use view data, you can use temp data for, let's say you load categories from database and assign that categories to view bag, and then you can pass that categories into your view. But I have told you that the best practice for this, always try to use models or view models for this purpose. So let's say I will create another controller at controller and I will set it as product controller, and over here I will create action result, public action result, and I will set it as create. Okay, so first of all we need to load categories from our database. For this purpose I need my context class, so I will create store context object underscore context, and I will create a constructor, and I'll initialize my context class is equals to new store context. Okay, so I will also dispose this object, so I will write override dispose, and I will set it as if disposing, go ahead and please dispose my context object. Okay, so the first thing I have to load categories from database and then pass that categories to our view. So I will create var categories equals to underscore context dot categories dot to list. Okay, and now I'll have to create a view, and I can pass that categories inside our view. Because we are using create this action for both add and update process, I can directly pass, but this will not work in the case of update. I can use view bag and assign this property view bag dot categories equals to categories. I can use this approach. I can use temp data, but this is not recommended way. The recommended way for achieving this task, you will have to create view models. I have already explained about view models in this playlist. So first of all I will right click on my project, add a folder, and I will set it as view models. Okay, so I will right click, add a class, and I will set it as product form view model. Okay, so over here we need a product with the list of categories. So first of all I will create product, control dot bring the namespace, and then I'll select this one as a product. You can create entire product object over here, or you can write custom properties. If you need some of the properties from this, you don't need entire domain model, then you can write properties, and if you need all of properties, then you can reuse your existing domain model. And then I'll need list of categories. Okay, and then categories. Okay, so but view model is related to view, and we don't need to create list because we don't wanna insert, edit, update items inside list. So we can achieve this task by using enumerable. So we only need this list of categories inside our view. Okay, so our view model is ready. Now we can go to our controller, and I will create var view model equals to new product form view model, control dot and bring the namespace, and over here I will set categories equals to, just put underscore over here for differentiating categories, and I'll also need this product equals to new product. Okay, our view model is ready. Now pass this view model inside our view. Okay, so now this time to create view, I'll add a view, MVC5 view, add view, and create, and I'll specify create, and I'll specify model class as product. I'll not specify product view model, I'll do manually, because if you specify view model, that will introduce more complexity. So I'll create add a view. And the first thing at this stage, if you run your application, so we got this exception that the model passed to dictionary of type pos data view model product view model but dictionary. We are passing view model and we are mapping that view model into our view. So instead of this product, I'll change to view models dot product form view model. Okay, so now our view is mapped to our view model, And the next thing we'll have to change over here, we'll have to change product dot name and change it one more time and one more time. And then we have model dot category id. We'll have to change this model, this, and we'll have to change this, change the description, because we are using view model, and view model contains two properties. One is a product and one is the list of categories. Now I have binded all of my form with the product class. So if you go to your view model, look at this, we are accessing our model as a view model, then model dot product, and then we can access all of my properties. So Control S, Control F5, look at this, this is our form, and we need to modify a little bit, and we wanna load categories into this, and we will change this into, you can say, a drop down. So first I'll change this stuff, I'll set it as product information, and I'll get rid of this one, and I'll change save product, and I'll set it as primary. Okay, so if you refresh your, look, it's fine. The next thing we'll have to change this category id, because we don't want this category id over here. I'll go to my model, products model, and over here category id I'll use another data annotation. I have already explained about data annotation, name equals to category. Okay, and if you refresh, Control save and Control F5, copy this URL, paste it over here, hit enter. Perfect, category id is changed. Now our task is to change this text box into drop down. So first go to your create action, and over here we want a label for category id, it's fine. We want a validation message for category id, it's also fine, and we don't want this editor. Okay, so we wanna set it as, instead of editor we wanna set it as drop down list for, and then drop down list for model dot product dot category id, and over here I will select new, select list. I'll create one of extension method used for drop down, populating drop down, and the first argument I will specify as model dot categories. Okay, these categories will be loaded inside our drop down, and the next argument is the value member, and I'll specify value member as id, and the next argument is the display member, and I'll specify name for as a display. If you go to your models and categories, id is the primary key and it's a value member, and name is the text field, and it will be displayed for end user. Okay, so I have passed that inside here, and the next argument I can also specify the default value, and let's say I wanna set select category. Okay, so if you start your application at this time, refresh, look at this, or control is changed to category, and if you look at this, our categories are populated, but the design is not correct. So if you go over here, and let's say you remove all of this extra HTML attributes, okay, and change this one also. So simple, we are adding a form control class. Control S and refresh. Perfect, so our categories are populated inside this drop down. Now we can define our products, and we can select their categories as well. So this is how you can load data into drop down list in ASP.NET MVC5 using view models. In the next video we will insert this product into our database. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have displayed these categories. We have loaded these categories from database and will display it inside. We have displayed inside this drop down. In this video we will perform insert operation. Okay, so if you remember, this view is binded with the view model. If you go to create, this view is binded with the view model. So how to save this product? We are not binded with the model, we are only binded with the view model, and you will have to use these two. When a user click on submit button, we are calling create action of product controller. So we'll discuss this one. So after this create, we'll use http post attribute over here, and I will write public action result, and I will set it as create, and I'll simply do. Okay, now we have two options over here. First, we can create product form view model, and you can say product, simple as that, and you can simply call context.products.add, and over here you can call product.product, simple as that, and you can call context.save changes, and you can return content product is saved. Okay, so you can use this product. This approach will work fine. And if you write simple product over here, same spelling with small letters products, this will also fine. Instead of writing product.product, you can simply write product and it will work fine. So if you start your application at this stage, control F5, go to this section, refresh, and let's say you wanna add a board and electronics, and you will set 350 and good electric board, and click on save. Perfect, product is saved. You can use your view models or you can use this product, but if you use underscore or something else with this object, this will not work, because we are using view model inside our form, and this form will look up for product inside our action result. And if you use underscore or anything else, our properties will not be binded automatically. Then you will have to use bind over here, and if you will have to use include, and over here you can define your desired properties like this. Let's say like this. Oops, let's add bind within this square brackets and add this parenthesis over here. You can bind your properties like this. I think this would be equals, and get rid of this parenthesis. So you can define your desired properties like this. And one more error we have over here. So rather than, I can simply write name, then ID, then category ID, then price, then description. Okay, and now you can use your custom name for this object, but I think you don't need to do this stuff, and you can simply remove this underscore rather than writing more 4 or 5 properties for your model. Okay, so this is how you can save your products. And if you add a breakpoint over here and start your application with debugging mode, you can use F5 as a shortcut key. And where is this? I can create this one, and let's say you wanna add Oppo and mobiles 55,000 and description, and hit save. And if you hover over here mouse and look at this, we're getting category ID 3, description very good mobile, name Oppo F11 Pro, and price. Now our view model is binded with our view. So this is how you can use model binding. Or if you want to use a custom name for your object, then you can use the approach I've shown you earlier. Like you can use bind, and you can manually bind all of incoming properties from our view. So I hope you like this video. If you like this video, please share my videos with your friends and on your social media accounts. Don't really share that videos, please share the link of my video so that you can watch from here. Okay, thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video, we have inserted this product records inside our database, and we have discussed about model binding and view models, because our view is bind with our view model. Okay, in this video we'll discuss about eager loading and how to display relative objects inside our HTML table. We have this category ID as a foreign key inside our products table, and as we did in our edu.net classes, we use joins for this purpose. In this video we'll discuss eager loading, and we'll load relative objects using entity framework extension methods. Okay, so first of all I will go to my index section. This is action which will return the list of products. Okay, so I will simply call var products equals to underscore context dot products dot to list. Okay, so if you remove this to list, and this will not be loaded values from our database. So if you write to list over here, and this will go ahead and fetch items from our SQL Server and store over here. But we have foreign key, that is category ID, and we want to load relative objects inside this view. So how to achieve that? You can use built-in extension method include, and over here you can pass lambda expression like c goes to c dot. Look at this. This, I think this is reference with another namespace, but for this we should use this namespace using system dot entity, system dot data dot entity. Okay, now we can use this include, and over here we can simply write c goes to c dot category. Okay, so this will load all of our categories according to our products, and this is what we called eager loading in ASP.NET MVC5 and entity framework or concepts. Okay, now this products variable will hold property products with their categories. Now we can pass this product inside here, and I will right click and add view, MVC5 view, and this time I'll select list and I'll select product and add. Look at this. We have model.category.name, and we have model.category.name, and we have then item name, then product price and item description. If you start your application at this stage, perfect. Look at this. We're getting our mobiles category and product name, computers category and product name, and best electronics category and board. But we have these two name columns at the top, and we can't differentiate which one is category and which one is product. So either you can change this approach by using data annotations, and you can use display control dot using system dot component model dot data annotations, and you can set name equals to category. Okay, and if you start your application again, let's refresh this one. Look at this. This is category and this is the name of product. You can also do with this one, or you can directly change this within our model. Instead of displaying model.category.name, you can simply write like product name. Okay, but I want to display the product name before this, so let's cut it from here. And first I want to display the product name, then I want to display the category name. So I'll item.name, cut it from here and paste it at number first. Okay, now refresh. Look at this, product name and category name. This is how you can load relative objects without using any join or without using any complex. You can simply use include extension method, which is defined in system.data.entity namespace. Okay, this is already defined in link, but we want to use this one namespace using system.data.entity for achieving or loading relative objects inside our models. So this is all about eager loading and using include extension method for loading relative objects. And we'll meet again in the next video where we'll discuss something more about ASP.NET MVC5 and Entity Framework. Till that, thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have displayed these products with their categories, and we was using eager loading for this purpose, and we loaded and displayed relative objects. In this video we will implement edit functionality. I will not implement delete and details because I have already done this one, and I will also not do code for update because I have already told you about update process. But over here we have this value, and in the form we have this drop down. So I wanna populate this one and I wanna show this approach because in my previous video we don't discuss about this scenario. Okay, so this is a different scenario, so that's why I will simply reload these products into this view. Okay, so if you click edit, we are navigating to edit action with the id as an parameter. Okay, so I will create another action, public action result edit integer id, and first of all I will check if id equals to null. Then I will return new http status code result, and over here I will write http status code control dot and add using system.net dot bad request. Okay, after this I'll search this product in our database. So I'll create var product equals to underscore context dot products dot single or default, and over here I will pass p goes to p dot id equals to id. Okay, and then I'll check if my product is null, then I'll simply return http not found. Okay, so otherwise now I have this product and I wanna load this product into my create view, because our create view is using this view model, so that's why I have to create this view model. And if you look at this, inside new view model we are instantiating this product with a new object. But now we have this product from database, now we can instantiate our product inside our view model within this product. Okay, so I will create var view model equals to new product from view model. Okay, so over here I can write product is equals to this product, and I can grab my categories from my database as well. So I can write context dot categories dot to list. Okay, and after this I'll simply return my view. So I'll return view, and over here I'll pass name of my view as create, and I'll pass my view model. Okay, so if you start your application at this stage and navigate to /product /index. And click on this. Look at this. This is a board and electronics. Click on this, edit. Done. We have populated our form, and over here this is a board and this is electronics. Now you can use or watch our previous video, or you can now update this product easily, but I'll not tell you update, because we have done this with ADO.NET, with plain text SQL, with store procedure, and with database first approach, and we have also added this inside our category controller. And we have done, I have created this video because this was the unique scenario where we return view model instead of our product within this create view. So I hope you like this video. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rof Yassin and we're learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have loaded this product into this form and our values are populated according to that product. Okay, in this video we'll learn how to perform seed operation, or how to seed data into SQL using code first migrations. And because we're using code first migration, we should not touch this database for inserting some records, and we will use code first techniques for doing this process. So let's say I wanna create a new model class inside my folder. Sometimes in developing web applications there are some types of data that should be similar within the production development server, development database, production database, and testing database. So that's where we need seed operation. Okay, so first of all I'll create a new model to demonstrate seeding process, and I'll set as role. Okay, so this role means user role. Okay, so let's say we are wanna create a registration system, and where our user roles should be same within our development database, within our production database, and inside our testing database. So I will seed this user roles using code first migrations. So let's say I wanna create two properties, role ID and then string title. Okay, so I wanna create these two properties. The next thing, I'll go to my context class and I'll add another DB set, public DB set of role as roles, and then get and set. Okay, so now go to package manager console and add a new migration CLS and add migration, and name this migration as adding roles entity. Hit enter. Look at this. This has generated our simple code first migration, and then I'll write command as update database and hit enter, and our migration is successfully applied to our database. So if you expand your databases and if you go to your store DB and tables, look at this, we have this roles table and we want to populate this table, but we are using code first, we should not touch this database. So how to achieve this? First of all, I'll add another migration, add migration, and this time I'll write the name of this migration as seeding roles data. Hit enter. Look at this, we have this empty migration. Now I can write any SQL statement, and after updating command inside package manager console, this SQL statement will be populated our table. So I can write simple SQL, and over here I will write insert into roles, and over here I will specify my column names ID and title, and after this I'll specify values and 1, and I'll specify as administrator and semicolon. Okay, so after this copy this one for 4 times, and this time ID will be 2, then 3, because this is integer field, and we'll specify as power user and user, and you can also set it as client. So this is our empty migration, and we have populated this empty migration within this SQL method, and this is our up method. So go to CLS and write update database, hit enter. Insert explicit value for identity column in tables roles. Okay, so it says cannot insert explicit values for identity column because our ID is identity and we should not insert its values explicitly. It will be automatically inserted. Okay, so let's remove this from here, and now we have only one column. Insert into roles and go to package manager console and I write update database, hit enter. Okay, applying explicit migrations, go to your database and right click on roles table, select. Perfect. So now we have seeded our roles data inside our roles table. So this is how you can write any SQL statement. You can write any statement inside up method, and inside this SQL function you can write any statement and you can populate your data according to your requirements. And by using code first migration, you should not touch your database and you should not populate that tables manually. You should use this method for seeding your database. We have another approaches, like we can create JSON file and we can execute that JSON file by using different functions, and we can write our custom ones. We'll discuss that one about later, but I think for this we're good to go. We have this very simple scenario and we can achieve this one by using this up method, and we can execute this method using update database. First of all, we have created empty migration, then we have populated our tables using plain SQL statement, and then I have updated my database for inserting these records into my database. So I hope you like this video. If you like this video, please share this video. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. Till previous video we have implemented CRUD operations and a lot of more stuff in ASP.NET MVC5 using code first migrations and database, and we have also learned about ADO.NET and store procedures and database first and code first. Okay, in this video we will create a user registration page where user can register, and then after that we'll do login, so that these categories and products will only available for login user or logged in user, and these two fields will not be, these two menu items will not be available for any user. These are, let's say, admin type data, and this will only available to the admin or logged in user for the simplicity. And for simplicity, I'll not use any simple membership provider or an identity framework for logged in or login. First of all, I will create a custom login system. You can say manual login system, and then later on we'll discuss simple membership provider or identity framework for managing logins. Okay, so first of all, in this video I will create a registration page where user can register. So go to models and I will create another model for my users, and I will rename this class as user, and let's say our user have some properties. So I will create and then I will create ID as an parameter, and then I will create string username, and then I will create string password, then I will create bool is active, and I'll also create prop string email. Okay, so let's set the order quoted email from here, and I'll paste it over here. So email, then username, then password, and then is active. So I'll also add some data annotation, so I'll set it as required and I'll specify error message equals to email is required. Okay, then I'll also set it as data type, and then I'll set data type dot email address. Okay, so after this I'll also set it as required, and I'll set username is required. Username is required, and I'll use another data annotation for display, and I'll set name equals to user name. Okay, and I will also set string length of 50, and I also set max length of 50, and after this I'll set it as copy this one and paste it over here, and I'll set it as 20 as a string length, and maximum length is 20. Okay, and after this I'll also set as data type, and over here I'll set data type dot password. Okay, and is active is by default not required. So this is our model. I'll go to package manager console, and I'll add migration. First of all, get rid of all of this, and then add migration, and I'll rename this migration as adding user entity, and hit enter. Okay, so our migration, oops, we got an empty migration. So first of all, so we got an empty migration because we don't added this class into our context class. So add this class into our context so that this migration is created. So I'll set prompt db set of user, then users. Okay, so go to package manager console, and first of all, this is our adding user entity. Right click and delete this migration. Okay, then add new migration, adding user entity, hit enter, and this will generate our users table migration, and I'll call update database. Okay, done. Our table is created inside our database. So get rid of all of this, and I'll create a controller, and MVC5 empty controller, add, and I can rename this controller as account controller because our login, logout, registration, all of stuff will be performed inside this controller. Click add, and the first action I will create will be public action result register. Okay, and this will be empty action for returning the view for registration. So I'll return a view, and I will return an empty view for creation of our user. So right click, add view, MVC5 view, add, and then I'll specify template as create, and then model class as user. Click add. So our user form is created. So before doing anything modification over here, let's start your application and look at the view what we are getting. So we have this email, username, and is active. We are getting two username. Okay, so first of all, go to your models folder, users, and change this username to password, and set also password is required. Okay, so refresh this one. Let's restart your application by pressing Ctrl F5. So we got our label names correct: email, then username, then password, and is active. Okay, so next thing, I'll change this one and I'll also change this back to list, and I'll change the style and text of this button over here. So first of all, over here I will user information, and I'll remove this one user from here, and I'll go to my button over here. I'll set it register, and instead of btn default I'll use btn primary. These are the bootstrap classes. We have learned all about them in our previous videos. So refresh. Okay, so this is our user information. You can change this information to user registration, so it will be much better rather than information. Okay, save and refresh. Okay, we have this user registration. So if you type your email over here, and let's say you type something else and admin and write something over here, this is just because of your data type, and click OK. So look at this, please include an @ in the email, because we have defined data type as an email. Okay, so if I click empty, register, perfect. Okay, so next thing, I have to create a controller with the name of register, so that sorry, not controller, I have to create an HTTP post request, public action result register, and over here I'll specify my user, control dot, bring the namespace, and then I will create an object user. Perfect. So first thing, I wanna validate this user. So if model state dot is valid, and you can put not operator over here. If model state is not valid, I'll return the same view of register within this user model. Okay, and otherwise don't do anything, just return a view. Okay, so control S and control F5, get rid of this, refresh this. I want to test my validations. Click on register. Perfect. Email is required, username is required, and password is required. Perfect. Our validation is working. Now I can create an object of my context class, or I can define a private field over here. So private store context underscore context, and I'll create an constructor for this, and I'll initialize my context is equals to new context. Okay, come on, remove this empty space, and over here if my model is valid, I can simply write context dot users dot add, and I can pass this user over here, and then I can context dot save changes, and instead of returning view, for the simplicity, I can return simple return content, and I can you have registered, your registration is performed successfully, please log in. We don't have any login method, so that's why I've returned this simple content. We'll create our login method in our next video. Okay, so let's start your application. We press F5, and I will write mock@gmail.com, and I'll set up mock, and I'll set the password as mock123 and is active as true, and I'll click on register. Perfect. User registration is performed successfully, and you can see the Google knows that this is the registration, and it asks for saving our password. So click OK, save. So our registration is performed successfully. So this is how you can register users inside your MVC application. In the next video, we will perform login and sign out functionality. So, and we will also validate our these menu items, so that any malicious user or any user without login details cannot access these categories list and products list. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP NET MVC5. In the previous video we have implemented this user registration form and we have successfully stored users into our database. But the problem with this approach is that we can duplicate these users. Let's say I have created already inside, if you go to your users table, refresh table section and select this users and select 1000 rows. Look at this, we have this email, username and this, and if I click over here register, user is successfully registered. Go back to your database, execute this one. Look at this, we have same email, same username and same password, but email should be unique and username should be unique, and we have this problem in our user registration page. So we should tell user that this email already exists and this username already exists. You can do the same according for all of your fields. So basically we will discuss how to validate duplicate insertion of unique records in ASP NET MVC5. So let's start. Okay, open up your controller. So over here we are inserting our user. So before insertion of new user, first of all we need to check for user. So let's say if I say if, and I will write context.users.where, and I can specify lambda expression over here. U goes to u.email. Let's say I wanna validate email equals to user.email.any. Okay, so if this statement is true, then I can specify model state dot is valid equals to false. I think we should not use this is valid over here. I can use model state dot add model error, and over here if you look at the second method, we can pass the key where we want to show this error and we can pass our custom error message. So let's say I wanna pass this message to my email field, and I can pass this email already exists. Okay, and after this I'll return view and the same view register, and I can also specify my current model. Okay, so if you start your application at this stage, and let's say you wanna enter mark again and click on register. Look at this, this email already exists. Now you can do this stuff for your user as well, and you can do like you can also use or operator over here, and you can write underscore context, or you can use or over here inside your where statement. You can use or. U goes to u dot name u dot username equals to user dot username. Okay, and this time you can specify this message, you can change this message and you can specify username or email is required, and you can also create custom property for displaying two messages, and you can also specify this message below your adjective so that this will look something better, but that's not the purpose. If you want to display the separate messages, you can also duplicate this line and you can define error messages for both of your username and email, but that was not my purpose. So if you start your application at this stage and you write mark@gmail.com and click OK, look at this, username or email exists. So let's say if you change your email to sami@yahoo.com and click register, look at this, we're getting same thing again. But if you change this username to Sami and click register, perfect, user registration is performed successfully. So this is how you can validate your values, and you can validate them for storing end user for duplication. Okay, and by this way you can store unique records inside your database. Thank you so much for watching. This was the bug in my previous video, so that's why I've created this video, and you have learned about how to avoid duplication record. And in the next video we will discuss how to create login system, and we will also validate this menu item, so any logged in user can access, and otherwise no user can access these two menu items like this product list and categories list, and no user can, without login user cannot create these categories. Okay, thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rof Yasin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video we have solved our problem of duplication, insertion of unique records, and you can see we are displaying this username or email exists. Now user can only insert unique emails and unique username. Okay, so our problem will be solved in our previous video. In this video we are going to perform login operation. So for this, first of all, let's go to your user model, and you can see we have this ID which is required, we have email which is also required, we have username which is also required, and we have this is active. But in login form we only need two fields. Which fields? We need username and we need password. And if you remember, in our previous start of videos we have learned about this view model, and we have also learned about student view model at that time. And at the time of creation of this product form view model, I have told you about that you can use custom properties rather than creating the whole object over here. You can use your custom properties for your desired output. So now we have a scenario where we need custom properties rather than this whole domain model. We need only these two properties for our model, view model. So I'll create another new view model, right click, add a class, and I will set it as login form view model, and I'll hit enter, and this is our login form view model. In this model I only need these two properties, username and password, and I'll set it over here. Okay, and bring the namespace using system.component model.data annotations. Now our view model is ready. Next thing, I'll go to my account controller and I'll create another action for displaying user login form. I'll set it as login, and I'll simply return a view, and I will right click and add a view, and MVC5 view, add, and I will select create, and after this I'll select login form view model, because this view model is not stored in our context class, so we don't need to specify this context class. Click add, and the scaffolding mechanism generates our markup for our login form. So first thing, I'll change this to login details, and I'll remove this login form h4 from here, and I'll change this value to login and btn primary to btn default to btn primary. Okay, and I'll also remove this one from here, and I'll add another action result over here. So I'll write html dot action link, and over here I will set as register, or you can say register is fine because we are using that, and I'll specify action name as register, and I'll specify root values are null, and we can specify action name, and we have this method, like we can specify our controller name as account, and we can add an anonymous object for defining class, and I can set at class equals to btn dash success. Okay, so if you start your application at this stage, perfect, our login form is ready. If I click on register, we are navigating back to our register. If I click on login, we are getting our login form. Now we will create, or if you remove this one for testing or validations, because we don't have any action result. So what I'll do, I'll go to my account controller and I will create another action for login. So first HTTP post, and I'll create action result login, and this time I'll specify I will not receive a complete user, because in the user I wanna also validate my login form, and in user we have these fields like ID, email, which is also required, and we need this is active property, and we don't need these properties. We only need username and password. So that's why instead of passing the complete user, I will simply pass my view model. So user, you can say login form view model, and you can say user. Okay, first of all I'll check for validations. If not model state dot is valid, and I will return view, and over here I'll pass view name register, login, and I'll pass my model as user. Okay, so after this just simply set view for the timing for testing of our validations. Control F5 and remove these values because these are coming from Google, and click on login. Perfect, our validations are working fine. Okay, so next thing I'll do, instead of returning view, I'll validate my user from my database. So I'll validate login user equals to underscore context dot users dot where, and I can specify my lambda expression. U goes to u dot user name equals to user dot user name, and then I can specify u dot password equals to user dot password, and we have is active column inside our database. Look at this is active column, and we will also check for this u dot is active equals to true. Only active user will be able to log into application. And finally I will select first or default. Okay, so now we have this user, and then I will check if login user equals to null. Then we can add our model error. We will write model state dot add model error, and I will display that error below my user name, and I will specify my custom error message as username or password is incorrect. Please try with correct username and password. Okay, and after this I'll return my view, and for this I will call my login view, and I'll pass my user model over here. So if my login details are correct, then I'm good to go. So I'll simply create a session variable, and I'll create session variable of username equals to login user dot user name. Okay, and then I will return redirect to an action, and I will redirect to an index section of my home controller. Okay, so if you start your application at this stage with Control F5, and we know these details are correct for mark, and this password is correct. Let's change this marks to something else and click on login. Perfect, username or password is incorrect. Let's say you add correct username and you add wrong password. Click on login. Perfect, username and password is not correct. So let's say select this mark from here and click on login. Perfect, our login functionality is working right now. The next thing I'll do to validate any login user from, you can say any user which don't have any login details from log into these two or accessing these two functionalities like categories list and creating new categories and product list and creating new products and deleting new existing products and stuff like that. I'll validate any invalid or unauthenticated user cannot access these two menu items over here. Okay, so and another thing I'll do, if we don't have any login user, these two items will not be displayed at this layout. So first of all, I will go to my layout page and I will go to my shared and this layout, and over here we have these two menu items like category list and product list. So over here I will write my if statement, if session of what username not equals to null, then I can display these two menu items. So cut it from here and paste it over here. Okay, so let's close your browser and Control Shift B and let's start your application. Perfect, we are not logged in and we cannot see that products and categories menu item over here. But if I log in over here and click on login, before login, let's say we are not logged in, we are at this page, and let's say I navigate to products and index section, hit enter. Oops, we are getting our product list, and we can do same for our categories. Let's say I wanna category and I wanna create new category. Perfect, I am getting my views. So first of all, I need to validate these views from getting from direct URL. I am not seeing any menu over here, but I can access these pages by writing direct over here. So let's validate these views. So first of all, I will validate my products, go to products, and I will validate this one. So let's say after this view bag, I will write if session of what username is equals to null, if my session is null. Okay, then I can use response dot redirect, and over here I can pass a whole URL. So let's say I want to navigate to account controller, and inside account controller I want to navigate to login action result. Okay, so let's test this functionality. Go to your products and create, hit enter. Look at this. So we got this exception that server cannot append HTTP headers after HTTP headers have been sent. So let's see what is happening over here. So I think we are using this anti-forgery token, so that's why we're getting this exception. So we can solve this exception. Look at this, we're getting exception error over here. So if you stop this application, and let's say we have bool end response, and we can set it to false. And if you start this application by pressing Ctrl F5, let's say I want to navigate over here, product slash create, hit enter. Perfect, we are navigating back to our user. You can also, if this doesn't work for your case, you can also use return, and you can redirect. You can also use return, and you can pass this redirect instead of your, you can pass this, and over here you can use your own URL, but I don't think so it will work or not, but this will definitely work as you seen over here. So I will copy this one from here, and I can paste this one anywhere in the views I wanna validate this list of products, and I will also validate this categories section, and this create action over here. Okay, so if you start your application right now, look at this, we're going to category action and category controller and create action, and by default we have sent back to our login form. If I click login now, perfect, we are logged in and we are inside our main view, and now you can see we have this product list and we have this category list and product list. If I click over here category, I can create new categories and I can create new products. The only thing is remaining is to add a logout action over here. Okay, so I will go to my layout page and let's copy this one more time and set it as logout, and I will set it as logout inside our home controller. So go to your home account controller and create this action. After this I'll create public action result logout, and over here I can simply use session dot abandon. Okay, so this will remove all of my session, and then I can return redirect to an action, and I can return the end user to my login action. Okay, so start your application again, and let's say I wanna refresh this one. Perfect, click on login. You can hide this logout by using the same technique as we did with the, if you go to your layout, by using this if statement you can hide any menu item if you want according to your desired conditions, and click on login. Perfect, we can see products, we can see categories, and if I click on logout, perfect, our categories and products have been gone from our menu item, and we can only see login and logout over here. So this is how you can implement registration, login and logout functionality. In the previous video we have created this registration page and we have done a lot of validations and stuff like that inside this registration form, and now we have done our login form and we have introduced this validations over here, and we have created this logout functionality into our web application. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we'll discuss more about ASP .NET MVC5. Thank you so much. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I am Rauf Yassin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. Till previous video we have successfully implemented this register functionality, this login functionality, and now any logged in user can access our categories list, create new categories and product list, and edit product, delete and stuff like that. In this video we are going to perform CRUD operations using Bootstrap modal, how to use Bootstrap modal in ASP.NET MVC5 application, and how to display modal within or form within that modal, and how to display a confirmation beautiful confirmation message box before delete operation. Currently if we click on delete button, we are directly deleting to our we are directly performing delete operation inside without any confirmation box. We'll use delete confirmation box as well. Okay, so from this video to next 2 to 3 videos we will be using Bootstrap modal for our operation. So for this purpose I will create a new model, and I can use existing one, but I'll create new one so that you can become familiar with these models and how to use migrations and stuff like that. And I'll create a supplier model, and let's say I wanna create some property. So this is my model. I will also apply data annotation little bit, not more. I have already explained about data annotation, but I'll only apply to this display control dot using system dot component model name is equals to supplier name. Okay, so next I'll go to my package manager console CLS and I'll add a new migration. Before adding migration, I'll go to my store context and add this class to my DB set. DB set of supplier and suppliers. Okay, and then I'll go back and add migration, adding suppliers entity, add. It will generate this migration for us, and I'll simply call update database. Perfect, our migration is applied to our database. Okay, so next thing, I'll go to my controllers folder and I'll create another controller and I'll set it as supplier controller. Okay, and first of all, I'll display the list of my suppliers. In order to achieve this, first of all, I'll initialize the private field of my store context, control dot, and inside constructor equals to new store context. Okay, and now over here I will var suppliers equals to underscore context dot suppliers dot to list. I'll fetch all of my suppliers from database and I'll create a view back property. This time I will not use model, because I wanna perform CRUD operations inside a single view, this index view. I will use bootstrap model, so that's why I cannot bind my view directly to the enumerable of suppliers. So I'll use suppliers equals to suppliers. Okay, and now I right click on view and then add view, MVC5 view and index, and I will specify a list. I will change this list little bit, but I need to generate that HTML for me, and then I will change this little bit. Okay, so first thing, I will remove this model, because I don't want to bind this model with my view, and I will change this to supplier name, and then I will change to mobile, email and address. Okay, and next I'll copy this variable from here, and instead of iterating over model, I will iterate over here, and I will simply cut this and paste it over here and get rid of all of this. Cut it from here, paste it here, and then cut it this, and one more time. And for last item, I will also change this to this, and I'll cut it from here. And we don't need this detail action, we only need edit and delete. Control F5 and start your application. At this stage, what we are getting from our application, okay, we're getting this one. Okay, so I'll apply some more classes over here, table dash bordered, and I'll set the background color of this tr as class is equals to btn dash primary as below. If you refresh right now, okay, we're getting our table. Perfect. Next thing, I wanna set action over here, so that this empty, it's looking little bit bad, so I'll set action. Fine, refresh. Perfect. Okay, so this is our view. Now I will create a button over here, and I'll change this index to suppliers list, and I will remove this one. Don't actually remove, I will create an anchor tag over here, so I will add ahref, and I don't want to go anywhere, and I'll set class btn dash primary. Okay, now in order to open my modal, I need another attribute, data dash toggle, and I will set as modal, and I will also set data dash target as my supplier modal. Okay, and then I will create or you can say new supplier. Okay, so start your application at this stage. Okay, perfect, we're getting our button over here. When I click on this button, a pop-up should be appear on our view. Fine. Okay, so I will create a bootstrap modal over here, so that in this video we will just displaying that bootstrap modal pop-up, and then in the next video we will design form, and we'll also discuss we'll also create action result in the our controller, and then we'll use jQuery for this operation. Okay, in order to create modal, you can grab this code from getbootstrap.com. so I'll use div class is equals to modal dash fade, and then I will use id as this id. Okay, so this is our modal div, and within this modal I will create div class is equals to modal dash dialog, and within this dialog I will create another div class is equals to modal dash content. All of my content will be stored inside here, and we need 3 more divs inside this modal content. I need 3 more divs. So first of all, div class is equal to modal dash header, and one more time div class is equals to modal dash body for storing body of our modal, and then I will set another div class equals to modal dash footer. Okay, and inside our header I'll simply create an h2 tag, and I'll set it as class modal dash title, and I will set it as supplier information. Okay, and if you start your application at this stage, click on supplier button. Perfect, we're getting our modal. Perfect, and this is all about in this video. In the next video we will design supplier form inside this modal, and we will also create some buttons in this modal, so that you can fill that form and send a request to our server for insert operation. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video, where we will design a form, and that we will discuss next. Take care. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin, and you guys are learning ASP .NET MVC5. In the previous video we have displayed a list of records inside this form, inside this HTML table, and we have also created this bootstrap modal. In this video we will design this bootstrap modal, and we will create fields inside this modal according to our model class. Okay, so go back to your view, and over here we have this modal body, and in this modal body I can create a form with an ID of supplier form. And first of all, because we need to bind this view or this form with according to our model, that's why I have created a view back property for this, because I don't want to bind this view with I enumerable of supplier. I only need supplier, so I will create model and name of my project, then models, then supplier. Okay, so now I can access supplier properties inside my form. So first of all I will create a label, and I will set it as supplier name, and below this I can create html.text box for, and over here I can pass lambda expression m.name. Okay, so after this I will pass an anonymous object, and over here I will set its class as form dash control, so it looks little bit better. Okay, so if you start your application at this stage, click on here. Perfect, we're getting our information fine. Okay, done. Next we will copy this one, and for supplier name, and then if you go to your models folder, look at this, what name, mobile, email and address. Now I need for mobile, then email, then address. Okay, then supplier mobile, then email, and finally address. Okay, and next thing m.mobile, m.email and m.address. address. Fine. Now start this application, click on here. Perfect, we're getting our form. And now inside this footer section I will create two buttons for saving or record or cancelling for the cancellation of this process. Okay, so inside this footer I will create div class of button dash group. We don't have any class, so I can create btn dash group, and inside this I can create a to action link. And for this I don't want to navigate anywhere, and I need the ID of this action as btn save, and then I can specify class btn dash primary, and I can set it as save supplier. And I need one more, so I'll set it as, and I don't want to navigate again anywhere, and I need ID of this btn cancel, btn dash danger, and I will set cancel. Okay, now start this application, click on here. Perfect, we're getting our modal. Perfect, we're getting these buttons supply save supplier and cancel. And as we know, we're using a class mr-2, and I can create a space between these two buttons. Perfect, our spacing is now accurate. I can also increase the size of these controls. Okay, our form is now ready. Now I will create an action result inside our controller to perform save operation. Okay, so go to your controller, supplier controller, and inside here I will create another HTTP post action, public action result save supplier, and over here I am accepting my supplier. Okay, and I will create an object of my supplier. So I will create, or I can directly create context dot suppliers dot add, and I can pass this supplier, and then I will set it at context dot save changes, and then I will return redirect to an action, and I will set action name as index. After save operation, this will reloaded all of my suppliers inside this view. Okay, now our time is to call jQuery or create jQuery function for calling this action on the button click of this save supplier. Okay, so go to your view. We have create view, and inside we have this. We don't have, basically we're inside supplier. What is this? Where is our view? So go to supplier controller and index, go to view, and we have this supplier, and we have this ID as btn save. Okay, so we need to use jQuery, and before using that we need to add that jQuery reference inside our page. So I'll go to my script section, and we have this jQuery min.js, and I'll drag it over here. Later on we will use, you can say we will use bundling and minification, and that will automatically do this stuff for us, and we will use later on. Okay, so over here I will start a script tag, and inside our script tag I'll create dollar, then document standard document and ready, and inside here I will create a function. That's all. Okay, so this is our jQuery function. So inside here, first of all I will look up for this ID button click event. So let's say I will create, you can say dollar, and then I will pass my selector as my ID of my button, and then I will set click, and over here I will create another function, callback function, and inside this callback function I will create variable and supplier form data equals to, and I'll fetch this form data from this supplier form. Okay, so I'll again create dollar and I'll pass selector as this, and I can set it as serialize. It will serialize all of my form data and will store that form data inside this supplier form data. Okay, so after this I'll start my jQuery, and I'll set $.ajax because we wanna pass ajax request, and inside this array I will pass type of my action as post, and after this I'll pass URL as we know our URL is our controller name supplier, then our action name is save supplier. Let's make sure that we have supplier controller, and inside this controller we have this supplier save supplier action. Okay, and then I'll set my data as supplier form data. Okay, and on success I'll create another function, and inside this function I will simply change window dot location dot hrefs, and I will refresh basically my URL. So I refresh expense then index. Okay, so I think we're good to go, and Control S, go to Control F5, new supplier, and let's say we wanna store Islamia suppliers, then mobile, Islamia at gmail.com, and then Islamabad. Click on save supplier. Okay, we are navigating to our expense and index section. If you refresh this section, we don't have any expense. Basically we want to navigate to our supplier indexes. Sorry for this, and change it to supplier. Perfect, we're getting our supplier, and we can now save our supplier using this bootstrap module. If you click again, and let's say I wanna add one more supplier, and let's say I want to store that supplier, let's say mark suppliers, and mark at gmail.com and London. Click on save supplier. Perfect, we're getting our next supplier. So this is how you can use bootstrap module, and you can use jQuery Ajax for saving your data inside your controllers and inside your SQL database. So we have created this simple HTTP post request, and we are saving our suppliers data. Thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we will discuss how to display a confirmation message before delete operation, and we will, if you go to our website, click on cancel. We don't have any cancel code over here, so I will also add this. So after this, Ajax request, I will dollar, and I will pass selector as my cancel button, btn cancel, and I will generate a click event, and then I will pass my callback function, and over here after the click of this function I will simply return my URL of my form to back to the index of supplier. So if you refresh, click on here, perfect, we are navigating back to our index or suppliers list. Thank you so much. We'll meet again in the next video where we will discuss how to click on confirmation box. If you log into our application, log in, go to categories list and click on delete. Look at this, our record is deleted, but we are not getting any confirmation box. But in this case we will, if you go to your suppliers index and if I click over here, a beautiful confirmation box pop-up will appear and it will ask for confirmation, are you sure you want to delete this record or stuff like that. Thank you so much for watching. We'll discuss that next. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Tofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP NET MVC5. In the previous video we have created this beautiful bootstrap modal, and by this we can insert our record. In this video I will create a delete confirmation pop-up. By clicking on this delete button, a pop-up will appear and ask for confirmation, and if user click on confirm, then our record will be deleted, otherwise it will be cancelled. Okay, so first of all, this is our suppliers list and we have this table over here in this suppliers list. So let's grab this jQuery Ajax from here to at the end of our form. Okay, so I wanna create another bootstrap modal for displaying a confirmation message box. So I'll grab this code from here. I have already explained in the previous video about this, and I'll change little bit ID. Instead of supplier modal I will set it as delete modal. Okay, and then modal and confirm. Instead of supplier information I will set it as confirm, and over here in the body I will not set anything and I will set h3 and I'll set are you sure you want to delete this supplier. Okay, and I'll set question mark, and over here I will set delete and cancel, and over here I will set it as btn delete and btn cancel would be fine, and it will work for this one. Okay, so now we need to show this modal by clicking on I need to create a button over here to show this modal, and for confirmation I'll ask to user. So I will create a href and I'll set hash and I'll set id as confirm, or I can set it as show modal, and I'll apply class as btn dash danger and delete. Okay, so if you refresh at this stage we have this button over here. If I click over here, that modal should be displayed. Okay, so I will create an function over here on click, and I will create an function confirm, and inside here I will pass my item ID. Okay, or you can say it's a supplier ID. Okay, now we need to create this confirm function. So over here I will create var confirm, and I'll define my new function. Let's say I wanna show my modal. Okay, so where is my modal? We have this delete modal and I want to show this one. Okay, so I'll go to my confirm function, and inside here let's say I want to show that, so I'll create dollar and I'll pass my delete modal ID, and then I can set it as modal, and I can pass as within single quote I can pass show. Okay, so let's verify first it is working or not. If I click over here, we are not getting our modal. So let's make sure why we are not getting this one. So inside here we have this id show modal, and on click we are calling our confirm function and we are passing this id as a parameter. Okay, so on click we should call this function confirm, and we are creating another function. Let's say I wanna cut it from here and I wanna paste it over here after this div. Okay, and we have this confirm and delete modal, id of our modal, and then modal and dot show. I think we are good to go. Oops, we are receiving an id, this id, and we should create this id. We should create a variable for this. So let's say I wanna receive that id over here. Okay, so refresh and click on delete. We're getting nothing. So we have set this id over here and we have created this confirm. So if you start your application again, refresh this one and click on delete, look at this, nothing is working. So right click and inspect and go to, look at this, we have two errors. Go to console and refresh this one again one more time, click on delete. Oops, item is not defined. So where is this item? We are passing this id. Oops, we are passing C# item, so we need to set @ over here. And if you refresh, click on this, perfect, we are getting our modal and it's looking fine. Now if I click over here, we are getting nothing, and we need to set or write code for this one. And because this is a delete button, where is this? Look at this, and btn cancel confirm, and copy this one and you can paste it over here, and you can copy this one more time and paste this from here. Okay, so I hope our cancel button will be working now. Control S and Control F5, click on delete and click on cancel. Perfect, we're getting that one. Now the only need is to create and delete action inside our controller and perform the delete operation. So this is how you can display confirmation box for delete operation, and I'll continue and I'll create delete operation and I'll done the server side code and ajax call in my next video. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin and you guys are learning ASP .NET MVC5. In the previous video we have created this beautiful bootstrap modal dialog for confirmation of delete operation. Okay, and in this video, and we have also coded this cancel button. Okay, in this video we will write our server side code, and we will also write for code for this button, and we will make a ajax call for deletion operation. Okay, so first of all I will go to my supplier controller and I will create another action result for delete operation. Okay, then I'll go to my client side code, http post, and then I will create an action JSON result because we don't want to return anything from this JSON result, and I will set it as delete, and over here I'll pass id as the parameter, and I can also okay, so now I will create a variable result equals to false, and then first of all I will fetch this result this supplier from my database. So var supplier equals to underscore context dot suppliers dot first or default. First of all, I'll fetch this from database. So s goes to s dot id equals to this id. Okay, and then I'll make sure that our supplier exists in our database. So supplier is not equals to null, then I'll do this stuff. Okay, otherwise I'll simply return JSON, and in this I'll pass this result variable, and I'll set JSON behavior dot allow get. Okay, so if our supplier is null, then simply this return or result will be returned as false, and then we can handle at the client side something went wrong or anything else. Okay, and if our supplier exists in our database, so I'll simply call context dot suppliers dot remove, and then I can pass supplier over here. Okay, and then I can pass context dot save changes, and I can override result variable to true. Okay, so if our supplier exists, this result will become true and will be returned as true to the response of our client side. Okay, so our server side code is complete. Okay, so now it's time to go back to our client side and we'll look at that what we have done inside our client side. Okay, so we have this on click function, and on click we are displaying our modal and we are passing this id, but we don't have use this id in our confirm function. Okay, so first of all I want to preserve the value of this id, so I will create input type is equals to hidden to store temporarily this id, and I will set it as supplier id. Okay, so this will be hidden field inside our form. So when a user click on this confirm button or basically this delete button, not this one, we should confirm start again, so it should be displayed accurately. Get rid of this one, and okay, when user click on this delete button, look at this, we're getting this confirmation box. So we need to store the id of this supplier, because if you know, we are passing id of this supplier inside this delete call. So if you go back and look at this, we're passing this id. When user click on this button, we will store this id inside this hidden field, so that we can reuse that id when a user click on confirm button inside our modal. Okay, so I will create another reference. So before showing modal, I can first I will store jQuery, and then I'll pass reference to my supplier id, and then I can use val equals to this id. Okay, so I am storing this id as the value of this text box. So let's say instead of hidden, for the demonstration, let's make it text and start your application to make sure what we are getting. If I click over here, look at this, we're getting nothing. Cancel, we don't have anything inside this modal. Okay, so first, that's why I have set this to true, so that we can make sure we are getting correct value or not. So when we click on confirm button, we are receiving this id, and we should pass this id inside this val variable. Okay, val function. Okay, and now we can make sure, refresh this, and if I click over here, perfect, look at this, pop-up is displayed and this id is stored in text box. Now if I click on this, I can pass this id to my server side code for deletion operation. If I cancel this one and click on this, perfect, we're perfectly getting or value into this text box. Now I can, we have verified, now I can change this to hidden. Perfect. Okay, so after this our ID is now stored inside this hidden field, and now we are good to go to do something more. Okay, now go to, we wanna do, when we click on this delete button, we should create an action for this button. Okay, so let's look at btn delete. It's btn delete. Now we can create a jQuery ajax call, and over here I will create dollar and I will pass reference to my button btn delete, and then I can click, and over here I will create my callback function. Perfect. Okay, so over here I can write any logic I can easily write over here. Okay, so first of all I will fetch this ID and I will store this ID inside a variable. So I will create var ID equals to this, and I will, first of all I will fetch ID from text box and store that ID inside this variable, and then I can make an ajax call. So jQuery.ajax, and over here I'll pass object. Okay, so in this I'll simply pass type as post, and then I can pass URL. URL will be slash supplier controller slash delete action. Okay, and next thing I will pass ID as parameter, so I write data, and I will set ID equals to, and let's change this to underscore ID so that we can differentiate these two variables. So underscore ID. Okay, so we are setting our ID variable, and then after getting response I will simply write success, and then I will write function, and inside I will receive my result that I am returning from this JSON result. I am returning this result variable. Okay, so I will receive this result inside this function, and I can write my logic. Okay, so first of all I will hide my modal. This modal model I will hide. When the response returns from server, I can simply hide this one, and I can also change the value of my hidden field. Okay, so I'll also reset its value, and I'll set it as, instead of this ID I will set null. Perfect. My hidden field is also set to null. Modal is you can say disappear by using this hide function. And next I will display the edge cases. If this result is returned as false from my server side, then I can simply write alert, and over here I can write something went wrong while processing your request. Okay, so inside this success function I'll have to use this result variable. So if result is equals to true, then do this thing, and otherwise I'll create this else statement as a part of this result. Okay, perfect. Okay, we are receiving that result inside this success function. If result will be true returned from this function, then our modal will be disappeared, and this ID will also be disappeared from this. Okay, and then I can again refresh my location. so that our records are populated again with the existing suppliers. Okay, and otherwise if we got any error, this pop-up or alert will be displayed. Okay, now control F5 and start your application and click on try to delete this Islamia. Click on delete. Let's click on cancel. Okay, right click, inspect, and make sure we don't have any errors. No, we don't have any errors. Now click on delete and click on delete. Perfect, we are getting our desired output and we have successfully deleted our supplier using this beautiful confirmation box, and done. Okay, so this is how you can use Bootstrap modal for performing insert operation and for asking a confirmation box for before delete operation, so that user can make sure he for sure want to delete our supplier or any record. So you can reuse this code for all of your existing or new tables, so that it will improve the look and feel of your application. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video where we will discuss more about ASP.NET MVC5, Entity Framework, jQuery, Ajax, and stuff like that. Thank you so much. We'll take a look at that next. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rauf Yassin and you guys are learning ASP.NET MVC5. In the previous video, we have successfully implemented CRUD operations using this Bootstrap modal, and we have also added this confirm box into our web application. In this video, I am going to discuss about this index page, and I will show you how to add Bootstrap slider or carousel into your application. Okay, and then in the next video, we will load these carousel dynamically from database, and I will show how to save carousel images or slider images into your SQL Server database. Basically, we will discuss how to save images, but for the demonstration purposes, first of all, I'll add images into images, or you can say carousel, into my web application. So for this, you will have to go to this URL getbootstrap.com/docs/3.3 and then examples and then carousel and then this hash symbol. The reason I am telling you this whole URL, because if I go to my content folder and inside here we have this bootstrap.css, and I can make sure that my version is 3, and I have to find carousel or slider which is designed or developed within this 3 version. Okay, so that's why I am telling you the exact URL, so that you can have the same experience as I am telling you. Okay, so by opening this URL, you will find this web application template, and you can use this template for your project. But we don't want to use this entire template. I want to just first of all grab this carousel. So right click and view page source, and if you scroll down, you will find this carousel section, and it is till here. So I'll copy this one from here to here, copy this one and go to your views and home and index. So this is our index view. I'll paste that one over here. Okay, so now go to your application and refresh. Look at this, we got these buttons over here at left sides and right side, but we don't have any images, and for this we need to set their data source property. Okay, so I'll cut it from here, and I'll for the timing I'll select static images, and then later I'll change. And inside our images, inside our project, we have this images folder, and inside we have these a lot of images. So I will select images slash and 1.jpg, and then I'll do same for this one, second image, images slash 2.jpg, and I'll do this one for third images. Okay, third image, and I'll again the first image for this, because I don't have the accurate image, and I'll set 3 dot, or instead of 3 I can simply use 1.jpg because the width of my third image is not accurate. Okay, so this is our slider. Perfect. Now if you go to your main page and refresh, okay, we're getting, if you click over here, we're getting our second image, we're getting our third image, and I need to copy this path and paste it for 1 because I notice a typo over here, images. Okay, so refresh. Perfect. Now our slider is looking perfect. So this is how you can use Bootstrap slider inside your web application. In the next video I will create another table of slider and I will store these images into our database, and we'll discuss how to store images, how to receive images from users, and how to store that images inside our database. So thank you so much, and then we'll fetch these images, and till now we are fetching data and displaying inside this HTML table, but in our upcoming videos we'll fetch data and we'll display inside this slider. Okay, and that we'll discuss next. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rofi Yasin and you guys are learning ASP .NET MVC5. In the previous video we have displayed this beautiful carousel inside our web application, and in this video we are going to discuss how to store images into your database, and for the demonstration purposes that's why I have created this slider, and we'll store our slider images into our project, and then later on we'll load that images dynamically inside this carousel. Okay, so for that, first of all, go to your models folder and create another model class, and I'll set it as slider. Okay, and I need some properties. Okay, this is our model. Look at this. ID is the primary key, then image name, which is the name of our image, and then image title, which will be displayed over here, and then we have file path where our image is stored actually, and then we have description, which will be the description of this image written below. You can also create the page. If user click on here and where the user will navigate, you can also create, but I'm not creating that one. Okay, so now I'll go to my store context class and I'll add another DB set, and I'll create slider and then sliders. Okay, and then I'll go to package manager console CLS, and I'll add new migration, adding slider entity, add, okay, this will generate this migration for us, this SQL statement, and then I'll simply call update database. Okay, our table is now ready. Okay, fine. Next I'll add a controller over here, add a controller, and I'll set it as MVC5 empty controller and slider controller. Okay, first of all I need an action result for creating our controller, and public action result create, and over here I will return a view, and I'll right click and add view, MVC5 view, and add, and then I'll select template as create, and I'll select slider over here and click add. This will generate a form for us, but we'll need to modify a little bit this form. But at this stage, if I change this to slider information and change this to, and set it value as save slider, and instead of btn default we need btn primary. Okay, and we'll get rid of this. Okay, so refresh and start your application at this stage. So this is our slider form, but we don't need this image name, this file path. We don't need this one. We basically need image title, image description, and after that we need image. Okay, so we'll need to modify a little bit. Okay, so this is our image name. We don't need this one. We'll set dynamically in the database, and we don't need this image path over here. Okay, we only need image title, image description, and then I will create a upload file upload. So I'll create class form dash group, and inside here I will create html.label for, and over here I will set m goes to m.image. we're not getting file path. Okay, and then I will create an input type. Input type is equals to file, and then I will set its name as picture. This name is required. Then I'll set class as form dash control. Okay, so let's verify what we're getting inside our form now. Perfect, we're getting this image, and if I click over here I can select my images from here. Okay, okay, our layout is little bit disturbed. So here is label. If I look at my earlier label, and I'll copy this HTML attribute from here and will paste after this label. Okay, and if you refresh now, perfect, looking much better. Not exactly, but we are not concerned with designing. Okay, if I click over here, I'll go to my desktop, and let me find somewhere I have images. So for the demonstration purposes, let's say I wanna go to my project, and then we have this images folder, and over here we have 1, then 2, and then we have this 16. So copy this one and paste it inside my desktop. Okay, so I'll change 1, 2, and I'll change name of this as 3. Okay, so we have 3 images inside our desktop. So if I click on here and go to my desktop and click on here, perfect, this is 1.jpg, and we're getting our images. Okay, now we need to create a save functionality for this operation. Okay, so first of all, in order to save images, you will have to write something inside your form. So over here, first of all, I'll set an action as create inside my slider controller, and then I'll pass form method.post, and then I'll pass an anonymous object, and in this I'll set inc type equals to multiport slash form dash data. So this is required in order to post images with your form. Okay, so our view is now ready. We can post images to this create action. We need to create this action inside our controller. So go to here, and after this I will create an HTTP post action, public action result of create, and I am accepting slider. Over here control dot and import namespace, and then slider, and then I'll use HTTP posted file, because we are accepting a file base, we are accepting a picture from our view. Remember picture, we have created this control, this picture, we are looking for this picture. Okay, and this will be sent because we have set encryption type inc type of our form. Okay, done. So now the first think, if you remember, inside our model of slider we have these two images inside. Where is this slider? We have these two columns like image name and file path. We need to set this and we need to fetch this from our image. Okay, so I will create string image name equals to, and I'll look up for this picture. Okay, this picture I'll look up for this. So if picture is equals to null, then I'll simply return null as the image name. Otherwise I'll use system.io get path and then get file name, and over here I will pass picture dot file name. Okay, so we get our image name from here. And next, this is our image name. Okay, and next we'll set the path of our image, and for this purpose I will go to my project and I will create another folder where I want to store my images uploaded by front side. I'll create folder of uploads, and in this upload folder I'll create another folder for slider. Okay, so now we have uploads folder, and inside that folder we have slider where we will store these images. Okay, so now I'll define my path. So I'll create string image path equals to, and then I will set it as slash then uploads slash slider slash, and then I will concatenate this image name over here. So now we have image name and we have this complete path of image. Okay, now we need to store this image from our website to from our the client's computer to this folder. Okay, so how to do this? We'll simply call saving image into server defined location. Okay, so I'll create picture dot save as, and then I will pass server dot map path, and inside I will pass my image path. Okay, so this will save that image into our server. Next I'll create slider dot image name equals to this image name. Okay, remember we have two properties inside our slider, and then I will create slider dot image path, or sorry, file path equals to image path. Okay, now our image is saved into server, and we have also defined image name and file path. Now we only need to save this slider inside our database. So I'll use context because we don't have any context class over here. So I'll create a private field, private store context, and I'll create an constructor, and over here I'll initialize this context equals to new store context. Okay, now I can use this context. Now context dot sliders dot add, and I'll pass this slider, and after this I'll navigate the end user to context after saving changes I'll navigate the end user to return redirect to an action, and over here I will return the end user to index action of our home controller. Okay, instead of returning I'll simply return a content for make sure everything is working, and I'll set image saved successfully. Okay, and go to your create view and start your application. Okay, let's say I wanna set image title as first slider, and description this is a beautiful slider, and then I can choose images, and let's say I wanna choose first image from here, and I'll click save slider. Perfect, image saved successfully. Okay, now first of all I'll go to my database, refresh my tables, and I'll select top 1000 rows to make sure my row is successfully inserted. Okay, so we got image name 1.jpg, then image title, first slider, then folder path which is correct, and we have this description. Okay, now our image is saved. Okay, so next I'll go back to slider and I'll another image, second image, and this is another image, and I'll select second from here, save, perfect. Now I'll go back again to create and I'll set it as third image, and this is third image of slider, and I'll select my third image. Okay, and click on save slider. Perfect. Now our images are successfully saved, and we can make sure that our images is inserted into our database. So fine, our three images are saved into our database. So now we have to verify that these images are stored into our Visual Studio project or server location, server defined location. So if you go to your uploads folder, inside slider folder, you will find we have these three images which are stored into our project. Okay, so this is how you can save images into database. In the next video we will load these dynamically images and slider information, and will display that slider information inside our this home and inside this index view. Okay, currently these images are loading from different and static path. We'll load these images and these content dynamically in the next video. So thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video. Take care of yourself. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to our channel. I'm Rof Yasin and you guys are learning ASP NET MVC5. In the previous video we have saved these images into our database, and if you go, we have verified that our images are stored with this information: image title, image path, and description, and these images have been uploaded into our server's defined location. Okay, in this video we will display these images and slider information inside our home. This information is coming static, and we'll load this information dynamically from our database. Okay, so let's start. First of all, I'll go to my home controller where I will create an action result. This is an index section where we are passing this information, and first of all I'll fetch information from my database. So I'll create a private field of store context control dot, bring the namespace, and then I will set it as underscore context, and after this I'll create a constructor for this, and inside constructor I'll initialize my context class new store context. Okay, fine, and over here I will create var slider equals to context dot sliders dot to context dot sliders dot to list. Okay, we're getting error over here. Put your cursor and add this namespace using system.link. Okay, we have our slider information stored inside here. Now you can create view model. For this purpose you can bind your home model to slider model, but I will simply use a view bag for demonstration purposes, but you should use a view model. So I'll create view bag dot slider equals to slider. Okay, so now our slider information is stored inside this variable. Okay, so if you go to your index section of home view, home controller, and we'll go index section. Okay, so inside here we have this carousel, and we have this item active, and we have this active, this item. First of all, remove this item from here, and also remove this item from here. Okay, so we only have this item, and also remove this class active from here, and we have this item which will store the information of our slider. Okay, so before this item I will iterate over my viewback properties, where I write for each var item in this view back dot slider. Now I can access all of my properties of slider by using this variable. So I'll cut it from here and paste it within this for each loop. And over here we have the text of our slider. So I'll simply write item dot, look at this, what we have inside our models, then slider we have image name and image title. We need to display an image title, so I will write image title. And over here we have the description of our image. Remove this one and I'll use item dot description. Okay, and finally we have this sign up button, and we don't need to touch this one. Basically we want to replace this image. Okay, so over here I will write at url dot content, and then I can pass item dot image, or we have file path property. Okay, and instead of this I can use item dot image name. Okay, so if you start your application at this stage and refresh this one, so we're getting something wrong, and we are getting like item in view back dot slider, and it is telling object reference not set to an instance of an object. So first make sure we have something or not. Inside here, go to your home controller, and we have this view back dot slider and equals to slider. So copy this slider. I think we should have this view back inside our index section of home controller. We should have this view back. So we have item, for each item inside this view back dot slider, and refresh. Perfect. Our web page is loaded right now, but we can't see the slider information. And why this is happening, you can right click and inspect, and click on here and click on here. Okay, we have this. If you go to your carousel inner div, and we are getting 3. Look at this, we have this image, and if you go to content caption, we have this second image, and our information is coming from our server. Okay, so we need to verify something more about this slider. So we are getting our images, but something is wrong with these images. So if you go to here, and here is our first image. Okay, and then second image, and we're getting information. So if you click over here, look at this, we're getting this image. So if you add some more attribute over here, active, and nothing is happening. I hope this is just because of this active keyword. So if you place that active keyword over here, and because we are iterating all of our slider images, will get this class, will change this dynamically. Okay, but first make sure it is working or not. Refresh. Okay, we're getting our images, but if you scroll down, look at this, we're getting these 3 images inside same view, because all of these images will have this class, will change this class dynamically. Right click and inspect, and put your cursor into your third image. Okay, and look at this, item and active class is applied to this one. Okay, so we need to change this dynamically. We should have this property inside our model, that this is an active image or not, or default image or not. So that way default image will be created. You can also create it's my mistake, I should create this property inside here, like prop bool is default, so that you can set its default state and this the default image will be displayed first. But we can change this behavior little bit of C# trick. So let's say I'll create var status is equals to null, okay, and then I can write if statement over here, and I can iterate over here if item dot id is equals to 1. It means that if our item id is 1, and then we can set status equals to active. This is the power of razor view. Okay, we have created a status variable with empty class, empty string, and if item dot id is 1, if it means we are getting our first image, then we set this status variable to active. And now we can use this status variable instead of this active class. We can write @ symbol and we can use this status variable, and by the first time our item id will be first, and this status will be set to active, and this status will be changed to active to our first image that will be displayed. And then for the rest of images of slider, either they have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, they will be, this active will be null, and that will not be displayed like this, like 1, 2, 3. Okay, so if you refresh right now, perfect, we are getting our slider perfectly, and we have dynamically sets its active status. And if I click over here, it is working. If I click over here, it is also working. And scroll back, and let's say you wanna add one more image to your slider. It's very easy right now. You can create your sliders dynamically, sliders.create, and let's say you want to set it 4th image, and this is 4th image. And you can also grab some image. Let's say I wanna grab this one more time, and not exactly this should, because this will introduce some more complexity. Let's say I want to change the name of image, because we have the same name. Let's change to something else, and copy this one and click on save slider. Our image is now saved, and now I can navigate to my home controller and index section. Okay, so it's first slider. If you click here, second slider, third slider, click here, we're getting 4th image. Okay, so this is how you can use multiple slider images into your view. And you can also read bootstrap documentation for change of these buttons, or you can remove, and you can increase the number of these buttons by reading their documentation. I believe these buttons are coming from here, and you can read more about bootstrap documentation about these buttons and how to dynamically create these buttons according to the number of images stored in your slider. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. We'll meet again in the next video, where we will learn more about ASP.NET MVC5 and Entity Framework, and a lot of more HTML, CSS and bootstrap stuff like that. Okay, so that we'll discuss next.